Ladies and gentlemen, gather round your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio, where captivating stories and unforgettable characters come to life. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where the magic of vintage audio dramas awaits.
That's right. Prepare to be transported to an era when families huddled around the radio, eagerly awaiting their favorite shows. It's a world where imagination runs wild and storytelling reigns supreme. Get ready to experience the nostalgia and charm of old-time radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated lineup of 30-minute episodes that will whisk you away to a bygone era. Discover thrilling mysteries that keep you on the edge of your seat, heartwarming dramas that tug at your heartstrings, and side-splitting comedies that leave you in stitches.
Picture this: dimmed lights, crackling static, and the sound of a needle dropping on a vinyl record. As the stories unfold, let your imagination paint vivid scenes in your mind's eye. From distant lands to roaring cities, let your senses come alive as you become part of the story.
Lose yourself in the adventures of daring detectives, follow the triumphs and tribulations of fascinating characters, and journey through time and space with the power of sound. Each episode is a time capsule, preserving the essence of an era when radio was the heartbeat of entertainment.
But it doesn't end there. Golden Age Radio is not just a stroll down memory lane, it's a chance to create new memories too. Share these timeless stories with your loved ones, introducing them to the magic that captivated generations before us.
So, dust off your radio, dim the lights, and prepare for an evening of enchantment. Tune into Golden Age Radio and let your imagination take flight.
Stay tuned to hear our curated selection of 30-minute episodes. Relive the nostalgia, discover the classics, and immerse yourself in a world of unparalleled entertainment.
Golden Age Radio, where the past comes alive, one episode at a time.
Golden Age Radio, your ticket to timeless storytelling.
Subscribe for more videos.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jack Benny in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite, following a popular trend, anticipates the strange disappearance of experimental rocket ship Y-272B. The time, the year 2053. The place, the planet Mars. The star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Say, Hap, that was quite a speech you made last night. You were as dynamic as an Autolite Stay-Full battery.
Oh, that's flattery, Harlow.
And what a battery it is, Hap. The Autolite Stay-Full is the power-packed pepster that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
I really don't deserve such praise, Harlow.
Why not? That's the battery with the fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to reduce shedding and flaking and give the Autolite Stay-Full longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
I was really good, Harlow?
Oh, no one could do any better than to visit his nearest Autolite battery dealer, who services all makes of batteries. To quickly locate him, just call Western Union by number
and ask for Operator 25. I'll tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer, where you can get an Autolite Stay-Full.
The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed Plan X, starring Mr. Jack Benny, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
The card. Do you have the card yet?
One more run through the machine.
Touareg, when do you think the Earth rocket is arriving?
Tomorrow. But if the Grand Council wanted the card before now, they should have asked me before now.
Is that it? Let me see it.
Here.
13756. Zeno. Assembly line worker. Atomic escalator factory. Touareg, this is the man for the job?
He has the specifications called for.
An assembly line worker. Why, it's incredible. Incredible.
Yes? Yes? Right away. You may go in now, Zeno. The Grand Council is ready for you.
One 13756 called Zeno. Come forward.
Yes, sir.
Zeno, the Grand Council of Mars has a mission for you to perform.
Me? A mission?
You have been selected because of the qualities shown on your work and identity card, Form 42-A. Set habit patterns, attention to detail, no strong emotional or biological drives, and complete suppression of imagination.
Well, I always pride myself
Do not
that
speak unless questioned, Zeno. The Grand Council has other important matters of state.
Of course, of course.
You have heard the telephone broadcast that an armed rocket from the planet Earth is approaching Mars.
Oh, I did hear something about it, yes.
Their course has been plotted as bringing them to a landing on the plain outside the city at 10:14 tomorrow morning.
10:14. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing that.
You will see it, Citizen Zeno.
Me?
You.
Well, I'd certainly like to, but I'm due in the atomic escalator factory at 8. I'm on stair treads, you know. And
We've arranged a leave from your job.
Leave? Well, I'm not arguing with the Grand Council, but I've got a pretty important job there, and...
13756, you've been selected to meet and deal with the Earth rocket.
Me?
You will put Plan X into operation.
Plan X?
Citizen Zeno, every Martian for the last 50 years has been thoroughly grounded in Plan X, if and when a rocket should come from the Earth.
Oh, Plan X. Oh, you see, I thought you said Plan X, of course.
Then you understand and accept the responsibility.
Oh, anything to help out.
Those assisting you on the mission will be in contact with you.
Good, good.
Have the other council members any questions?
I don't believe so.
13756 called Zeno. You are now officially operating under the provisions of Plan X.
Well, thank you. I took the aerial transmission belt directly home. Let them get along without me at the escalator factory if they could. Besides, it was almost quitting time. I went to bed early that night. Tomorrow was going to be a big day. Plan X. Out of the whole population of Mars, I was picked to carry out Plan X. Oh, I'll admit I had my criticisms of the Grand Council in the past, but this restored my confidence in them. Yes, sir. They couldn't have picked a better Martian. I think I'll have a second cup of Ostrich, Mother.
Zeno, you haven't time. You'll be late for the factory as it is.
As I told you, Mother, I'm on leave. Orders of the Grand Council.
Oh, yes, of course, Plan X. But will the Grand Council care if you don't get your job back?
There won't be any trouble. They couldn't replace me in stair treads, and they know it. Pass the Gorot, will you, Mother?
Here. But it's fattening, Zeno.
Well, I got a hard task coming up, Mother. I owe it to myself.
And you will be careful, Zeno.
Oh, Mother, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. It's just an invasion rocket from that stupid planet Earth. So will you stop worrying?
Ah, you're just like your father was, Zeno. Too brave for your own good.
I am? Well, it's nothing, really. I took my time going over to the field where the Earth rocket was to land. I got there at 10, with not another soul around. Another few minutes, and I had my pocket radar screen working. Yep, the rocket was coming in, right on time. Then I could hear it out in space, and soon after that I could see it, bearing our first visitors from Earth. Gee, I was thinking they must be a brave crew. I almost felt sorry for them. wasn't a bad landing. Not the greatest, but not bad. After another 10 minutes, a port in the side of the rocket started to swing open, and I walked over. If I do say it myself, I made quite an impression.
Commander, look.
Great Scott, what is it?
Commander, I think we've met our first Martian.
All right, keep back, everybody. Dr. Fielding and I will deal with it. Him, whatever it is. Hand me the Martian kit, Parker.
All ready, sir?
Come on, Fielding. We'll be ready for anything.
Right, Commander. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I'll try to talk to him. We Earth people, we friends. Friends? We come from out there. Oh, blasted Fielding. I feel like a fool.
Let me try, Commander. We bring you presents. Here, we bring you beads, cloths of many colors. Take them.
You wouldn't have something a little more conservative?
Fielding, he speaks Esperanto.
Incredible.
Gentlemen, welcome to Mars.
It's almost as if he was expecting us.
Oh, yes, for some days now. Ever since you left Earth, as a matter of fact.
You hear that, Fielding?
Commander, we may very well be in the presence of a superior race.
Well, thank you.
You say you expected us? Everyone expected us?
Oh, certainly.
But you're here alone.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, all other adult Martians are, shall we say, unavailable.
For how long?
Not wishing to pry, but how long are you staying?
Well, they've taken to the hills, have they? No need to be afraid of us. No need at all.
There's no one in your city over there?
Mainly unavailable. But I'll be glad to show you around. Martian hospitality, you know.
Amazing. Can we go right away, Commander? I'll get Connie.
You can call her, Fielding, but we don't want to blunder into a trap. All right, men. All in. Parker, take 3 men and stay here for rocket guard.
Yes, sir.
Ready, Fielding?
All set, Commander. Connie, I want you to meet our first Martian.
Dr. Fielding, I don't believe it.
Miss Morrison, this is,
13756. Called Zeno.
Miss Morrison, this is Zeno.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do?
Incredible. But he's almost handsome in a strange way. And he speaks our language.
Maybe a trick of some kind. Expedition Force, on to...
It's a little difficult to pronounce.
On to the city.
We marched into the city, which, of course, appeared quite deserted. Plan X. I showed them a few of the sights, the canals, the Og factory, and the hall of the Grand Council. I was walking alongside of Connie, Miss Morrison, who was most unlike the women of Mars. I caught myself showing off, riding the aerial transmission belt with one hand. Finally, I took them all to the Art Museum.
Oh, Commander, this place, this civilization, it's fantastic, fantastic.
Look at this sculpture, Dr. Fielding, the line, the detail. I've never seen anything so beautiful.
It's nothing, really.
Zeno, you don't mean that you...
Well, no. You see, I work at an atomic escalator factory. I'm in stair treads.
Everybody, over here. Look at this.
Oh, what is it?
Why, isn't that what... Zeno, is this what I think it is?
I'll have to read the nameplate. Oh, yes, a flying saucer. From 1952, your calendar. 100 years old.
1952, the year of the flying saucers. Then they did come from Mars.
Oh, yes.
But none of them ever landed on Earth. Why?
It just didn't seem worthwhile. Nothing personal, of course.
I just can't get over this planet. It's so different from anything we imagined.
Now, here's something you might be interested in. Right over here.
What? Looks like a weapon of some kind.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you see, it's a paralyzer ray. It's 300 years old.
But why do you have it in the museum?
You don't mean that weapons like this are 300 years obsolete?
Well, you might say that, yes. You see, no adult Martian has carried a weapon for hundreds of years.
Well, why not?
Why should we?
But to defend yourself.
Well, we just have no aggressive impulses, that's all.
Well, if someone struck you, wouldn't you strike back?
I couldn't. But it doesn't matter. No one could strike me.
No Martian, that is.
Yes. We've never had any trouble.
Zeno, you're in the diplomatic service?
The escalator game.
Yet you were delegated to meet us.
Yes, by the Grand Council. You see, we stopped having diplomats handle our important missions years ago. Again, nothing personal, of course.
I see. But you are empowered to deal with us.
Deal with you? I certainly am.
Good. Now, it seems logical to me that we should work out a mutual defense pact. Not right now, of course.
Mr. Zeno! Mr. Zeno!
Who's that?
It looks like children.
We have to see him, Mr. Zeno.
Just some little friends of mine.
Oh, they're darling.
What's the problem, Ormy?
We're building something, and we're all out of uranium. We need some right away, and...
Zeno, does he mean real uranium?
Oh, of course, Dr. Fielding. Oh, it won't hurt them a bit.
We have to have it right away, Mr. Zeno. We just have to have it.
This city was deserted. Where did these children come from?
Oh, you know how it is with kids when they get to playing.
You'll get the uranium for us, won't you, Mr. Zeno? Will you?
Fascinating. What are they playing, Zeno?
Yes. What's the game?
I don't think you've heard of it, Commander. It's called Plan X.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in Plan X. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, do you like to make speeches?
Sure, Hap, especially about the Autolite Stay Full battery. Friends, Romans, motorists, lend me your ears while I praise the greatest of the great, the incomparable Autolite Stay Full. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. The battery that gives longer life as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. The famous Autolite Stay Full has over 3 times the liquid reserve of ordinary batteries. And because every positive plate is protected by fiberglass retaining mats to reduce shedding and flaking, the Autolite Stay Full just naturally gives longer life than ordinary batteries.
And where can one get this glorious battery?
From your nearest Autolite battery dealer who services all makes of batteries. To quickly locate him, just phone Western Union and ask for operator 25.
And I'll tell you where you can get an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of Plan X, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
For the next week, I showed the Earth expedition around the city, signed a few treaties, and had several long conversations with Miss Morrison. Well, not too long, but I felt we were building a solid friendship. It was too bad it was coming to an end.
You're not going out again this evening, Zeno?
Mother, so I've been out 2 evenings in a row. Doesn't have to be fatal, you know.
This is the time of year you always get that chest cold.
Oh, chest cold, chest cold. Anyway, Mother, I have to go over to the rocket.
Don't they plan to go back to Earth tomorrow?
They plan to, yes. Miss Morrison promised to take a little farewell walk with me this evening.
Don't let her keep you out in the moonlight too long, Zeno.
Mother, why, that's the most ridiculous thing
You just don't know how attractive you are.
Now, Mother, Miss Morrison and I are merely friends. And to think of anything beyond that is just...
Mr. Zeno! Mr. Zeno! We're almost finished the game, Mr. Zeno.
Good. All finished, Army?
Just about. It's tomorrow morning at 8:45, isn't it?
8:45. Anything else you need, Army? I mean, any more uranium?
No, I just wanted to make sure it was 8:45. Well, see you in the morning, Mr. Zeno. Goodbye, Mrs. Zeno.
See you in the morning, Army.
Such a cute little fellow, Zeno. And smart.
Is he? Mother, you have no idea. The Earth expedition was camped beside their rocket, getting ready for takeoff the next day. Connie, Miss Morrison, waved when she saw me coming. I waved back, and then she smiled at me, and I smiled back. It was a beautiful evening. We walked out over the plain, Connie and I, and then we sat down quite close. Connie lit a cigarette, and I opened up a package of Gurkhag.
Zeno.
Yes, Connie. Miss Morrison.
Connie. How is it you're not married, Zeno? Don't Martians believe in it?
Oh, definitely. But there's Mother and...
And what?
Connie, you don't find me a little bit strange?
You mean because you're a Martian?
Not exactly. You see, even to Martian girls, I'm a little bit strange.
I find you very attractive, Zeno.
Really?
You're from a superior race?
Well...
The commander may not see it, but Dr. Fielding does, and I do. Your civilization, your culture, and you.
Actually, I'm...
What are the other Martians like? You know, I seem to feel there are people all around, watching, waiting, and yet we've seen only you.
And the children, of course.
Yes, and the children. They've been playing around the rocket all day.
Yes, yes.
Zeno, what'll happen to this planet, this beautiful planet, when the next Earth rocket comes? And the next one?
Connie.
I'd almost like to stay here. Or I wish we'd never come. None of us.
Connie, there's something I...
What, Zeno? What is it?
It's just that it's getting cold. Maybe we better go back. I walked with Connie back to the rocket, and then I went home. There was a message on the autophonopad. The Grand Council wanted to see me at once. You sent for me, gentlemen?
13756 called Zeno. You are nearing the completion of Plan X.
I hope my work has been satisfactory.
You were selected for certain qualifications, Zeno. Set habit patterns, attention to detail, no strong emotional drives.
I remember, yes.
You have assumed a responsibility based on those qualifications.
I suppose you might put it that way.
Are you still prepared to discharge that responsibility?
Well, I think you might as well know that it's been my criticism in the past, as well as that of a lot of other taxpayers, that the Grand Council interferes entirely too much in the private lives of, well, what I mean to say...
Are you prepared to discharge your responsibility?
But about Connie, I mean Miss Morrison, isn't there some way...
You know that there is not.
Well, I suppose not, no.
Plan X will then be completed.
I assure the Grand Council, at 8:45 tomorrow morning, Plan X will be completed. I didn't sleep well that night, and Mother was worried when I hadn't any appetite in the morning. She thought it was the start of one of my chest colds. Purposely, I didn't go out to the rocket until almost 8:40. They were blasting the motors, getting ready to take off.
Zeno, I thought you weren't coming.
I overslept, Connie. That is, I didn't really oversleep, but...
The children have been here for an hour.
We're just about finished playing, Mr. Zeno.
Oh, good, Army. Did you win the game? Plan X?
I think so. We'll know in a minute, Mr. Zeno.
They're so intense. Are the children on Mars always that way, Zeno?
Well, not always, no.
Come to see us off, did you, Zeno? Good boy. We counted on you.
Well, thank you.
Come over here, Fielding.
Yes, Commander.
Connie, Fielding, Zeno here has been so helpful to us that I've come to a decision.
That's very nice of you, but I'm pretty well stocked up on beads right now.
A different kind of a present. Zeno, I've decided to invite you to come with us to Earth.
To Earth?
How about it, Zeno? We're taking off in 16 minutes at 9 o'clock. How about it?
Well, it's not that I don't appreciate your thinking of me, but Mother would worry and...
You see, we need you, Zeno.
That's not true.
Well, I'm afraid it is. You see, I think Zeno is a much more important man than a worker in an elevator factory.
Escalator. I'm in stair trams.
And if we have Zeno along the next time we come back to Mars, we'd be much less likely to run into, well, an ambush.
I'm afraid he's right, Connie.
He's not right.
How about it, Zeno?
Thanks, but no.
Commander, those kids, they've got some sort of a ray gun set off.
Fielding. Is it real, Fielding?
Why, it looks like it, Commander.
Get Zeno over in front of us, quick. Now they can't shoot without hitting him. Get your gun out, Parker.
You mean the kids, Commander?
If we have to, yes. Tell them not to fire on us, Zeno.
I'm sorry, Connie. Really sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Zeno. Do what you have to do.
Shall we shoot, Mr. Zeno?
Have your gun ready, Parker.
It wouldn't do any good, Commander. All right, Army. Plan X.
Did you fire, Parker?
Me, sir? Fire a gun? Why, I couldn't. I couldn't do a thing like that.
No, of course you couldn't. I don't know what made me ask.
The rocket. Its motors have stopped. Its motors have stopped, Commander.
Well, we aren't going anywhere, are we?
Someone said something about going back to Earth.
Back to Earth?
Oh, no. Of course not. Of course not.
Everybody all right?
What happened, Commander? What happened?
Nothing, really. It's just that Ormy and his little friends built a maturity ray. It takes people who are, shall we say, less advanced and increases their IQ by several thousand years.
That's amazing.
Child's play.
Zeno, do you mean to say...
Commander, Dr. Fielding, Parker, Connie, permit me to congratulate you as fellow Martians.
Utterly amazing.
Connie.
Look, here come the Martians.
Our fellow Martians, thousands of them. They're coming to welcome us.
Connie.
Oh, look at them. Oh, they look so handsome, so intelligent, so...
Connie.
Yeah, excuse me, Zeno. I'll be back, Commander. I have to go to them. I'll be back.
Well, she did like me for a while, before Plan X. But she did like me, even just for a while. That's something, isn't it?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
This is Harlow Wilcox again, speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. That's why, during the early months of 1953, as we did last year, the Autolite family will join in saluting the leading car manufacturers who install Autolite products as original equipment. Our Autolite family is a worldwide family and numbers among its members some 30,000 men and women in Autolite plants in the United States, Canada, and many foreign countries, and the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as thousands of Autolite distributors and dealers, and the many leading manufacturers who use Autolite products as original equipment. Our Autolite family will salute the Dodge division of Chrysler Corporation on the next Autolite Suspense program on television. If you live in a television area, check the day and time of Suspense so that you'll be sure to see this program.
Next week, the dramatic report of a man's desperate race for freedom. A true story with names and places changed in order to protect the lives of the principals. The story is called The Man Who Cried Wolf. Our star, Mr. Jeff Chandler. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Plan X was written for Suspense by Richard Powell. Featured in tonight's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Norma Varden, John McIntyre, Truda Marson, Howard McNear, William Conrad, Jack Crucian, Joseph Kearns, and Stuffy Singer.
The Jack Benny Show may be heard every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
And remember next week, Mr. Jeff Chandler in The Man Who Cried Wolf.
The 1953 March of Dimes has nearly passed by. If you haven't given your dime or dollar to help in the crusade against polio, why not do it now? Send your contribution to your local March of Dimes headquarters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Atomic Age Adventures. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Dimension X, our next featured program. Brace yourselves for mind-bending tales that will transport you to distant galaxies and alternate realities.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future tense. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, bring you Dimension X. The rocket drove through space like a silver fish in an endless tank, the stars in black velocity swirling by. Inside her case, tiny, finite specks of humanity controlled the tremendous power that impelled her so relentlessly toward the other galaxies. Who were these men? What mad, fantastic need and desires had caused them to abandon Mother Earth and venture to the ends of the universe?
Captain Hollis.
What is it, Stone?
Magnetic storm dead ahead, sir.
And the aperture?
About a 100-mile gap between elements, sir, but shifting rapidly.
Switch on the radar screen. Let's have a look.
Yes, sir. There are asteroids in it, Captain.
I see that. Thank you, Stone.
Sir?
What?
Any change in course?
What for?
The storm, sir.
If I decide to change course, I'll issue the order.
At the rate we're approaching, it'll be too late to issue an order.
Mr. Stone, do I need to remind you who's master of this ship?
Look, sir, there are 25 other lives to be considered besides your own. Those asteroids shipped at our course.
That's enough, Stone.
It's not enough, Captain.
Return to your post.
Captain, for God's sake, don't be pig-headed about this. There's a magnetic storm dead ahead. Are you going to risk the lives of all of us just so you can hang your hat on some lousy interplanetary record? We know this means a lot to you. Sure, you can be fleet admiral if you beat those Asiatic ships to Venus. That's fine, but we value our lives.
I happen to value my life just as much as any man aboard this craft, Mr. Stone. But I wasn't brought up to be a lily-livered dare-nothing. Now get back to your post, or I'll have you court-martialed. Well, Mr. Stone?
Okay.
Okay what, Mr. Stone?
Okay, sir.
Impudent young pig.
Maybe he's right, Lewis.
Well, you stick to being ship's doctor. You're good at that. I'll navigate this fish.
You're the captain. Only I'd hate to pile up on some little asteroid, especially when a simple thing like changing course.
Simple thing? Do you know what a change in course would mean? The slightest deflection would throw us 1,000,000 miles off at this speed. It would take days to get back on the vector. By that time, one of the Asiatic ships would have landed on Venus and claimed the whole blasted planet. We're in a race, Charles.
Well, suppose they did claim Venus. There's nothing but rocks and jungle anyway.
It isn't that. It's the idea of someone beating us.
You know, Louis, I always get a little bit jittery when men are willing to die for symbols.
You're a cynic.
Maybe.
Get Mollis. Get Mollis.
Hollis, what is it, Lester?
Captain, the radar tracking shows a foreign object dead ahead.
What?
Check your screen, sir.
Good Lord, the whole blasted storm has shifted dead on. Engine room.
Mission chamber.
Fire up your starboard cyclotron.
Aye, sir.
You can't make it in time, Louis. Listen to that radar bounce.
Shut up. Now hear this. Now hear this. Condition red. Fasten your spacesuit.
Forward cyclotron at capacity.
Open the fission chamber. Emergency blast.
Aye, sir.
It's it off.
You think we'll make it?
We've got to make it.
Suppose one of those asteroids decides to shift.
Will you shut up?
It doesn't sound good, Louis.
Another 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2.
No, it's a meteorite.
Good God!
Look out!
Hello? Hello, anyone? Can you hear me? I can see you floating out there. Can you hear me? For God's sake, answer if you can. I don't want to just float out here alone.
Stone, is that you?
Who is it?
Captain Hollis.
What happened?
We struck an asteroid. Ship blew up.
Is anybody else alive?
I don't know. I can see some spacesuits floating in space not far from me, but I don't know if they're alive.
Maybe they just don't hear us.
Their radios are working, they do.
Hello? Hello, somebody?
Doc, is that you?
Louis?
Yes,
Thank God. Anybody else alive?
Stone.
Hello, Doctor. Oh. Are you all right? Okay so far.
That's 3 of us, anyway.
Louis,
Yes?
we seem to be moving away from each other. Yeah, that's right. I can hardly see you now.
It's the momentum. We were all thrown in different directions. Since there's no friction, we'll pick up speed.
Isn't there some way we could stick together at least?
I'm afraid not.
If there's no friction, then there's nothing to stop us.
That's right, Stone.
But then we'll just keep falling. Maybe forever.
Not forever. You'll fall until you get into one of the gravitational fields of some planet. After that, you'll fall toward the planet.
Mother in heaven, what a way to die.
Nobody's going to die. Those Asiatic ships will be along this way. We can radio to them when they get in range.
Aren't you forgetting something, Louis?
What's that?
The commanders of those other ships may not be quite so willing to run through a magnetic storm. They may have altered course. If they have, they won't come within 1,000,000 miles of us.
We'll have to take our chances on that.
It's a long way down. A long, long way down.
Let's have no talk of that kind, Stone.
I don't want to die.
Stone, I said can it.
Can it yourself.
What?
You heard me. This is a mutiny of one. Don't try to put your rank on me now, mister. You'll be 10,000 miles away in another hour.
So help me, I'll have you court-martialed when we're picked up.
Let's not kid ourselves. Nobody's going to be picked up. I've got a few things to get off my chest before we lose contact with each other. Don't let it drop.
Let him talk.
Thanks. Your ship was a bad ship, and you were a bad captain. I hope you break when you hit the moon.
Thanks for the goodwill, Stone.
That isn't all. I believe there are different kinds of deaths, Captain. Just as there are different kinds of lives. Yours should be pretty interesting because you've been dead for years. Stone!
Let him.
When was the last time you had an honest human feeling, Captain? I'll bet you don't even remember when. I don't think you're capable of any kind of strong feeling. Do you have a wife, Captain? I'll bet she won't miss you one bit. Children?
I have a son, little boy.
Maybe he'll grow up to be a hero like his daddy. A tin hero with a piece of stone where other men have hearts.
Are you quite finished?
I've said it. Well, so long, Doc. So long. I'm headed for the sun. Somehow I don't like the idea of falling into the sun. I'm going to take a quicker way out. No, Stone, don't be a fool. I'm going to smash the faceplate on my helmet and let the oxygen escape.
Stone, don't do it. We're going to be rescued. Stone.
See you all in some other universe? God have mercy.
He was headed for the sun. I can barely see him now.
Looks like Mercury for me. How about you, Lewis?
I'm headed for Earth. Funny, isn't it? That I should be going back to Mother Earth this way. I'm nothing but a human meteor, Charles. When I hit the Earth's atmosphere, I'll burn like a match. Charles. Charles, can you still hear me?
I can hear you. It's getting fainter now. We must be several thousand miles apart.
We should be able to talk for another 20 minutes or so at the speed we're falling away from each other.
What are you thinking about, Lewis?
I was thinking about Stone. What he said.
Don't let it get you.
You know, in a way, he was right.
He was insane. The shock knocked him off balance.
No. Each of us dies in a different way. Each of us has his own life to look back on. Huh?
What's that?
I don't know. It sounds like Lester.
Hello? Hello, Lester. Can you hear us?
I don't think so. It's possible that the sending unit of his radio is working, but the receiving unit is damaged.
Singing good stuff to keep up his nerves.
Hello? Hello? Anybody alive? This is Engineer's Mate Harry Lester. Hello? Mother of heaven, ain't there somebody to talk to me at least?
Lester, can you hear us?
No. Listen, anybody. If you can hear me, this is Engineer's Mate Harry Lester. We had an accident. We were... Oh, what's the use?
He doesn't even know we can hear him.
Poor devil may have forgotten to switch on his receiving unit.
Well, there are three of us again anyway.
Isn't much comfort. Maybe Stone's way is best.
Don't be a fool. They're going to be picked up.
I doubt
We
it.
must. I must. I've too much to accomplish in life to die like this. A fellow like Stone or Lester, they come a dime a dozen. But I was in line to be commander of the whole fleet. You know what that means, Charles? Commander of the hemisphere.
No, I don't know what it means. I never wanted to be commander of anything but myself. And I never even came close to that.
Helen was counting on it. Stevie, too, in his own little way.
It's hardest for Helen. Stevie's too young to understand.
He'll know. He'll know his daddy went out with a ship. Like a man. They'll give him a medal.
Lewis, I'm beginning to think that maybe Stone was right about you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing.
No, Charles. I want to know. We've shipped together a good many years. You never told me what you really think of me, whether or not you've envied my success. I'd like to know now. We've nothing to do but talk anyway.
I've never envied anything except the fact that you're falling back to Earth, Lewis. I've admired you as I admire some sort of perfect machine. But that's where it stopped. You know the trouble with you, Lewis?
Well?
You can't cry.
What?
You can't cry.
Well, men don't cry, only children.
That's what I mean, Lewis. You can't cry.
I don't know what the devil you're babbling about.
Well, skip it.
Now, look here. There's one thing...
I had a wife on Mars. I had a wife on Jupiter. And I had a wife on Venus. Everyone I met money and treated me swell.
What's he babbling about?
I don't know. He seems to be reminiscing about his life.
I had some nice times, I did. Oh, Roxy. She didn't know about any of them others. Roxy. Married 15 years and she still looks like a schoolgirl. And there's a boy, too. One get fresh with the girls. He'd slap me if he didn't wink at me and smile that winning smile of his and say, all right, Dad, take care you come back well. All in all, we miss you terrible much. Oh, well, Eddie, Lister, you can't complain. You've had the best of it and some to spare.
Simple soul.
Too simple.
I envy him.
Why?
Because he has all that to hang on to. Women always frightened me. I ran from them. Always wanting them and jealous of men like Lester for having them. And jealous of him for being able to spend money without fear and for as much happiness as he could have in his own wild way. Haven't you ever wanted that?
Don't be a fool.
The difference between us and Lester is that he lives in the present. He gets into the experience of the moment. You and I, Louis, we live in the past and in the future, but never in the present.
Could we change the subject?
I thought you wanted to talk.
Well, let's talk about something else. Charles? Charles? Charles, are you there? Charles, answer me.
I just switched to my auxiliary battery. I'm sorry.
Well, don't do that.
Afraid to be alone?
I've never been afraid of anything in my life, and you know it.
I wonder.
It's a long way back down.
Why doesn't he shut up?
Louis.
What?
Louis, I got myself into a meteor swarm. Some little asteroid.
Meteors?
I think it's that Myrmidon cluster that goes out past Mars and then swings in towards Earth once every 5 years. I'm right in the middle of it now. It's like a big kaleidoscope. All kinds of colors and shapes and sizes. God, it's beautiful, all that metal. I'm going with them. They take me with them. Well, I'll be doggone. Remember when you were a kid, Louis? Held a kaleidoscope to your eye, gave it a twirl? That's what I'm part of now.
Keep talking. I can barely hear you now.
They're taking me off, Louis. So long.
Charles! Charles, don't leave me alone like this. Charles! Charles! Lester! Lester, can you hear me?
Oh, it's a good time. I got drunk once and gambled away $1,000.
Why don't you shut up?
Then there was the time Roxy and I made love on the sand down at Oldgate Bridge.
It's all over, Lester. It's just as if it never happened.
Well, Eddie, you've no regrets, really.
What good does it do you, you fool? When the thing's over, it's not good anymore. You're no better off than me. Look at what I've accomplished.
Roxy.
You floating there, languishing over some skinny, misbegotten slut of a wife.
Roxy.
My wife is beautiful. Understand? Beautiful. Like marble.
Well,
like chiseled marble.
You'll find herself another man. She'll have some more good time.
No, she won't. She'll be faithful to my memory. Helen, you will be faithful, won't you? You'll never forget me.
It's a long way.
I won't listen. I'll switch off my radio. There, that's better. You're alone now, Captain Hollis. Alone with yourself and your thoughts and your memories. Going back to Earth like a human rocket and remembering.
Louis, is that you?
Yes, Helen, it's me.
I missed you.
Have you?
Didn't you know?
But I thought... we quarreled.
Oh, I've forgotten about that.
I had some trouble, Helen.
We won't talk about it. You're home now. That's the important thing. Stevie is so excited.
Stevie, where is he?
Right here, darling. Stevie? Steve? Daddy!
Hello, son.
You're going to stay with us this time, aren't you, Daddy? You're going to stay home and we'll go fishing and play ball together, just like you promised.
Well, Stevie,
I'm catching seashells, Dad. I've got a whole collection of all different colors. Would you like to see them?
yes, I would, son.
I'll go up and get them. I've got them in my room. Don't go away, Dad. I'll be right back.
I won't go away. He's, quite a little guy, isn't he?
I'm glad you're finally getting together with him.
What? What do you mean, Helen?
You've always seemed so, well, detached from him. Steve is a sensitive little creature. All he ever wanted from you really was just a little affection and respect, Louis. Just a little respect for the things he felt and wanted.
I've been a good father. Nobody can ever say I haven't been a good father. Certainly not to you, not after what happened.
Don't get defensive, Louis, please. I'm trying to bring us a little closer together.
I've given him everything a boy should have. Toys, boxing gloves. I've taught him to hunt and take care of himself.
Yes, you've done all those things.
Well, then,
It's just, well, sometimes when he's come to you, he feels so alone. All he wants is for you to put your arms around him and reassure him, that's all.
he's going to be a man. I don't want him to be soft.
What is it, Louis? What is there about being soft that you despise?
Sissy's a soft.
Christ was soft.
Now, don't start that business again, will you?
I'm trying to make you understand, please.
I understand what you're trying to do. You're like all of them. They want to make you a woman. Like them. They want to drain you of your manhood so they can control you, manipulate you.
You won't understand, will you? You won't trust me or anybody else, including yourself.
Now you're talking belly wash again.
Oh, let's not build that wall between us, Louis. Not this time. I have it all planned when you came back. We'd get out to the beach. Remember the spot where we used to swim? In the moonlight, you can see the water all luminous and green. And then we could have picnic supper there, just you and Stevie and me. Stevie could sleep on the blanket. We could go for a swim. Maybe we could recapture it, Louis. It wasn't always like this. Maybe if we went back.
I'm sorry, Helen. I'd like to, really. But, well, I'm shipping out tonight.
Tonight?
I've got a new command, new ship. Having lunch with the Admiral this afternoon.
But you said you'd stay.
This is an important thing, Helen. This is the most important thing that ever happened to me.
More important than going for a swim.
You don't get a chance of being fleet commander every day. You can go for a swim anytime.
Yes, but we never do.
Now, look, honey. Ever since I was a cadet, I've been pointing toward this job. It's big. If I'm a success, you can name your own ticket. Big house up in Connecticut. Chauffeur. Finest schools for Steve.
I want you, Louis.
Now, don't be unreasonable.
Don't you be unemotional.
What?
I said don't be unemotional.
I don't understand.
No, I don't suppose you ever will.
Let's not quarrel. Why do we always end up quarreling? Well, it's almost time now.
Louis, let's try once more.
Goodbye, Helen. Say goodbye to the boy.
All right, Louis. Goodbye.
Helen. Where are you, Helen? Helen. Oh, no, I must be going out of my mind. The whole thing was nothing but a dream. If only I had someone to talk to.
Captain Hollis, is that you?
Lester?
Yeah.
No, it's just another part of the same nightmare.
Captain Hollis, sir. Can you hear me?
Why must I be tortured like this?
Captain, if you can hear me, for heaven's sakes, answer. I found a tube loose in this receiver. I can hear you talking to yourself.
Lester, is it really you?
Yes, sir. Thank heavens, Captain. Are any of the others still alive?
Stone went to the sun. Dr. Carter went off with a meteor swarm. The others are scattered all over the universe by now. I'm headed right for Earth. I'll be in the orbit soon.
Well, it's good to hear your voice, sir. I was going insane all by myself here. Seems like I've been singing and talking the old bloody night.
We heard you. I'm glad we can reach one another.
Yeah, me too, sir.
Are you really glad, Lester? I should think you'd hate and despise me.
Why, sir?
I could have saved us all by changing course.
Well, way I see it, Captain, you did what you believed in. That's the way each of us has to do.
Thank you, Lester.
Yeah, how long do you figure we got, sir?
Not long, I'm afraid. At least not me.
It's a terrible thing, ain't it, Captain? I mean, knowing you're going to die and not being able to do anything.
At least you've got pleasant memories.
Me, sir? No, I never mind the hell of beans. I should think you'd have some good thoughts to remember yourself.
I never lived, Lester.
Sir?
It's true, I never lived.
But you were wise.
We were strangers. We never knew each other.
A son?
A son. Lester, would you believe it if I told you I've never put my arms around the boy and let him know how much I loved him?
Oh, it's hard to believe, sir.
It's true.
It's odd that you talking like this, Captain. I always envied you your position. You were commander.
I thought so, too, but I know better now. My whole life was nothing but a running away from my own feelings. I had everything I really wanted. All I had to do was reach out my hand. There was Helen, Stevie, pleasures. And I turned my back and looked at the stars. When they came to me filled with their love and their warmth, I ran. I fled to the stars and to the ends of the universe. It was all so wrong. How do things like that happen to us, Lester?
I don't know, sir.
We were going to be divorced, Helen and I.
Oh?
Stupid, idiotic.
Or maybe you'll be picked up, Captain. There's lots of spaceships taking off from Earth. Maybe one of them will reach you before you hit the atmosphere.
If I dare to hope. We aren't that lucky, Lester. Not many get a second chance.
Well, keep
I
hoping.
can see her now, Lester. Mother Earth, big and green and rich. Won't be more than a few minutes at this rate. Oh, if there was something.
Captain, you still there?
Yes, I can feel the friction starting now. I'll burn in a minute. I'll be scattered like ashes all across the land. Funny, that's a useful act, isn't it? To help other things grow?
Oh, now don't talk like that, Captain.
I'm sorry, Lester. You're a good man. I hope they rescue you.
Well, I believe you're a good man, Captain.
Maybe, Lester. Maybe I am after all.
Oh, you just got a bit twisted, Tommy, that's all. It wasn't your fault.
No, it wasn't my blame. Funny.
Sir?
I feel a sense of calm now. Almost relief. Did you ever get out of a cold shower and feel like a new man? Clean and ready for breakfast and a new day? I have a feeling like that. It's a beautiful old earth, Lester. Good to go home. I wonder if anyone will see me.
Captain!
What, Stevie?
Why did we come down to the beach tonight?
I don't know. I just wanted to see the ocean and the stars. Are you cold?
No. Mom?
Yes, darling.
When's Dad coming back?
I don't know, Steve. I don't know.
Mom? What's the matter between you and Dad?
Matter? Oh, nothing you'd understand.
Don't you love each other?
I suppose in a way we do. It used to be quite different. Long ago, when you were a tiny, tiny baby, your father and I used to come down here and swim at night. I was the first girl he ever loved. And then somehow, something happened. He got frightened or something, and we sort of lost each other.
Oh.
Come here, Steve.
What's wrong, Mom?
Oh, I just feel a little chill. Perhaps we'd better be getting back. It's almost your bedtime.
Okay, Mom. Mom! Look up there! A falling star!
Yes, I see it.
It fell right this way. Did you see it, Mom? A falling star!
Make a wish, son. Make a wish.
You've just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of... Dimension X is presented transcribed each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street & Smith, publishers of the magazine Astounding Science Fiction. Today, Dimension X has presented Kaleidoscope, written for radio by George Lefferts from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Joe DeSantos as the captain, Leon Janney as Lester, and Joan Alexander as Helen. Your host was Norman Rose.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Dimension X. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into X-1, our next featured program. Brace yourselves for mind-bending tales that will transport you to distant galaxies and alternate realities.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
In just a moment, X-1. But first, how does one man get himself into so many impossible situations? This is a question you'll probably ask yourself tomorrow night when you follow another hilarious adventure of Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Yes, Gildy's eye for the ladies and his impulsive temperament managed to entangle him in a web of riotous circumstances. Join the romantic water commissioner, his neighbors, Judge Hooker, Mr. Peavy, and all the loyal Gildersleeve household as they romp through another episode of The Great Gildersleeve tomorrow night. And now stay tuned for X-1 on NBC.
Countdown for blast-off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents X-1. Tonight's story, The Cave of Night, by James E. Gunn.
Oh, you want a level, Charlie? Okay. Though yet of Hamlet, our dear brothers, death the memory be... Anyway, how's it, okay? Okay. Check recording. I may go over a half hour. Make sure they've got another reel of tape ready, okay? All right, Look, Bill, I've just put the segments of tape together for the next week's show. I'm going to record my narrations, and we'll listen to it together tomorrow. I know this is unusual, but you're the producer, and I don't want you out on a limb that may be sawed off behind us. This week's show is liable to either win us every award from the Peabody to the Pulitzer Prize, or maybe put the network out of business. Okay, we start with the standard opening. Behind the world, etc., 40 seconds. This is Harry Anders, your editor. At 8 o'clock, after the sun has set and the sky is darkening, look up. There's a man up there where no man has ever been. He is lost in the cave of night.
And the fuel tank's empty. Receiver broken. Transmitting and clear.
Anyone picking this up, anyone. This is Rev McMillan calling. Notify Goddard Rock, New Mexico. There's no way to get back.
There's a man up there where no man has ever been. He is lost in the Cave of Night. We all know that phrase now, the Cave of Night. It was written by a poet disguised in the cynical hide of a newspaper rewrite man. But it stuck. It caught the world and held it like a butterfly pinned to a board. It started with a ham, an amateur radio operator, in Davenport, Iowa. All right, Eddie. Roll the first tape in here. It's marked.
Am I too close? I was up in the attic. I usually have a talk with WG73. He's in Buenos Aires. We play chess. Well, there was some kind of interference. And then all of a sudden, I heard this voice. I record most of my listening anyway, so I had the tape machine running. After I heard it, I called civil defense. That's what we're supposed to.
Look, Bill, I haven't done the final editing on these tapes, so don't worry if they're a little rough. Down out of the night, flung from the darkness, came these words, the first of so many that electrified the world.
Notify Goddard Rock, New Mexico. There's no way to get back. No way to get back. I'm stuck up here. No way to get down.
What does it take to catch the pity of the world? A man wedged underground in Kentucky. A little girl in the bottom of a well. Somebody alive, waiting for rescue, with the days of his life numbered. Somebody, somewhere, waiting for us to get him out. The story broke in this morning's papers. Orbiting 1,000 miles above our heads was a man, an officer of the United States Air Force in a fuelless spaceship. We're recording at the desk of Mike Bayless, senior night editor of the Continental Press National Wire.
Hey, you always get a reaction like this. I remember the Floyd Collins story in the 20s. Fellow trapped in that cave in Kentucky, remember?
Oh, sure.
And the whole country hanging on to see if he could get out. Then there was that little girl stuck in the well. Kathy Fiskus?
Yeah.
We pulled all those stories out and put them on the wire for background. But this hit bigger. We got the first lead from an Air Force handout in New Mexico. They just said an experimental rocket failed to return to base. But by that time, the cat was out of the bag. Ham operators picked up those messages from Boston to Fairbanks, Alaska.
Mr. Bayless, you first used the phrase the Cave of Night, didn't you?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you got to get a little purple on a thing like this. People eat it up. You can't spread it on too thick. Anyway, I was lost in a cave once when I was a kid in upstate New York. I waited around for a couple of hours in the dark until they came for me. It kind of reminded me of that.
It reminded the world of terrors at night, of struggling awake through nightmares. The fears of loneliness, darkness, falling, suffocation, thirst. It reminded me of Rev McMillan. And perhaps I have an advantage over all the other reporters for newspapers and radio and television because I knew Rev McMillan. I knew him in college and in the Air Force. I knew that he was testing rocket-powered craft at Goddard, but I didn't know they were so close to space. No one knew, till those messages of desperation crackled down through the atmosphere. I remembered Rev when I saw those headlines that morning. Straight black hair, Clark Gable ears, a reckless grin. He ate well, reveled in expert jazz and Mozart opera, and he talked incessantly. His southern speech was no drawl. There was too much to say. And now he was alone. And soon all that might be extinguished. The men from the radio newsrooms rushed to Goddard Rocket Base armed with miniature tape recorders.
Gentlemen, I'm Colonel Arthur J. Hannigan, Information Officer for Goddard Rocket Base. And I'm authorized to issue the following statement. First Lieutenant Reverdy L. McMillan, United States Air Force pilot, Experimental Rocket Division, took off from Goddard Base at 22:34 Rocky Mountain time. His craft, the XR-37 Mark II, a hydrazine nitric 3-stage rocket. I'm sorry I can't describe it, boys. Classified. Well, in order to maintain orbit, the motors were pulsed for 1 second every 15 seconds elapsed time. After 3 minutes, the exhaust was seen by ground spectroscope observation to flare for half a minute. As fuel supply is exhausted, the craft has reached sustaining orbital speed.
What does that mean, Colonel?
He's out of gas. He can't get down.
The first mobilization was of the scientific brains massed at Goddard. Few of them knew Rev. Brains at a research project are usually carefully sorted out and salted away from the distractions of the outside world. They designed, they invented, they calibrated and theorized. But they didn't know the short, stocky man with a lopsided grin who rode the fruit of their labor up and out, and now circled the world of his birth with time ticking out. I covered the hearings in Washington for the network newsroom. I flew down from New York, and the stewardess came out every few minutes to tell the passengers the latest news. She called him Rev, although she never knew him, and once I thought I saw a tear. The hearing was before the subcommittee of the Senate Committee on Military Affairs. Presiding, Senator Alan J. Haggister of Kentucky.
All right, General Finch. You've made the technical situation fairly comprehensive, even to an old canebrake redneck hillbilly like myself.
I have tried to make the gravity of the situation apparent, sir.
It appears to me, General, that the sacred life of a human being created in the image of his maker is in danger. It's no light thing to be thrown away like some guinea pig. If that ship wasn't safe, if that poor man up there in the Cave of Night is to die, somebody is responsible. Isn't that right, General?
Sir, a manned rocket was sent up because of one simple fact. It takes a computer of tremendous versatility and capacity to operate a Harrison-Munch reactor engine. A computer of infinite complexity.
And I ask you, General, I put the question to you, why was such a computer not designed?
It has been designed, sir. It was designed 500,000 years ago. There is only one mechanism competent to handle those controls, sir. That is the human brain.
All right. I turn now to my second question, General, and I ask it not only for myself and my colleagues on this committee, but for 170 million Americans listening on the radio, watching on television. With that man up there living out his last days, why was it not possible to send a ship up after him? Why was there no second ship built?
For one reason, Senator, money. The appropriation for rocket research fell short by 12% of the amount needed even to build one vessel. Oh, frankly, gentlemen, the deficiency was made up by cutting corners and diverting funds from other projects.
That is not the point, General. There's a man up there who's going to die.
With the limited funds you gave us, we've done what we set out to do. We've demonstrated that space flight is possible, that a space platform is feasible. If there is any inefficiency, if there is any blame for what has happened, it lies at the door of those who lack the confidence and the courage and ability of their countrymen to fight free of Earth to their greatest glory. Senator, how did you vote on that?
This is Harry Anders in the gallery of the Washington National Cathedral. This is a special prayer service called by the Dean of the Cathedral for the safety of Lieutenant McMillan and for the success of the recently announced rescue plan. The church is filled. There's a sprinkling of high Navy, Army, and Air Force uniforms. I see General Finch in the second row, next to the Secretary of the Air Force and the newly appointed Undersecretary of Defense, Mr. Winokur. Prominently displayed in the center aisle, below the ornate railing separating the pews from the altar, is the small model of Macmillan's ship. One by one now, the congregation is filing past, dropping checks, bills. I saw one child drop in 12 pennies, one by one. All contributions are to be used to defray the cost of the rescue effort. The congregation is now kneeling to pray. A moment of silent prayer will follow for the safety and rescue of Lieutenant McMillan. $1 billion was raised in 1 week from voluntary contributions. Another $1.5 billion was appropriated unanimously by Congress. The race began. Would the rescue party reach the ship in time? Of course, we didn't know then. And daily we listened to the voice of the man we hoped to buy back from death. Now, look, Bill, on these McMillan broadcast tapes, don't let some ignorant engineering vice president holler because it's not broadcast quality. Believe me, I knew McMillan. There's more of that wild Texan in these tapes than in any hi-fi super-frequency response studio recordings. Just listen. You'll see what I mean.
I've been staring out the portholes. I never tire of it. Through the window at the right, I see a black velvet curtain with a strong light behind it. There are pinpoint holes in the curtain, and the light shines through, not winking the way stars do, but steady. There's no air up here. That's the reason. My oxygen is holding out better than I expected. By my figures, it should last 27 days more. I shouldn't use so much of it talking all the time, but it's hard to stop. Talking, I feel as if I was still in touch with the Earth. Still one of you. Even though I am way up here. Too bad the receiver is broken, but if it had to be one or the other, I'm glad it was the transmitter that came through all right. There's only one of me. There are billions of you to talk to. You can't see me now. You'll have to wait hours for the dawn. I'll have mine in a few minutes.
That's the way he talked. And as we listened to the lonely voice from the night, the engineers, the scientists, the construction men worked round the clock. General Finch presented the problem in the pool interview. I asked the questions for the combined networks that afternoon. Most of you heard the complete broadcast live as he briefed the world with the clipped, laconic delivery of a soldier.
There are two basic problems. We've recovered the first and second stages of the rocket. We've only to construct the third stage. The second problem is more difficult. The pilot. Lieutenant McMillan was the only man physically and psychologically qualified. We discovered that in our first program. His training and orientation took 18 months. We have now to duplicate this in 27 days.
You think it's possible, General?
I don't know. That's all, Mr. Anders. Stevenson, get me some coffee, will you? Black and some kind of sandwich, no butter, no mayonnaise.
And then the voice from the cave asked a question and expected no answer.
Do you hear me down there? Sometimes I wonder. I wish there was some way I could be sure you were hearing me. Just that one thing might keep me from going crazy.
I was there the night we answered that question. I was there in a helicopter over Kansas City. This is Harry Anders speaking to you from a helicopter over Kansas City. There are 15 seconds till midnight. The plan was developed by General Finch. At precisely midnight, every light in the city will be out and then flashed on in 2-second intervals. This will be the exact moment that McMillan's ship is calculated to pass overhead. It's almost time now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There they go. Off. On. Off. On. Off. On.
I see it. I see it. Kansas City winking at me. Oh, yes, I can see it. Thanks. Thanks. You're listening. I know that now. I'm not alone. I'll never forget. I'm waiting for you.
We're recording in the press gallery of the Goddard Rocket Base main construction hangar. The vast third stage component stands before us, men swarming up and down the gantry cranes. The Mark III is being built to carry 5 men instead of 1. The pilot selection has been kept a top secret to avoid unnecessary strain on the men selected. The latest progress report gives a possible margin of 6 hours between the launching of the rescue ship and the estimated exhaustion supply of oxygen to Lieutenant McMillan. The shift is changing now. The expert construction workers recruited from across the country by the combined efforts of the Air Force Personnel Service, the Atomic Energy Commission, and the International United Electrical Workers and United Auto Workers of the AFL-CIO. The margin is 6 hours. 6 hours between life and death for Lieutenant Reverdy L. McMillan.
An hour ago, I saw the sun rise over Russia. Looks like any other land from here. The green where it should be green. Farther north, a sort of mud color. And then white where the snow is still deep. Up here, you wonder why we're so different when the land is the same. You think we're all the same children of the same mother planet. Who says we're different?
Can you hear me in the back?
Hey, stand a little close.
Well, how about this?
That's better. That's better.
All right, gentlemen, I have exactly 5 minutes for the press conference. Therefore, I'm not going to answer any questions. Progress report is as follows. As a safety factor, we're constructing 2 complete 3-stage rockets and 6 additional 3rd-stage components. The telemetered reports from McMillan's ship have added important additional information, and the first of the rescue vessels should be ready to be launched at the estimated time, weather permitting. Now, don't ask a question. Within certain limitations of air turbulence, the rocket will be ready to lift in time to save Lieutenant McMillan.
21 days. The air's bad tonight. Can't seem to get a full breath. It seems to stick in the lungs. It doesn't matter, though. But I wish you could see what I've seen. The vast, spreading universe around Earth like a bride in a soft veil. You'd know then that we belong out here. Come out, mankind. Come out and see what I have seen.
This is Harry Anders at Goddard Rocket Base. The Harrison Munch reactor engine for the first 3rd stage rescue is being tested here at Goddard. You can hear the roaring of the gases in the test chamber behind me. The work has been stepped up as a new calculation based on the increased temperature reading from McMillan's ship indicates that the exhaustion time will be some 6 hours earlier than originally estimated. The margin of rescue will be in minutes.
Air very bad. Better hurry. Can't last much longer. It's silly, of course you'll hurry. But I don't want anyone feeling sorry for me. I've seen the stars clearly. But more than this, I've seen the earth. There where I have lived and loved. I have known it better than any man. And loved it better. And known its children better. Goodbye. I have a better tomb than the greatest conqueror Earth ever bore. Do not disturb.
Countdown for blast off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Anders, tape 323. We're in the press operation room of Goddard Field. The rescue rocket has been aloft 53 minutes plus. Its calculated time of arrival is 54 minutes. You will hear the voice of General Beauregard Finch on a direct pickup from the rescue vessel, which has been named unofficially the Lifesaver. Silent crowds have collected at the outer perimeter of the rocket base as if by their presence they might help it.
Here it comes. Quiet, quiet.
The next voice you hear will be General Finch, aloft in the rescue ship. The voice quality may not be good. He's speaking over a throat mic in his pressure suit.
Mark 3 to base. This is Finch. Going to secure that deal. We have just secured to the airlock of Macmillan's ship. I'm now entering the lock. The inner door is closed. I have closed the outer door. The inner door is cycling. Now it is open. Bring in those oxy bottles, will you? The bulkhead to the control room is open.
Is he all right?
Come on, wonder what's happening.
Lieutenant Macmillan is dead. He died heroically, waiting till all hope was gone, until every oxygen gauge stood at 0. And then, well, the airlock was open when we arrived. In accordance with his own wish, his body will be left here in its eternal orbit. I'm going to leave now. My feet will be the last to touch this deck. Lieutenant Macmillan is in his control chair, staring out towards the stars. I'll leave the airlock doors open behind me. Let the airless, frigid arms of space protect and preserve for all eternity this man they would not let go.
Well, that's the show, Bill. Bill, you remember at the conference we hadn't made up our mind whether to pick anything up from the celebration last night after the news of the Mars landing? I said it was the right end for Rev Macmillan's story. You said it was old stuff. Every kid knew the sequence. The ships built to rescue Rev, used to set up the satellite base, from the base to the moon and now to Mars. Well, I went out with a mini-tape last night, and I've got the end of the story. Here it is. This is Harry Anders in Times Square. The neon rocket ship at the top of the Times building has just flashed into brilliant light. The signal that the landing signal has been received from the rocket Rev Macmillan III. Man has landed on Mars. And a holiday crowd here in Times Square is celebrating like 1,000 New Years rolled into one. I'm being tossed and pushed and clapped on the back all at once. Let's see what the man on the street thinks about man on Mars. You, sir. I'm broadcasting.
No.
How do you feel about it, sir? How do you feel tonight about man's conquest of space, of the planet?
Leave me alone. I'm in a hurry.
Just a few words of the...
Look, you get your hands off me. Let go of me. I'm not interested.
Wait a minute, sir. Wait. Rev! Rev, come back here. Rev! You think I could listen to that voice over and over in a tape editing room and not know every vowel, every consonant? I'm telling you, Bill, I saw him. Rev Macmillan. The black hair was gray and those Clark Abel ears were pinned back, but that's a simple operation. I played that piece of tape over and over. It was Rev, I know it. He isn't up there. He's alive. We've got it, Bill. We've got it on our show. We'll break it. Rev Macmillan is alive. I haven't written it yet, but we finish it off with this, with a question. Why did they announce he was dead? I'm in the tape editing room now. I've got the reel ready to record the answer.
Excuse me, Mr. Anders. I'm...
Hey, just a minute. I'm recording. You better see the page outside
Mr.
at the...
Anders, I'd like to talk to you for a moment, if I may. I have a letter of authorization...
Just a minute. I'll be through in a minute. Look, Bill, I've got the answer now. Last night, they landed on Mars. But that first ship, the one that circles up there now, there isn't anybody on it. There never was, except a 30 days recording and a transmitter. That's all. He was never up there. They didn't have the money for a manned rocket. They wanted a crash program all out, so they sent a decoy up. And we all broke our hearts to rescue the man who wasn't there. Oh, he must be laughing, General Finch and the rest of them, the ones that knew. I guess they had a problem. What to do with Rev? I wonder if he slipped away from whatever guards they have around him to see the celebration. He looked a little sad. I think sometimes he must wish he was really up there in the cave of night, seated in the icy control room, 1,075 miles above the Earth, staring out at the stars.
Mr. Anders, I must insist...
What? Bill.
Mr. Anders, I'd like to talk to you for a moment, if I may. I have a letter of authorization...
Oh, Bill. What? 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 What Looks as if I won't have to worry about editing this tape. My friends are from Washington.
I'd like to call your attention to the last paragraph.
What? Oh, no. It's very simple. You won't have to burn it. It's easy to destroy recording tape. I throw this switch. When the tape goes through the erasing head, it's gone forever. Oh, too bad. Would have made one fine show. Okay. So long, Rev.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features an exciting serial, Slave Ship, by Frederick Pohl.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of X-1. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Space Patrol, our next featured program. Brace yourselves for a combination of sci-fi and law enforcement.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Roastin' present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are trying to make their way through a strange valley filled with weird, poisonous plants. Suddenly, Happy trips and falls.
Commander, something's got my foot. It's the vines. They're drawing tight like rope.
They're winding around me, too.
I can't get them untangled.
Maybe we can cut them loose.
Yeah. It's grabbed my arm. I can't move, and the leaves. The leaves have got suckers on them.
Hap, we've got to get loose. These vines are man-eaters. We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Valley of Dread. Hi, Space Patrollers, you hear that? That's the Martian Mauler, the inter-universal boxing champ from Mars. He's practicing his Sunday punch. Superpower? Man, he's got it. Wow, that's the Terra State All-Star halfback, kicking that ball right over the goalpost of Terra City Stadium. Superpower? He's got it, too. So, gang, to pack a Sunday punch like the Mauler, to kick a ball for extra punch like a football star, it takes lots of training and practicing. But one thing for sure, they both had their bite-sized checks today. Now, how about you? Did you start off your day with a big bowl full of rice checks or wheat checks? Delicious? Mmm. Terrific tasting? You bet. Right down to the very last crisp bite. And no other cereal, flaked or puffed, gives you so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. Yes, sir, gang. You're right up there on the ball, ready for anything when you start off your day with rice checks or wheat checks. So for a super-powered punch like this, and a super-powered kick like this, start your day the bite-sized Chex way. Rice Chex, wheat Chex. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Valley of Dread. Far out, beyond the orbit of Pluto, a giant Space Patrol construction ship hovers in space. Scores of engineers and skilled workmen in spacesuits swarm over a nearby object that appears to be a meteor. As they work with grim haste, a Space Patrol officer inside the construction ship tensely watches a bank of viewscope screens focused in the direction of Planet X, remote planetary stronghold of the ruthless Prince Baccarati. At this moment, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are aboard the Terra 5, rushing toward the construction ship.
I want to avoid any space-phone contact between us and the construction ship in case Baccarati's monitoring our frequency. Let's go over each step of our procedure so there won't be any slip-ups. Yes, sir. First, we approach the construction ship on the starboard side, and that's where the dummy meteor is.
Right.
At 3, Tomo light flashes from the construction ship. We leave the Terra 5 in our spacesuit, jetpack to the meteor, and board it. Exactly 15 minutes later, we pick on the rockets in the dummy meteor and head for Planet X.
Check. Now look at this chart of Planet X.
Yes, sir.
Here's our ultimate objective, this warning tower. And here, 200 miles to the south, is where we land.
Too bad we can't plunk the meteor down closer to the tower.
And there's a good reason for that. To get these aerial maps of the region around the tower, we had to send several fake meteors into that region. Baccarati might wonder why meteors had a preference for that particular section of the planet.
Yeah, but none of our meteors landed, sir. They were automatically blown up after they transmitted the viewscope pictures back to the construction ship.
Well, that's right, Happy. Remember this. The tower is going to relay our meteor image to Baccarati's castle on the other side of the planet. Now, what's Baccarati going to think if a meteor suddenly checks its speed and makes a gentle landing?
Oh, I see. Yeah, he'll know there's a spaceship inside the meteor shell.
Exactly. But by landing far away from the tower, we'll be below the horizon. And we can cut on our landing rockets in time to avoid a crash. But with that small amphib tank we'll be carrying in the fake meteor, it won't take us long to reach the tower and put it out of commission.
When we spaceships on our ship, they zoom in and rescue those 130 men from Baccarati's work camp east of the tower.
It's our job to put that tower out of business. Otherwise, the rescue ships will be wiped out before they get near Planet X. All right, Happy. Get our spacesuits out of the locker, and we'll be alongside the construction ship in 3 minutes. Meantime, in his huge, gaudy castle on Planet X, Prince Baccarati paces the floor and berates his chief advisor, Dr. Malengro, whose scientific knowledge is being used by the prince in his attempts to conquer the United Planets.
Just look at these production figures, Malengro. We're 8 spaceships behind schedule. I ordered a speed up, didn't I?
Yes, Your Highness.
If we are going to attack the United Planets, we got to have ships. Isn't that right?
Absolutely, Your Highness.
Then why don't I get ships? Tell me that.
First, illustrious one, there's the shortage of material. We can't make endurium for the ships unless we have Arctite. And as you know, Arctite is very difficult to obtain here.
Excuses. I don't want excuses. I want results. Ships, weapons. I want to drive Commander Corey out of the universe.
If I may remind you, Your Highness, the responsibility for obtaining Arctite is in the hands of Captain Jekyll.
I'm aware of that. I sent for Jekyll. He should be here shortly.
But I thought he was supervising operations at the Arctite mines near the Valley of Dread.
I ordered him back to the castle. Yes? Oh, that's you, Jekyll. I eagerly await your command, noble prince. My ship factory is complaining of the shortage of Arctite. That's your responsibility, Captain Jekyll.
Yes, Your Highness, but I'm short-handed.
Short-handed? You got 130 men, all trained personnel, plus several hundred natives.
Only half of them are able to work. The climate in that part of the planet is very bad, Your Highness. Most of the men are down with fever. Suppose we took some other planet studies. The natives are standing up fairly well with a little encouragement from a lash.
Well, then use the lash on the others. Keep driving them.
Yes, Your Highness. Oh, incidentally, I have an object here that might be of interest to you. One of the natives found it near the mining area.
A piece of rock? Why would I be interested in that?
Obviously, it's only a fragment of a meteor.
That's what I thought at first. Till I turned it over. You'll notice that the opposite side is smooth and slightly curved.
It looks like metal. Processed metal.
Exactly. We've noticed a few meteors exploding high in the atmosphere recently. This one apparently was hollow.
Hollow meteor? That's impossible. This is obviously part of a constructed object.
A bomb, perhaps? The Space Patrol may be bombarding your planet, Your Highness.
Why would they bombard that region? I tell you what it is. This is a fragment of a robot spy. Corey's sending instruments into our atmosphere inside fake meteors. He's mapping the planet. Captain Jekyll, there must be more of these fragments out there.
Possibly, but they'd be very difficult to find.
Well, then send the natives out to search the entire area. Captain, I'm going back to the Arctite mines with you.
Very good, sir. My atmosphere ship is ready.
Malengo, you're in charge here while I'm gone. I'll keep in touch with you.
Very well, Your Highness.
Come on, Jekyll. I'll show you how to get work out of those loafers of the mine.
Far out in space, an object that appears to be a meteor hurtles in free fall toward Planet X. But beneath the jagged surface of the object is a compact, specially designed spaceship. Cramped in the control compartment, Buzz and Happy watch the round planet loom ever larger. It seems to rush toward them at constantly increasing speed. The two space patrolmen wait tensely, watching the instrument panel as the needle creeps toward a red line on the dial.
A few more seconds, Happy.
Yes, sir. What's that red light that just flashed?
It means that the outer surface of the ship is being heated to incandescence.
Oh, friction of the air. We're in the atmosphere of Planet X.
Uh-huh. By the time we put on our retarding rockets, we'll be making quite a flash in the sky. The acceleration will be terrific, Hap. We'll probably black out, but don't worry, the landing will be automatic. Stand by to fire rockets.
Standing by, sir.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, ready, fire rockets.
They're taking hold. Looks like they're going to make it.
You okay, Happy?
Or I will be when my stomach settles back down where it belongs.
Well,
I'd say it was a gentle landing for a meteor, but a rugged one for the spaceship.
I'll release the aft hatch so we can get the amphib tank in. All right. Let's go back aft and get into the tank.
On through the dark night of Planet X, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy take turns at the controls of the amphib tank, crossing the treacherous terrain of the unknown planet. The aerial maps, pieced together from viewscope pictures flashed by the pseudo-meteor robot spies, are of little help to the ground-crawling tank. Still, mile by mile, Buzz and Happy approach their objective, the tall warning tower that automatically relays viewscope images of trespassers in the sky over this part of Planet X. As the gray dawn grows over the Valley of Dread, an atmosphere ship flies low in ever-widening circles around the Arctrax mines, where men abducted from the United Planets are forced to toil. In the ship are Prince Baccarati and his prison camp commandant, Captain Checker.
That confounded mist. I can't see a thing down there.
I'll put on the infrared scanner, Your Highness. That better?
Yes, but I still can see through that vegetation. Can't you fly lower?
Scan more territory from this height. But actually, I doubt that you can see those men who escaped.
I want them found and brought back.
There were only 3 of them, Your Highness. They can't survive long in the Valley of Dread.
That's exactly why I want them found. We need every able-bodied man we can find. And if they are clever and strong enough to escape, they're strong enough to work in the mine.
Yes, Your Highness.
I'm holding you personally responsible for their escape. If another such incident occurs...
Excuse me, sir. But I saw something move over there on the ridge.
On the ridge? Aye, that's miles from the camp. They couldn't get that far in a single night.
Your Highness. A large animal looking. No, it's a vehicle, a tank.
You're right. Someone has landed on the planet.
I don't see how that's possible. The warning system would have detected any spaceship.
You believe your own eyes, don't you? There is a tank down there, isn't there?
Yes, Your Highness.
It's an invader, and it must be destroyed. Captain, are there bombs aboard the ship?
Yes, sir. 3 small cosmic torpedoes.
Then use them. Destroy that tank. It isn't much farther, Commander. I can see the warning tower from here.
The first chance we get, work down into the valley. One of the low probe beams from that tower might pick up a moving object as large as this tank.
Yes. We'll have to keep on the ridge for another quarter of a mile, Commander. We'll drop 2 feet along here for a safe descent.
That's right, Ham.
Hey, the ridge blew up right in front of us.
Keep going, but dodge that crater.
Yes, sir.
There's an atmosphere ship right over us.
One of Baccarati of all the rotten luck. Wow. That was close.
Hold it, Ham. Hold it on the ridge. You're slipping over the edge.
The dirt's giving way from under us, Commander. I can't control it. We're going over. creatures that inhabit the Valley of Dread.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Gang, here's a report on America's ready-for-anything jet plane, the most heavily armed fighter interceptor in the U.S., the Air Force Scorpion F-89V, produced by Northrop Aircraft, Hawthorne, California. And in just one moment, you'll hear from Bob Love, test pilot on the Scorpion. Hear that? That's music to Bob Love. It's the roar of the Scorpion as he prepares to take it up. He snaps a salute from the cockpit. And now Bob is set once again to face the hazards of his tough and exacting job in the sky. The Scorpion kicks to the air like magic. It's a giant ship, a monster bird of the sky, weighing 20 tons, with a length of 53 feet, a wingspan of 56, and what a fighter! Giant pods on the wingtips carry a terrific barrage of rocket firepower. Speed of the Scorpion, over 600 miles per hour. Gang, I wish you were here to see how Bob Love strides across the airfield after a grueling test flight. And just a short rest in the ready room, and he's all set to go up again. Now, for someone who depends on so much energy, it's no surprise to find that Bob Love is a rice checks and wheat checks man. Here's what he has to say about it.
You know, a fella has to be in top condition to test fly a fast aircraft such as a Scorpion. And that's why I always make it a rule to sleep well and eat well.
So, for breakfast, I pick a cereal like Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They're chock full of energy and really taste good. You'll like them.
Gang, pick your cereals the way Bob Love and countless other rugged test pilots do. Pick a cereal loaded with energy, loaded with flavor. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. No other cereal, puffed or flaked, contains so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the Valley of Dread. A system of warning towers on Planet X enables Prince Baccarati to detect the approach of spaceships. However, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy succeeded in landing on the planet without detection through a dangerous space flight in a ship designed to simulate a meteor. Boarding an amphib tank carried in the ship, they headed for the warning tower to destroy it. Baccarati, in an atmosphere ship searching for escaped prisoners, saw the tank and ordered his assistant, Captain Jecker, to bomb it. A blast toppled the tank off a ridge and down a steep mountain into the Valley of Dread. Now, bruised and battered, Buzz and Happy are forcing their way out of the wrecked tank.
Any bones broken, Hap?
No, sir. How about you?
Well, I'm able to move around. But there's more than I can say for our tent. I guess we'll set our schedule back several hours, Hap. It's going to take us quite a while to reach that warning tower on foot.
And what's the shortest way? I'm sort of turned around after that spill down the mountain.
Across the valley. By the looks of it, it's going to be rough going.
Yeah.
Bring you a Tomo light and a miniature spacerphone.
Yeah, I've got them in my belt. Here's your ray gun, Commander. Yeah. Hey, how about the shock rifle? The 10 kilovolt job. It's pretty heavy for a long hike.
Oh. What were you saying, Hap?
I guess the shock rifle isn't so heavy after all.
Bring it. Let's get through this valley while it's still daylight, if we can.
Meantime, in Captain Checker's office of the Arctite mine, Prince Baccarati sits at the spaceophone talking to Dr. Malengro back at Baccarati's castle on the other side of Planet X.
I don't want any guesswork, Malengro. Are you sure there was a man on duty at the view scope every second?
I'm positive, Your Highness. There have been no spaceships sighted anywhere near the plant. All the warning towers are working perfectly.
Then that tank Jecker and I destroyed must have come from one of the factories on the other side of the planet. Check immediately and see if a tank is missing.
Yes, Your Highness.
And order all the guards to watch for attempted breaks. We've lost 3 prisoners here at the mine.
Most regrettable, Your Highness.
Jecker just came in. I've got to talk to him. I'll contact you later, Malengo. Now, Captain, what is it?
Your Highness, my men have captured one of the prisoners.
One of the prisoners? There were 3.
The other 2 are still missing. But we'll get them, sir.
And the man who was captured, is he back on the job?
He's unable to work. Very sick.
He's paying you for fools. Take me to this man. I'll make him glad to go back to work.
Buzz and Happy make their way across the Valley of Dread, hacking their way through tangled vines. brushing against plants whose spore pods burst, filling the air with a choking, evil-smelling dust. But still they press on, toward the tower that must be destroyed if Space Patrol ships are to land on Planet X.
I don't want to spend the night in this valley, so I'll have to put on some extra effort.
Suits me. Uh-oh. Is that a hallucination? Or is it an animal?
If we both see it, it's no hallucination. Scientific experiment.
Where did it come from? What is it?
Whatever it is, it could swallow both of us in one mouth.
Jaws like an alligator, and body like a tiger.
With the shock rifle back, I think it's going to charge.
Yes, sir. Here he comes. You hit him, sir.
Keep out of his way. I'll give another blast.
Wow. What a monster. And am I glad we brought that shock rifle?
No, let's hope he doesn't have any relatives in the neighborhood. Let's get going, Happy.
Commander.
Yes, Hap.
How much farther do we have to go?
I think we're nearly out of the valley. I can get an occasional glimpse of the tower up on top of the peak. If we keep going, we can at least get to the base of the mountain before it really gets dark.
Yeah. Now, we can make it.
Hap, what's the matter?
Tripped over a vine.
Here, let me help you out.
If I could just rest for a minute, sir.
I know how you feel, Hap, but if we stop now, neither of us will have the energy to get going again.
Yes, sir. Hey, something's got my foot, sir. The vines. Hey, Commander, they're drawing tight, like ropes.
They're winding around me, too.
I can't get them untangled.
Maybe we can cut them loose.
Yeah. Commander, grab my arm. The vine is winding around my arm.
Hap, these vines are man-eaters.
The harder I pull, the tighter they get.
We've come through vines like this all afternoon. They never grabbed us. It's so dark now, I can't see to get you loose. Wait till I get my atomo light.
Commander, they're winding around you, too. Watch out for those leaves. They've got suckers on them.
We've got to work fast. Let's see how that vine has got you trapped.
It's relaxing now, too. It's loosening its hold.
I can see now. The leaves are shriveling up in the light. The light. That's what's doing it.
Hey, my legs are free.
These plants are active at night. The light makes them dormant. See, they're letting go of me now when I turn the light on.
Smoking rockets, that's right.
Use your atomo light, too, Hap. The beams will clear a path for us.
Hey, it works, sir. They're drawing back and going limp.
If we keep up this pace, we'll be out of the valley in an hour.
Hours later, at the Archetype Mine headquarters, Prince Baccarati is aroused from sleep by the persistent warning signal on the spaceophone receiver. Stumbling to the transmitter, he irritably turns it on, scowling at the still sleeping Captain Jecker.
This is Dr. Malengo.
Yes, Malengo, I know. What is it?
The warning tower near the mine, it's dead.
Dead? What do you mean, dead?
It must have gone wrong. It's not sending out any signals. No, all clear, nothing.
What? How about the other tower?
Everything's all right with the towers on this side of the planet?
All right, Malengo. I'll send a crew over to check the trouble. The escaped prisoners.
I beg your pardon, Your Highness.
Those men that got away, they made it to the tower. And there's a spaceophone there.
But, Your Highness, it's not powerful enough to reach any of the United Planets.
I know that, but perhaps they don't know it. They'll keep sending messages. Jecker and I can sneak up on them and grab them before they know what's happening. Jecker, wake up. Get to your ship. We're blasting off for the warning tower. I found your escaped prisoner.
At the base of the tall warning tower, Buzz and Happy look down at the morning mists that swirl across the Valley of Dread. Occasionally, they glance up at the sky, peering expectantly for the Space Patrol ships they hope will soon be landing on Planet X.
Shouldn't they be here by now, sir?
Very soon, Happy, if they heard our signal.
Maybe we ought to send it again, just in case.
No. By now, Baccarati must know that the tower's out of commission. He probably figures it's a mechanical failure. If he hears any strange signal, he'll know he can expect an attack.
Yeah, that's right. And our code signal was so brief that Prince's men couldn't have heard it unless they were waiting for it.
Yes, remember, our men were waiting for it. Weak as it was strong enough to reach the construction ship and the patrol squadron.
Yeah. Commander, I hear a spaceship. They're coming.
It's not a spaceship, Happy. It's an atmosphere ship. It's coming toward the tower, not the mining camp.
Hey, that's right.
Probably a repair crew sent by Baccarati. Keep back out of sight.
I just can't figure that out, Captain. Those prisoners made no attempt to contact the Space Patrol.
Well, maybe it was just a mechanical failure after all.
Perhaps. We'll be careful. The entrance to the tower is right around the corner.
All right, Happy.
Your Highness, watch out!
Hold it, Baccarati. Get the other one, Hap. All right, stop struggling, Baccarati, or you'll have a mighty sore arm.
Stop it, Corey.
I've got the other one, Commander.
This isn't going to do you any good, Corey. You can't get off this planet without one of my ships, and my men can keep yours from landing.
Then they'd better get busy. Hear that, Baccarati?
Spaceship.
Right. A Space Patrol squadron. We're going to pick up those 130 men you've been holding prisoner out here.
My guards will never let you take them. Your Space Patrol men can't detect without endangering the prisoners.
He's right, sir. It's a risk we had to take, Happy. We counted on the suddenness of the attack to overcome resistance.
I got 6 men guarding that tent. Your attack isn't going to accomplish a thing, Corey.
Just to make sure, Baccarati, call the camp and order your men to surrender. Use this miniature spaceophone. Tell them you're captured.
All right, Commander.
Go ahead, Baccarati. It's on.
Prince Baccarati calling Archetype Mine Headquarters. Prince Baccarati to Archetype Mine Headquarters. Come in quickly.
Mine Headquarters. Go ahead, Your Highness.
Listen carefully. This is important. I have been captured by Commander Corey. Tell the rest of the guards to destroy all the prisoners immediately.
Give me that spaceophone.
Those are my terms, Corey. My freedom or those captives will be destroyed. Guard, do you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it, but I'm not a guard.
Then who are you? Answer me. Who are you?
Ed Fenton, one of your ex-prisoners. You overpowered all your guards and we heard the Space Patrol ships.
Benton, this is Commander Corey. Nice work.
Thanks, Commander. Same to you.
You'll have all your men on the way home in a few minutes. Corey out. All right, Baccarati, let's go. Take charge of this tower.
Yes, sir. Oh, you know, Baccarati, since you won't be needing your castle anymore, I've got an idea. Why don't you donate it as a home for wayward bats?
A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Say, Space Patrollers, listen to what happened the day Jimmy Brown skipped his power breakfast. Right away, things started looking mighty black. Everything in the universe went wrong. At school, at home, at play. And because Jimmy was so gloomy, Jimmy's dog felt gloomy, too. Yes, but listen now to what happened when Jimmy started his day with a big, bite-sized Chex breakfast. A bowl full of rice Chex. And to make up for the other day, a bowl of wheat Chex, too. Right away, things started looking bright. Yes, sir, Jimmy had a swell day at home, at school, at play. And listen to Jimmy's dog. He's no gloom dog now. So, you see, Space Patrollers, the way you start off in the morning can set the pace for the rest of your day. That's why it's so important to get a good power breakfast. That means a bowl full of those checkerboard super cereals, rice Chex, or wheat Chex. Delicious? You bet. Crisp down to the very last bite. And no other cereal, flaked or puffed, gives you so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. So, tomorrow and every morning, start off chock full of energy and ready for anything. Power up with the Space Patrol cereals, rice Chex, or wheat Chex. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are bound securely in a robot ship headed toward Terra and controlled by Prince Baccarati from his castle on Planet X.
I can't move, sir. Even without that paralyzer ray, the straps would hold it.
Keep struggling, Happy.
Pluto Defense Squadron 12, Space Patrol to Private Cruiser NPC 307, F2 registry. Acknowledge.
Yes, sir. He's calling this ship?
We have information that Prince Baccarati is aboard. Surrender immediately.
I'm going to get loose and reach that spaceophone.
Major Ryan to Baccarati. Acknowledge or we'll fire.
If you can only let him know that we're aboard.
Keep fighting, Hap.
Hey, they're firing at us.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Escape from Planet X, when wheat Chex, rice Chex, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey, and Glenn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Ken Mayer, Bela Kovach, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat Chex, rice Chex, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol. And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Space Patrol. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Inner Sanctum, our next featured program. Get ready for chilling suspense as you delve into a tale of psychological intrigue and spine-tingling horror that keeps you on the edge of your seat.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, welcoming you in through the squeaking door. Come in, see my latest collection of corpses. I've dug up some very interesting pieces, but of course I had to pay a stiff price. This petrified man, for instance, he's over 100 years old. They found him in a forest. That's right, aged in the woods.
My goodness, do you expect folks to believe nonsense like that?
Oh, but it's true, Mary. Look over here at this artist model. The last time she posed for a sketch, she was drawn and quartered. The artist wanted to paint her with her head in her hands, but he didn't have the nerve to axe her. So he sawed her in half.
What an imagination you have.
You don't believe me. All right. I'm not going to show you my corpse collection anymore. This is the last time.
Well, I don't believe that either. But talking of last times, folks, this is the last time on Inner Sanctum that the Lipton people are offering to send the ladies that special sterling silver medallion. Yes, ladies, this is your last chance to own a really lovely piece of jewelry without spending a lot of money for it. Now, let me describe the medallion to you. It's made of solid sterling silver. It's about 1 inch in diameter. Yes, and it's decorated with the Chinese symbol for good luck. You can wear the medallion as a necklace or a choker. You see, it's hung on a narrow black rayon satin ribbon. Or if you wish, you can simply add it to your charm bracelet. And here's how you get this handsome medallion. Listen, just send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to Lipton Tea, Box 92. That's Box 92, New York City.
All right, friends. Better write that address down on a dry piece of paper. Why do I say dry? Because everything will be wet by the time we're through here. Wet with gore. Tonight's story is called Dead Man's Debt. It's an original radio play by Robert Newman. And our star tonight is Joseph Julian, who plays the role of Danny. The corner cell in the courthouse jail. Stone walls, stone floor, and a hard cot. Lying on the cot, huddled under the blanket, is Danny Gorman. His eyes are closed and his breathing is regular. But even he is not sure whether he's asleep or awake. For he's listening to a voice he's heard quite often during the past few weeks. And a voice he shouldn't be able to hear. A voice of a dead man.
Are you sleeping, Danny? Don't. It's a waste of time. A real waste. You'll be sleeping for a long, long time, very soon. when you're dead like I am.
No.
Yes,
No.
Danny. Did you think you were going to get away with it? You won't. You'll pay. And soon.
No, I said no. Shut up, will you? Oh.
What's the trouble in here? What are you making all that racket for? Better pull yourself together and get moving. Waiting for you downstairs, court's in session.
All right, don't rush me. I'm coming.
I'm not rushing you. Sure glad to be rid of you. Glad you won't be coming back here again.
What? What do you mean?
They'll wind up your case this morning. Hand down a verdict before lunch. 2 to 1, they do it without leaving the jury box. And 10 to 1, it's guilty.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have.
Prisoner will rise and face the jury.
Go on, Danny. Stand up.
What is your verdict?
Not guilty. Right. You mean? What a riot. I should have taken him up on it. 10 to 1 he wanted to give me that you were going to send me up. But I knew it. I knew you would.
Order, Mr. Russell. Will you quiet your client?
I apologize, Your Honor, but as you can imagine, he's been under considerable strain. Take it easy, Danny.
Danny. Oh, Danny.
Oh, Gail, hiya, baby.
I knew it too, Danny. I knew they'd let you go. They had to.
Hope you don't mind coming here to celebrate. It's not very fancy, but, well, this is where they picked me up, put the cuffs on me. I'm kind of sentimental about it.
That's perfectly all right.
Here's to you, Russell. You did a swell job getting me off.
Well, thank you. I had probably done better if I didn't have a conscience.
How come?
I was assigned to your case. I had to defend you. And I did the best job I could. But it was a little hard to put my heart in it when I knew you were guilty. Not of the murder you were charged with, but another one.
What?
If that's supposed to be funny, Mr. Russell.
It's not, Gail. Danny was charged with the murder of Carson, a well-known jeweler, whose body was found a few miles from his country house. Danny was seen in the vicinity in the company of Stack Allen, a man with a long criminal record. Now, if you remember, there were just 3 things that saved Danny. 1, the fact that Carson was thought to have a valuable diamond on him. Danny didn't have the diamond, and it hasn't been found yet. 2, Carson was shot with a .45. Danny's gun was a .38. And 3, Stack Allen has disappeared. Now, on the basis of these 3 facts, I was able to convince the jury that it was Stack who killed Carson and took the diamond. And, as a matter of fact, that's what I think did happen.
Well?
The DA made one mistake. He charged you with a wrong murder. I don't believe you killed Carson, but I do think you killed Stack Allen.
That's ridiculous. Danny, tell him it's not true. Tell him.
Shut up. What are you going to do about it?
Nothing. I'm not a policeman. I'm an attorney.
You're lying.
No. You see, basically, I have great respect for the law. I believe that even though it sometimes makes mistakes, it generally corrects them. I think it'll catch up with you. In the meantime, well, there's the matter of my services. Since I saved your life, I figure you owe me a good deal.
Don't worry about that. I'll pay you.
Yes? How?
Never mind that. I said I'd pay you.
You don't have the money now. I know that. If you wanted me to, I could probably help you.
I don't want any help from you or anyone else. I said I'd pay you, and I will. Come on, Gail. Let's get out of here.
Are you sleeping again, Danny? That's a mistake. A waste of time. You'll be sleeping for a long, long time when you're dead like I am.
Stack, no, leave me alone.
I can't, Danny. Not until you pay for what you did to me. And you will pay for that. And soon.
Who's that? Who's there?
It's me, Danny. Gail.
Oh. Okay, just a second.
Hello, Danny.
Hey.
Starting to get a little worried about you. You all right?
Sure, I'm all right. What is there to worry about?
Well, it's been a week since I saw you. I've been hearing things. That you were hanging around with the old gang again. With Frankie.
So what?
You mean it's true? Danny, you shouldn't. You know what almost happened what would have happened if it hadn't been for Mr. Russell.
Russell.
You wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for him. Danny, you said you were going straight, and instead, he wanted to help you, remember?
How are you, Danny?
Russell, what are you doing here? Look, if you're worried about your dough, I told you I'd pay you.
I never said anything about money, Danny. And I'm not worried about being paid. I'm a firm believer in balancing accounts. We pay for everything we do.
What are you driving at?
You killed Stack Allen for the diamond you took from Carson. But you never got the diamond. Suppose I help you find it.
What? How do you know where it is?
I don't know. I'm only guessing. But if you show me where you buried Stack's body, I think maybe we can find it together.
You're just trying to trap me. Tag me with Stack's murder.
I told you I was an attorney, not a policeman.
Okay. Okay, I'll take a chance on it. Get your car, I'll show you. Go easy now. Turn off there to the left.
Into the woods?
Yeah. Just a little further. All right, go slow. Okay, now stop.
I think you'd better stay here, Gail. It's not going to be very pleasant.
No, it's all right. I'll come.
Just as you like. Now, tell me again just how it happened, Danny.
Well, we drove down here after we knocked Carson off to decide just what we're going to do. I had a feeling Stack was going to plug me so he wouldn't have to split with me, and I decided to beat him to it. He went over there. He sat down on that log, and he was playing with his ear the way he used to, pulling on it. I let him have it. I searched him, but I couldn't find the diamond.
What did you do with the body?
I dug a deep hole right there. I dumped him in it, and I piled wood on it, and then built a fire. And after it burned down, I covered it up.
Okay. Let's get the shovels out of the car and start digging.
Hey, my shovel hit something. I think it's him.
Gail, will you go back to the car?
No, I'm going to stay. I just won't look.
There. There he is. At least his bones.
Put your shovel under his skull and lift it carefully.
Hey, the diamond. The diamond's lying right underneath him. How did you know?
I didn't. I told you I was guessing. You saw him take it from Carson, knew he had it with him, but you couldn't find it when you searched him. You mentioned that when he was thinking, he had a way of playing with his ear.
His ear, of course. That was it. He hid it in his ear. Maybe he figured I was going to stick him up with something. Maybe. Anyway, I got it now. We're rich, you hear, Gail? We're rich.
Yes, I hear.
What are you looking at me for that way?
Danny, I loved you for a long time. Even when I knew there were things wrong with you. I stuck with you through the trial because I thought you were innocent. That you hadn't killed Carson. Now I hate you.
I stood trial. I got off, didn't I? I paid for the diamond. And now it's mine.
Yes, Danny. It's yours. But you haven't paid for it. You're only going to start paying for it.
There's our friend Mr. Bones again. You know, I don't mind his talking from the grave, but I wish he'd stop heckling Danny and not sound so much like a bill collector. After all, he didn't do so badly. He not only got buried, he got cremated, too.
Yes, he paid the penalty for his crime.
Yeah. But what right has he got to be so moral after he's dead? And so vain, too. Wearing a diamond in his ear. Next thing you know, we'll see a skeleton walking around wearing a Lipton sterling silver medallion.
That will never happen, I assure you.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you about a skeleton who could fly.
Now, stop. That's enough. You let me tell you about a real flyer, an American pilot, whose life was saved by the original of that sterling silver medallion that the Lipton people are offering to the ladies. Now, listen, folks, because this is a true story. It seems that a year or so ago, an American flyer had to bail out over enemy territory. Fortunately, he was rescued by Chinese guerrillas, and they gave him a medallion with Chinese letters on it. They said that this medallion would bring him safely through the lines. Well, he did get through, and only then did he learn that the letters meant good luck in Chinese. Now, there's a story to tell your friends when they're admiring your sterling silver medallion on its narrow black rayon satin ribbon. And to get this Chinese good luck charm, just like the one the flyer carried, all you have to do is send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to Lipton Tea, Box 92. That's Box 92, New York City.
And now, friends, back to the story of Danny Gorman, who was tried for the wrong murder and who's found, so far at least, that crime does pay, and very nicely, too. It's about an hour later now, and a car with 3 very silent people in it has just reached the outskirts of the town.
What's the matter with you two, anyway? What are you sitting there like a pair of mummies for? Why don't you say something?
I said everything I had to there in the woods, Danny.
I've got nothing to say.
No, nothing at all. I'm trying to pull a lily act now, Russell. Don't forget, you're in this as deep as... Hey, wait a minute. Stop right here. Yeah, that's right, in front of that hock shop.
Where are you going?
Inside to see a friend. Might just as well get the dough to pay you off right now. And I won't have to listen any more to your double talk. Hello, Finney.
Well, Danny. Haven't seen you in a long time. And I didn't think I'd ever be seeing you again.
How come?
Yeah, I thought that anybody who'd just beaten a murder rap would have sense enough to keep in the clear. Not get mixed up with anything hot. Or is this a social visit?
Not exactly. Take a look at this.
It's a very nice diamond. Very nice indeed.
What's it worth?
Well, you really want to know what it's worth? You want to know what I'll give you for it?
What's the difference?
A great deal. It's worth, let me take another look at it. Yes, it's worth $10,000, maybe $12,000. I'll give you $2,000 for it.
What? Why, you old... What's the idea?
It's very simple, Danny. You were tried for Carson's murder, and you got off because you had a good lawyer and because there wasn't enough evidence. But if you were tried again, right now, you wouldn't do so well. Because this is the very best kind of evidence right here. You see, I happen to know that this is Carson's diamond.
Yeah?
Yes, Danny. That means that you wouldn't dare take it to anybody else. It wouldn't be wise for you even to take it out of this shop. And that's why it's very generous of me to offer you $1,500 for it.
$1,500? But you just said... Okay, Finney. Take the diamond, give me the dough.
That's very sensible of you, Danny. Come back tomorrow about the same time.
Nothing doing. I'm taking a powder out of town. I want the dough right now.
All right, Danny. Wait out there, and I'll get it for you. $7, 21, 4, and there we are. Let's see. No.
Sorry, it had to be a knife, Finney.
Danny, you... Damn.
Couldn't take a chance with a gun, not with my friends outside. Shouldn't have driven such a hard bargain. Because now I'm not only going to take the diamond back, I'm going to take every cent you got in the safe. After all, it won't do you any good anymore.
All right?
Yeah, let's get going.
You seem quite pleased with yourself.
Why shouldn't I be? Get rid of the diamond, and I finally got my hands on some real dough. I can pay you off now. What do I owe you?
I told you, Danny. A great deal. Your life.
Okay, don't build it up. What do you want in cash?
I never said anything about money, Danny. There is something I want. When the right time comes, I think I'll get it.
Yeah? Who is it?
Me, Danny. Frankie.
Oh, just a second. Hiya, Frankie. fine. Just a little worried about how you were. Me? How come? That little job last night. Said you wanted to get in on it, then you never showed up. So maybe you were sick or something.
Oh, that, No. It was just that, well, I changed my mind.
Yeah?
Yeah, I kind of thought it over. I decided, I better stay in the clear. Go straight from now on.
That's smart, Danny. Real smart.
Yeah, I think so. How'd it go?
Smooth as silk. We ended up with stuff worth, 3 or 4 G's anyway.
Yeah, swell.
Yeah. It's only after it was all over that we ran into something kind of funny.
What was that?
Well, the stuff was kind of hot, and we thought we ought to unload right away, so we went down to Finney's. You know, the fence.
Yeah.
We got there, it didn't seem like there was anyone around. I took a gander in the back room, and you won't believe this, but the safe was open. Cleaned out. There was Finney, dead.
What? Well, you have any idea who did it?
I don't know. He'd been knifed. Whoever got him left in such a hurry they forgot to take the knife with them. I got it right here.
Well, let's see it.
No, don't touch it, Danny. You might get your fingerprints on it, and that'd be bad. I said don't touch it. I'll try any monkey tricks or I'll blast you for keeps. So you were going straight, eh? You mealy-mouthed double-crosser. Where's the diamond?
What are you talking about?
Don't give me that. You think I know your knife when I see it? There's only one reason you'd go to see Finney. To cash in on that diamond you and Stack took from Carson. Well, I want it.
Okay, Frankie, you can have it. I've been having nothing but tough luck ever since I first laid eyes on it. It's over there in my bureau, hidden under my socks. I'll get it for you.
You're starting to show some sense.
Yeah, I think so. More sense than to let you leave here knowing what you know. Now, get my friend the lawyer down here. Everything will be hunky-dory. You sure got down here fast, Russell. Hey, what's the idea? Bringing Gail with me? I thought she might be interested in anything you might have to say to me. You said something about another case?
Yeah. Look over there, in the corner.
Oh.
Frankie Ring. And he's dead.
You killed him?
Yeah. It was self-defense. So he came down here to get me to go out on a job with him. I told him I wouldn't, that I was going straight, and he pulled a gun. There it is in his hand. See? I got my own rod from the bureau, and, well, that was that. Sound okay?
Fine.
You know, it ain't going to be easy, I know. Me coming up for a second murder rap. But you can get me off. I got plenty of dough this time. I can really pay. The thing is, what do we do first?
We don't do anything, Danny. There are a lot of things you can do. But my suggestion is that you call the police. Give yourself up.
What? You mean you're not going to take this case?
No, Danny.
Why not? You fronted for me the last time.
Yes, Danny, and I told you why. I was assigned the case, couldn't turn it down. Besides, you were being tried for the wrong murder. But this time it won't be the wrong murder. It'll be the right one. This is the one I said was finally going to catch up with you.
I see. Is your car downstairs by any chance?
Yes. Why?
I'm starting to feel a little restless. Let's go places. Go ahead, march.
Danny, what are you going to do?
Are you kidding? You know about Stack and about Freddie. Somehow I don't think I'd sleep so good knowing that you knew. Besides that, there's one more you don't know about, Finney. I got him yesterday while you were waiting in the car. After your first 3, they started to come easy, even dames. We're going to take a little ride together. But I got a feeling we're not all of us coming back. Keep driving till I tell you to stop.
Right.
You're taking this awful quiet, the two of you. Maybe you don't think I'm going to go through with it.
Oh, I think you intend to, all right. Whether you will or not is another story. So is the reason I'm taking it this way. Maybe this is as good a time as any to tell you a few things. Why I took your case in the first place.
Well?
It was because of Carson. He was my father's best friend. Kind of a second father. It was he who put me through law school. When he was murdered, I made up my mind to get to the bottom of it, find out who killed him. I didn't think it was you, and it wasn't. You were involved. And I knew that if I helped you get what the murder was committed for, the diamond, eventually you'd pay for the murder you committed. Well, now you've got not one, but 3 murders to pay for.
What are you stopping for?
Railroad crossing. There's a train coming. Can't you hear the bell?
Told you to keep going till I said for you to stop.
Okay. Hey, what's the idea? You stalled the car.
Yeah. To make sure it stays stalled, I'll just take these keys.
Danny, we're right on the track.
Yeah, this is it. You fell in love, see? You ran away together, smacked into the train. Now, don't try the doors. They're locked. I'll just wait over here and make sure everything goes the way it should.
Well, Gail?
Somehow I'm not frightened. And I don't care.
Hey, my foot! My foot! It's caught in the train! Hey, it's not coming down your track. It's coming down this one! Hey, Russell! Gail, help me!
Help! Danny.
Yes. He was on the wrong track. Then he'd been on the wrong track for a long time.
John, what was it you said before about why you took the case? Was it true?
Yes.
But you always talked about payment, about something you wanted.
I wanted justice. And I also wanted something else. Someone Danny had at first and then lost. Someone he didn't deserve.
John.
Yes, Jest. That's right. You.
Say, what is this anyway? Inner Sanctum or Love's Old Sweet Song? You'd better get yourself another tune, Professor. Or I'd better get myself another program to haunt. That's right. One more sappy ending like that, and they can get themselves another host.
Why, what was the matter with that ending? I thought it was the nicest one we've had this year. I thought it was sweet the way those two people discovered they loved each other.
Listen, Mary, there's only one kind of sweet stuff that goes on this program, and that's sweet essence of cyanide.
Oh, good gracious, this is the last show of the season. Can't you be human just this once?
All right, Mary, I'll tell you what I'll do. When Gail and that lawyer get married, I'll send her a Lipton sterling silver medallion for a wedding present.
Well, they'll have to get married real soon then, because this is the last time on Inner Sanctum that the Lipton people are offering to send that special medallion. Yes, ladies, this is your last chance to get a solid sterling silver medallion hung on a narrow black rayon satin ribbon. A lovely piece of jewelry to wear with your simple silk dresses and with your dressy suits as well. So you'd better send for your medallion tonight. Just send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to Lipton Tea, Box 92, New York City.
And now, a word of advice, friends. Don't let tonight's story, all this business about dead men's debts, prey on your mind too much. If you should wake up at about 2 in the morning and hear strange footsteps coming up the stairs toward your room, don't worry. It won't be a homicidal maniac. It will probably be the ghost of a bill collector coming to collect IOU. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Lay That Pistol Down by Richard Powell. Well, now it's time to close up shop until the end of August. Much too hot to go around murdering people. And down at the morgue, everybody's planning to stay on ice for the summer. So we'll be back to haunt you on Tuesday, August 28th. with more Inner Sanctum stories directed by Hyman Brown. Better have that date tattooed on your chest. Tuesday, August 28th. Until then, remember to serve Lipton's, the tea with a brisk flavor, iced as your summertime beverage. And be sure to serve Lipton's noodle soup as the one hot dish with a cold meal. And now it's time to close the squeaking door. So, good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Inner Sanctum. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as you escape our next featured program. This exciting thriller will keep you on the edge of your seat as you experience captivating moments of action, suspense, mystery, and science fiction.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Wonder if prices will ever come down? Fed up with the post-war world? Want to get away from it all? We offer you escape. You are standing at the edge of an enchanted grove, lured by a soft, caressing voice inviting you to destruction. You have nearly sold your soul to an ancient goddess from whom you must escape.
Escape, produced by William N. Robeson and designed to free you from the four walls of today. For a half hour of high adventure.
Today we escape to the African veldt and an enchanted shrine of great antiquity, as John Buchan told it in his weird story, The Grove of Ashtaroth.
We stumbled onto the place, Lawson and I, during the second day after we left Taki. We'd travel on horseback some 40 miles or so through typical African veldt, lush and green, with plenty of game and good hunting. It was late afternoon when we topped a rise and saw before us a small plateau of such beauty that we both reined in and sat staring at it, not speaking for some moments. A tiny, sparkling stream wandered through the verdant meadow grasses, and at the edge of the plateau tumbled in a crystal waterfall down to the plain below. Graceful clumps of strange trees grew here and there, and bushes blazed in a riot of bloom. I'd seen nothing remotely like it in all the miles we'd come. It stood alone, proud and lovely, an alien island in a sea of tropic jungle.
Great heavens, John, in your whole life, have you ever seen anything like it? If some artist had designed that plateau, placed every tree and bush by hand, it couldn't be any more perfect. It's almost weird, isn't it?
Yes. It shouldn't be here. It doesn't belong. But there isn't a plant growing over there that's like any we've seen in the rest of the jungle.
Probably a difference in minerals in the soil, something of that kind.
It's more than that. They're not even the same varieties.
It's true. That one grove standing alone there near the edge, I've never seen trees that slender and fragile.
And the bark, it looks like silver velvet.
Silver velvet, huh? That's quite an idea, John.
Yes, I guess it is at that. Anyway, those doves seem to like it. They never stop circling over that one particular grove.
They're probably nesting there. A flock of white doves circling over a silver grove. But, there's something vaguely familiar about that.
Yes, there is.
John, can you make out some kind of a dark shape there through the trees over toward the center of the grove?
Yes. Yes. Come on, let's ride over and take a look.
No. Not now.
Huh? Why?
I mean, you'll have plenty of chance to see it later.
What are you trying to say?
John, I'm going to build a home here.
A home? Out here in the middle of the jungle, miles from...
I'll build a road in from Turkey. I've got money enough and no one but me to spend it. I've always wanted to live in Africa.
Always, Lawson? Or for the last 5 minutes?
It doesn't matter. Somehow, even though I'd never seen it, I've dreamed of this spot all my life. I've got to live here. Want to live here, I mean.
But so quickly, at least think it over first.
No, I don't have to think it over. I know what has to be done. John, it's here that I build my tabernacle.
I couldn't understand Lawson giving in to this sudden, foolish impulse. It wasn't like him. But there was nothing I could do. I left him at Torquay the next day and returned to the matter-of-fact world of business in London. And it was 3 years before I saw him again. 3 years before I returned to Africa to find that he'd built a manor house in the jungle and equipped it with all the conveniences of the English countryside, of which not the least was Travers, his butler.
May I be so bold as to say it, Mr. Buchan? It's very good to see you again, sir. You bring a breath of old London out of this heathen foreign country.
Well, thank you, Travers. It's good to see you again. This is some different from the old granite front on Grosvenor Square, isn't it?
Indeed it is, sir. A great many things are different.
Yes. Mr. Lawson's turned this jungle clearing into a paradise on earth.
If you'll pardon me, sir, I think paradise is not quite the word.
Hmm? Oh, well...
perhaps I'd better tell the master you've arrived, Mr. Buchan. He's been lying down.
Oh, not ill, I hope.
I'll tell him you're here, sir.
Travers left the room and I waited alone, wondering at the strangeness of his manner. I had finally decided it must be induced by homesickness. I looked about me, as impressed by the austere magnificence of the library as I'd been by the grounds outside. There was an imposing mantelpiece of ebony at one end, and on it was placed an object elegantly fashioned of alabaster in the form of a half-moon. It was curiously carved with signs of the zodiac. There was something compelling, almost unearthly about it. Fascinated, I reached out my hand.
I should not touch that if I were you.
Huh? Oh, Lawson! I didn't hear you come in.
How are you, John?
Oh, fine, Lawson. Couldn't be better. You?
Shall we sit down?
Why, yes. Thank you. It's wonderful seeing you again, old man. Been wanting to get down here for the last 3 years, but you know how it is in London. Time gets away from you, and the first thing you know...
Yes, of course. Cigar?
No, thank you. Not now. When I finally did get the chance, I couldn't even wait for an answer from you. I sent a wire and then followed it right on down.
Yes, it surprised me a bit. Haven't had a visitor here for the last 2 years.
Oh? Well, then that explains why Travers talked the way he did. I thought it must be...
What do you mean Travers talked the way he did? What did he say?
Lawson, what's wrong with you? He didn't say anything.
Well, he's been enough.
I'm afraid I...
Forget it. I'm sorry, John. I haven't felt very well the last few days.
Well, that explains it. I say, at least you seem to be eating all right. You're actually getting a bit plump.
Actually, I'm fat. Gross, flabby, and obscenely fat. Isn't that what you really mean?
Well, no. I was only joking.
Never mind. What do you think of the place, John?
The place? Why, it's amazing. It's beautiful. No one could ever believe it without seeing it. I doubt if there's another place like it anywhere in the world.
You're right about that. There isn't another place like it anywhere in the world.
Oh, that reminds me. I noticed you left the grove as it was without bothering it. Tell me, did you ever find out what it was we saw that afternoon?
Yes. Yes, John, I found what it was.
Well?
John, I have an overseer here, name of McJobson, quite a competent man. I want you to leave with him in the morning, take a 3 or 4 day hunting trip. He knows the country. He'll find you plenty of game.
Oh, but I came here to see you.
I'm fighting a bout of fever. Happens every so often. I'll be all right by the time you get back.
Oh, now, wait a minute. If you're sick, I'm certainly not going to run.
You'll do what I tell you.
Lawson.
I'm sorry to talk this way, but I know what has to be done.
All right, Lawson. Whatever you say.
Good. Settle it. Believe me, John, I know what's best for me.
Yes. I'm sure you do.
Another thing, John. That carving that sits on the mantel, I must ask you not to touch it. It's quite old, rare. I should not like anything to happen to it.
That night when I retired, I found it impossible to sleep. I tossed fitfully, trying to think of some reason for the great change that came over my friend in these past 3 years. Drugs, drink, actual sickness, either physical or mental? No, none of them gave any complete answer. My windows looked out across to the turf, and I saw the grove of strange trees. It was bathed now in the moonlight by a soft, silvery haze. Even now, in the middle of the night, the flock of doves circled in the air above it, gleaming white from wing and breast as they wheeled in the shafts of moonlight. I dozed off finally, to wake up suddenly in that brief hour before the first light of dawn. I happened to glance from the window, and in the fading moonglow saw a figure approaching the house. It drew nearer, and I saw it was Lawson, barefooted, wearing a white dressing gown. Shortly, I heard his weary steps pass my door, and afterward the house was silent. I lay there wide awake. Lawson had been coming from the direction of the grove.
Good morning, Mr. Buchan.
Oh, morning, McJobson. Oh, sit down.
Thank you, sir. Now, in regard to that hunting trip we talked about, I can offer you a choice of 2 or 3...
No, never mind. I'm not going on any hunting trip.
But last night we decided
That was last night, McJobson. Tell me, how long has Mr. Lawson been sick?
Oh, it comes and goes. Happens about once a month like this. He's not the man that he was when I first came here.
Do you have any ideas about what might be the matter?
Aye.
Well, what are they?
If I told you what was in my head, you'd think me daft. Why don't you wait until tomorrow? You won't need to ask. It's the full moon, the next.
Full moon? What does that have to do with it?
You'll find it in the Bible. Read the 11th chapter of the 2nd book of Kings. Good day, sir.
I found a Bible in the library and thumbed it open to the passage he'd mentioned. I read through it once without understanding. And then one sentence seemed to leap out from the page. For Solomon went after Ashtaroth, the goddess of the Sidonians. Ashtaroth. Ashtaroth, of course, Ashtaroth! Goddess of the ancient East, whose strange rituals held a dark fascination for the children of Israel, over and over luring them away from their fierce prophets to worship at her shrines. The white doves of Ashtaroth circling the shrine of her silver grove. Why, then the grove at the end of the turf must hide a lost shrine dedicated to her worship. But what of Lawson? Did his blood carry one fraction from old Israel with the same ancient weakness to hear and answer the call of the goddess? Did he become an acolyte of Ashtaroth? What weird rites did he perform in the grove at night? And then I remembered tonight. The worship of Ashtaroth had always reached its climax on the night of the full moon. Lawson did not appear all day. And that evening, after dinner, McJobson and I took up our watch on the dark veranda, looking into the windows of the library. We'd been there at least an hour when...
Look. It's Mr. Lawson. Just came into the library.
I see him. Hey, what's he after?
I suppose he wants the little figure on the mantel.
We watched him take the carved half-moon of alabaster and slip it into the pocket of the robe he was wearing. Then he turned and left the room. In a moment, he came out the front door and walked off across the turf in the moonlight.
We'd best give him a bit of a start and then follow him.
No, he'd see us for sure in that moonlight.
I do not think so. He'd not look back now, sir, if there were 10 of us following.
McJobson, what is it all about?
You've read the book?
Yes. Yes, it's the ancient goddess Ashtaroth, but what is the ceremony? What does he do, and what is it that made him the way he is?
The ceremony you'll be seeing, Mr. Buchan. As to what has made him like he is, he does an evil thing, and all the while he knows it to be evil. He cannot help himself, and he knows that, too.
Yes. I think I see what you mean.
We'd best be going now. He's gone into the grove.
We crossed the turf quickly and passed into the black and silver shadows of the moonlit grove, working our way carefully toward the center. The only sound at first was the piping of the doves circling high over the lacy branches above our heads. I saw as we approached that the center of the grove had been cleared to form a small circular arena, was covered with smooth turf. And standing in the middle of it was a cone of rock 30 feet high, a smooth, sharp tower of stone that pointed up toward the tops of the trees. And then I saw Lawson. He stood by the base of the conical tower, his arms uplifted, the symbol of the half-moon bound to his forehead, and chanting words with meanings I could not even guess. Now Lawson threw off his white robe and began a curious kind of dance, moving around the foot of the cone on a worn path beaten in the turf, the same path he must have followed many other nights before. He moved faster and faster, uttering now and again a wild cry. We stared entranced at the circle of moonlight. And as he danced, a strange new sound slipped into my consciousness, an earthly melody that seemed to come from the tower, from the trees, or may perhaps have been born within my own mind, tricked by the magic fantasy of moonlight, shadows, and perhaps madness. It brought to me one vivid thought of the warm, soft lips of an unseen goddess, of lips incarnadine, whispering gently and sensuously across the reeds of a panpipe. I stirred uneasily, felt the quickening of my pulse.
You must try to resist it, Mr. Buchan. It is only a thing of evil cloaked in a false beauty.
McJobson heard or felt it too. Then it was more than a trick of my own senses. Something in me thrilled to the call of the weird melody. I wanted to rush out and throw myself at the base of the stone tower to dance as Lawson was doing, to spend all eternity in adoration and worship of the beauty of Ashtaroth.
No, Mr. Buchan. Think what it's done to him. Fight it, lad, fight it.
I lost all knowledge of time. The dance had grown swifter and fiercer. The moonlit figure in the clearing moved faster and faster, postulating and gyrating in tempo to the crazy rhythm. My blood was pounding in my throat, my ears ringing. The music surged through my brain in ever-mounting waves of incandescent sound. Now I was beyond reason, possessed by an overpowering frenzy when the cock crew. Then the grove was deathly still, and at the foot of the tower, Lawson lay unconscious.
How is he, Mr. Buchan?
He's lost a lot of blood, but I think he'll be all right.
Good. It was a near thing.
Trevor's got a couple of sleeping tablets into him. He'll not be waking up before tonight, at least. McJobson, I suppose you know what we have to do.
I'm well aware of what should be done, sir, but I've no idea how to do it.
I think I do. I shall take full responsibility, but I'll need men, all we can get.
The natives will no go near the place, but there's some 30 white men on the tobacco farm a few miles back on the bush. But they want a high wage.
I'll pay it, just get them.
Would you mind telling me what you're proposing to do, sir?
Yes. Something that may sound as mad as Lawson himself. I'm going to deal with that grove the same way King Josiah did.
Hey, it comes back to me vaguely.
Yeah. Here it is. And the high places that were before Jerusalem, which Solomon the king of Israel had builded for Ashtaroth, the abomination of the Sidonians, did the king defile. And he brake in pieces the images and cut down the groves. Both the altar and the high place he brake down, and burned the high place, and stamped it small to powder, and burned the grove.
Aye, 'tis the word of God. We'll need dynamite, but I have plenty of it down at the workshop. I'll go after the men first. We should be ready to start by 9 o'clock this morning.
It was just past 9 when we entered the grove, carrying axes and a couple of shotguns, and driving several teams of oxen. A light breeze had sprung up, and it whispered and rustled in the branches of the silver trees. We took care of the doves first, shot them one by one until we'd killed them all, 27, then piled their white bodies at the foot of the pointed rock. Then the men set to work with the axes, chopping through the slender trunks of the trees.
Don't miss a single tree. Get every bush. Drag them into fire. Right, you are, sir. All right, come on.
I stood by the stone tower, the high place of King Solomon, and watched while the work went on. Gradually born perhaps in the sighing wind, a strange fancy crept into my mind.
Oh, no. Please don't. Please, no.
I fancied I could hear a voice coming from the tower, from the trees. This voice was soft, warm, and pleading.
Listen with your heart. Can the spirit within you not hear and feel?
The heart of all sorrow was in that voice, and the soul of all loveliness. Distant, tenuous, with all the bodiless grace of a goddess older than time and desire.
Please, listen. Can you not know that I am beautiful, and once gone, am gone forever?
I could not believe that I was imagining this soft and lovely voice. I felt a sudden and overpowering adoration for this exquisite creature who whispered in the breath of the wind. I wanted to call out to the men, order them to stop desecration of her home and sanctuary. Then I thought of Lawson, of what he'd become, and I fought back the impulse.
How can you judge who knows so little? One who is part of the whole divinity of nature.
No, I won't. I can't listen to you.
Look at me but once with the eyes of your heart, and you'll belong to me forever.
No. Please, no.
You have killed my doves, covered their white breasts with blood. Are you not yet satisfied?
It's got to be done. It's got to be done.
No, please. You could stop now and leave the high place. New trees would grow, and other doves would come and nest in them.
But I can't.
What were you saying, Mr. Buchan? I couldn't quite hear you.
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Well, I'm ready to put the dynamite around the tower here, if you'll move back a little way.
McJobson, perhaps we could leave the tower. Maybe it's enough to clear the grove.
'Tis not enough. The book says, and their children remember the altars and the groves by the green trees upon the high hills.
No.
That's no good, Mr. Buchan. He who heeded the voices of the wind, every last stone must be destroyed.
There's within you.
No.
He is a stern man, and a cruel man, and his words are vile with hate.
No.
Leave me only this one last altar.
No. All right, McJobson. Go ahead with it.
Place the boxes of dynamite close together, lads. Easy now.
No. Even now, it's not too late.
I walked away slowly. The piles of tree trunks were burning now. The smoke swirled in the wind. I would leave this place tonight. Yes, I would leave this place forever. Then write a note for Lawson, telling him of what I'd done. And I was very tired.
Oh, please, listen, while there's yet time. The thing once done can never be undone. And once gone, I can never return.
I knew that my act, my reason told me all these things. I knew that this act that I'd committed had saved Lawson. Had saved his life and perhaps his reason. And yet I wondered if perhaps in so doing I was not driving from its very last refuge on earth something that was so rare and lovely. If perhaps I was not destroying a very beautiful thing forever.
Stop now. Please, oh, please.
All right. Our goal.
No. Oh, no. No.
Silence. Nothing but silence. And I heard the sweet voice no more. And my face was wet with tears.
Escape. Produced by William N. Robeson, directed by Norman MacDonald. Today brought you The Grove of Ashtaroth by John Buchan. Adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield. With Paul Frees as Buchan, Bill Conrad as Lawson, Kay Brinker as Ashtaroth, Raymond Lawrence as McJobson, and Eric Snowden as Travers. Music was conceived by Cy Fewer, with Eddie Dunstetter at the console. Next week.
When
you're tired from working all week, when the weekend offers little diversion, next week at this time, when your problems seem just too much for you, we offer you Escape.
Next week, we bring you another exciting story of high adventure. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Escape. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the dark world of criminal investigation. Our next featured program, The Black Museum. True stories about crime scene artifacts from investigations at Scotland Yard.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. The Black Museum, a repository of death, a repertorium of violence. Here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a teacup and its saucer, a lady's parasol, a surveyor's chain, all are touched by murder. You take this mallet. It's a familiar object, a wooden mallet, worn, got a wooden head, marked, nicked with all its uses. Maybe you have one in the cellar, in the forgotten tool chest at the bottom of your closet, in the toolbox of your car. But I doubt if you would care to own this one.
Hello. Here's something, Constable. Just an old mallet, Sergeant. Yes, notice the grease on it? And these. They look a bit like hair, don't they? Human hair.
Well, anyway, today, the mallet can be seen in a very special place of honor in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum.
Here we are, the Black Museum, Scotland Yard's very special, very particular museum of murder. Here lies death, row on row of cabinets, and in the cabinets, each in its place, each with its simple white card detailing victim and killer, time and place. The weapons, many of which you couldn't conceive as weapons, line these stone walls. Now here for instance, This is a woman's handkerchief, a bit of lace at the edges, crumpled, yellowish with age, yet stuffed as a gag in its owner's throat. It stifles screams, this handkerchief, and the sound of death. Here, a length of heavy chain. Once this chain enclosed a rich man's driveway. It was wrapped around his legs another time. It weighted his body in his private lake until the grappling hooks took hold. And here we are. The mallets. Little white card says, in parts, Guy Fawkes Day, bonfire night. Guy Fawkes Day, it's November 5th. It's an old English tradition, you know. The celebration of Mr. Fawkes's attempt to blow up the House of Commons, the English House of Congress, almost 350 years ago. Every November 5th, bonfires of all sizes are to be found on the English countryside as part of this celebration. And that's why, you see, no particular attention was paid to a particular bonfire near a highway in Northampton one November 5th. Although one fellow did comment.
Quite a blaze, that one, eh, Davy? Yeah, flames the street 15, 20 feet. Silly to build a fire that big way out of here. Well, maybe the fellas wanted London to see it, eh? Well, every man to his own idea, I always say.
You see, no particular attention for that moment. Now listen a moment. Yes, a man running up the road, past the two fellas trudging home.
Hey, mister, anyone at that bonfire?
Didn't look in a hurry, getting on to town.
Yeah, I say, he's troubling. Think he's going to catch a train here about this time of night. Might as well save his breath and walk.
Too bad if he'd been walking. If Marty and Davy hadn't been on the road just then, if the fire hadn't been quite so spectacular, even for Guy Fawkes' bonfire night, However, the ifs don't count. Davy was a touch curious about that bonfire now, as he and his friend came almost abreast of the blaze.
Mighty big fire. Think we ought to take a look, Marty? Oh, I'm tired. Fella said there wasn't nobody over there. He didn't. Said he didn't look. Well, I'm going to. Those spots get into the trees, we can have trouble, the wind and all. Oh, all right. Have it your own way. Hey, blimey. You can feel the heat right over here. Here, that's no bonfire. It's a car burning. Here, we got to get help. This will make trouble. Come on.
The two men dashed for town in the wake of the man who passed them, and there in the village, they found the local police constable. Quickly, they gathered tools left over from the day's bombing and buckets, stirrup pumps, and raced back to the fire in the constable's old car. They didn't waste talk at the scene. In a matter of minutes, the blaze was under control. A few minutes more, and they could get close enough to see into the car, or see into what was left of it.
Not too close, men. There's a lot of heat there.
Here, Constable, point that flashlight over there. Where? To the right. No, more to the right. The front seat. Looks like a bundle of rags.
Oh, that's no bundle. That's what's left of a man.
Blackened, a twisted heap, but still recognizable as the body of a man. When the first shock was past, the local police constable ordered the men to stand watch while he telephoned. Before dawn, the experts were on the job.
All right, Sergeant. What have we got so far?
Number of the car, sir. MU2489. Some fragments of the clothing. Garter buckles, belt buckles.
Mm-hmm.
A few pieces of cloth. Well, that's about all, Inspector.
Yeah, not much to go on. Oh, well, maybe pathology will give us something. Meanwhile, trace the registration, find the owner, search the area around here carefully. Routine, Sergeant. Let me know.
Yes, sir. The usual.
Now then, you two.
Yes, sir?
Aye, sir. About this fellow who passed you running away from here. What did he look like?
Well, it was pretty dark last night, sir.
Well, he had no hat on.
Yes, sir. Mott is right. No hat, but a top coat and a briefcase.
I see. Anything else? Notice his hair? Well, it was dark. Seemed like a lot of it, sort of a round face.
You couldn't see his eyes or anything like that.
How old do you think he was?
Well, he was running pretty fast, like.
Well, nobody over 35 could run like that with a coat on and all. Well, unless he'd been an athlete, of course. Oh, well, no matter about that. Anything else you remember about him?
Not me, sir.
Here, Inspector. Do you think he had something to do with this? We're not ready to think yet. First, the facts have to be gathered. We'll get out this fellow's description. He may recognize himself and offer to help. Meanwhile, we'll find the owner of the car. A great deal of... The The fellow didn't offer any help. All the newspapers carried his description, but there were no results. The number of the car did bring results, however, and the person of a youngish woman who gave her name as...
Nora Williams. It was my husband's car. He works as a salesman for a firm in Northampton. He's on the road a lot. He set out this time on the 4th.
There's no use your viewing the remains, Mrs. Williams, but perhaps you can identify these.
What are they?
Garter buckles, a belt buckle.
Oh, that's all that was left?
Are they familiar to you, Mrs. Williams?
No, not at all. My husband never wears a belt, only braces.
I see. Mrs. Williams, was your husband on his way to his firm, the home office, so to speak?
I don't know.
Oh, he didn't say?
No, and I called the firm. They said they didn't expect him until next week.
Williams, Robert Williams, owner of the burned car. He never wore a belt. His firm didn't expect him for a week. Interesting. Maybe not quite as interesting as the little scene in progress under the wreck of the burned car.
Hello. Here's something, Constable.
Just an old mallet, Sergeant.
Yes, notice the grease on it? And these. They look a bit like hair, don't they? Human hair. There it is, Inspector. Found it about 10 yards from the wreckage.
Oh, just an old mallet?
No weathering of the paint.
Grease, bits of hair. How far was it from the petrol tin?
Just a few feet. Another few steps away, that scorched area began.
Oh, the main area or that sort of trail we found burned through the weeds?
The trail, sir.
You're reconstructing something, Sergeant. Let's have it.
Well, sir, suppose that someone hit Williams with the mallet and drove the car off the road.
Mm-hmm.
Then threw some petrol from the tin on the car and laid a kind of trail of it until the tin was empty.
Yes.
This party might have tossed away the mallet, dropped the tin, and thrown a lighted match onto the gasoline. It's possible, Inspector.
Yeah. You may be closer than you think. Pathology reports that the man who died had been drinking heavily, and that the bits of cloth we found had been soaked in petrol.
Soaked in it, sir? And not burned?
The cloth came from the armpits of the dead man's jacket.
Soaked to the armpits in petrol. Whoever wanted Williams out of the way was thorough, to say the least.
Yes, but we don't know yet, Sergeant, if the corpus delicti is Williams. All we know is that Williams is missing, and his burning motor car contained a corpse.
Yes, sir. But if the body isn't Williams, then our missing man...
Maybe Williams, and maybe a murderer. Well, we'll see. There wasn't much to see. No Williams, no identity for the corpse, just a few bits of blackened metal, funny-looking mallets, a patrol tin, a bit of scorched earth, a pathologist's report, but no Williams. That was all. And then, quite suddenly, there was a plethora of Williams.
My name is May Williams. I haven't heard from my husband for 3 days. It's not like Robert. We were married in May. He wanted it then because my first name is May.
I'm Dorothy Williams. I married Robert Williams 2 years ago. Our home's in Brixton. I have a little boy, Robert Jr., of course.
I left the hospital to come here, Sergeant. Our son was born just 2 weeks ago. He's our second child. Robert and I have been married 3 years. He was at the hospital on Guy Fawkes Day just before he left on his trip. I can hear him saying, "Now, Elizabeth, don't you worry. I'll be back in 5 days."
I interviewed Mrs. Williams myself, Sergeant. Her first name is Nora.
I know it seems incredible, Inspector, so I checked the records first. Every one of these women is married to a Robert Williams, and every one of them says the license number of his car was MU2489.
4 of them. London, Brixton, Greenwich, and Bournemouth. And 3 children. What have we here, Sergeant? Motive for murder or suicide? And that mallet can be found today in an honored position in the Black Museum. Inspector Lorch and Sergeant Braddon found themselves of a common, if curious, state of mind. There was the very human and male tendency towards some small admiration for a man who could keep 4 wives reasonably happy, when most men have their difficulties with one. And there was the very stern necessity of finding this Robert Williams, who disappeared apparently into thin air, or who'd been burned to death on bonfire night in a blazing automobile. However, Inspector Lorch and Sergeant Braddon had something to work with now. They had 3 wives. The first one to be questioned was Dorothy Brixton.
What can you tell me of his usual route in his business, Mrs. Williams?
Nothing much, Inspector. Robert never talked business much at home.
Oh, what then, Mrs. Williams?
What then? Oh, what did he talk about?
That's right.
Oh, pleasant things, the cinema, football matches. He was a great one on sports. And after a while, he liked to talk about the baby. Bob is only 6 months old, you see.
Yes. Was there any regular time he was at home, like the 1st and 3rd weeks of the month, for instance?
No, sir. He'd be at home when he could. It was a bit difficult at first, getting used to that, but I managed. And he's so regular with the household money. Every Monday morning in the mail if he isn't at home.
By check, Mrs. Williams?
No, sir. By money order. Or in cash, sir.
Have you cashed in the last money order? Would you know where it was drawn?
No, I can't say, sir. I never took notice of that. Oh, Inspector?
Nothing much there. Nothing much except a picture of a quiet, rather shallow fellow interested in sports. It was Sergeant Braddon who took on May Williams. May Williams. She was young and quite pretty and very frightened.
To you, Mrs. Williams, 3 days is a long time.
Like 3 years, almost. He wrote me every night he was away, and now... Oh, Sergeant, that wasn't my Robert in that car, was it?
We don't know. Not yet, anyway. Suppose it wasn't. Suppose your husband has just disappeared.
Oh, he'd never do that. Robert's a wonderful man. Athletic, thick dark hair and a round face, almost like a boy's.
That much tallies with the man on the road, at any rate. We hope we can help you find your husband, Mrs. Williams.
Elizabeth Williams is no fool, and a newborn baby can be quite a problem when your only means of economic support has disappeared.
You see, Inspector, he told me this trip was taking him to Kent. And now the car's turned up in Northampton. Well, you can see why I'm so worried.
And under those circumstances, of course.
I never questioned Robert very much about his trips. I guess I was too glad to see him home. And he never stayed long enough to wear out his welcome. Ours wasn't a slippers and pipe kind of existence.
And do you have many friends in your neighborhood there in Bournemouth?
I do. Robert never cared to go out much.
I see. Well, for a man of about 35, that doesn't seem, well, too normal.
We liked each other's company, and there isn't very much money. So when Evelyn was born, we let ourselves get tied down. Now that Gerald's here, well, even more so.
And you say he was at the hospital on Guy Fawkes Day?
Yes, he brought flowers. Oh, I told him he shouldn't spend money on frippery like that, but it was sweet, and yes, he did say something about tomorrow will have to take care of itself.
Of course, not one word to any of the 4 women about the others. This was a matter for the inspector and the sergeant to keep strictly to themselves for a while at least. But beyond this, nothing. No sign of Robert Williams. Routine, if thorough, checks were made of the 4 areas where the 4 women lived.
Inspector Lodge here.
Call for you, sir. Mr. Thomas Brickwell from Faringham.
Oh, I don't know any Brickwell.
He says he wants the inspector in charge of the Williams case.
Oh, does he? All right, put him through, Sergeant. I'll speak to Mr. Brickwell.
Yes, sir.
Inspector Lodge speaking.
My name is Brickwell. I own a dry goods shop in Faringham, 215 Harley Road.
Go on, Mr. Brickwell.
I'm fed up with this Williams fellow. Think it's high time you police did something about it.
Well, we hope to, sir. Quite soon.
Then why don't you pick him up today?
Have you any idea where he may be?
He's on the 10:30 bus for Bournemouth.
What?
Left my house just a while ago. As far as my daughter Mary is concerned, I'd be just as pleased if she never saw him again.
Oh, is he your son-in-law, Mr. Brickwell?
Not yet, and never, if Mary will listen to me. I don't like the whole thing, Inspector. Turns up without his car, then the car is reported burned up, and Williams won't go to the police. Mumbles something about not wanting to be involved. It's a funny business, and I'm interested in protecting my daughter.
Well, you've been most helpful, Mr. Brickwell. We'll be in touch with you shortly. Good day, sir.
Good day, Inspector.
Yes, sir?
Sergeant, our man is on the bus that left Faringham for Bournemouth at 10:30. Check its first stop and pick him up. It looks as if he left his latest conquest to visit his latest offspring.
I beg your pardon, sir. Is your name Williams? Robert Williams?
Yes, it is. What can I do for you?
I'm from the CID, sir. I hope you don't mind coming along. Inspector Lorch would appreciate a word with you.
May I see your identification?
Of course. Here you are.
I see you. Oh, very well, Sergeant. You know, it's a little strange. Actually, I was on my way to see you.
Well, that was his story. And he stayed with it all the way. He was on his way to the yard to tell his story. And it was quite a story.
Let's have that again, Mr. Williams.
I picked up this hitchhiker, you see, just below Northampton. He had a bottle and began to drink rather steadily.
See?
I was just about on the verge of asking him to leave the car when the engine began to cough. I was getting out of petrol, so I pulled over to the side of the road and off. My passenger seemed to be asleep. I took the petrol tin from the back, the one I keep for such emergencies, you see, and just as I started for the road, the man called out.
Oh, he wasn't asleep then?
Apparently not. Did I have a smoke on me, he wanted to know. I tossed him a cigar. Never smoke myself, but just keep them for the customers. You know how that is.
Yes, of course. Go on, Mr. Williams.
Well, I started for the road again, and suddenly I heard a kind of whoosh behind me. I looked, and my car was a sheet of flame. My passenger was in the middle of it. I must have panicked. The next thing I knew, I was running up the road.
And that's all you remember?
That's all.
Anything you want to ask him, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Mr. Williams, you took your briefcase with you when you went for petrol?
I was afraid my passenger might steal it. He had his hand on it several times earlier.
You don't wear hats, Mr. Williams?
Well, I must have lost it. When I realized I was running away, I realized, too, that I had no hat. I bought a new one.
How about trouser belts, sir?
No, only braces.
That's all. Thank you, Inspector.
Now, tell us, if you will, Mr. Williams, why you never came forward until we found you.
Oh, that. Well, I guess you'd better know. You'll find out anyway. Women. Too many of them.
You are married, aren't you?
To one of them. Nora. A loyal girl. No questions asked. Wonderful woman.
Yes, she is. We've talked to her. In fact, she's on her way here now.
You won't mention what I told you, gentlemen, about the others? Between us men, that is.
Yes, we'll respect your confidence, Mr. Williams, as far as the law allows. Mr. Williams, did you have a mallet in the toolbox of your car?
Yes. Yes, I did. Used it for pounding dents out of fenders.
Did you take it out when you stopped along the road on bonfire night?
Oh, come to think of it, I did. The cap of the petrol tin seemed stuck, and I think I used it to loosen the cap.
And then?
Well, I must have dropped it near the car.
Yes, you must have. Well, that'll do for now. If you'd care to wait for your wife, Nora, you can wait in the next room.
Oh, thank you, gentlemen. I'll do just that.
This way, Mr. Williams.
Well, thank you, Sergeant. Thank you very much.
Well, sir? 4 women. Not too much money. You pick up a tramp no one will ever miss, get him drunk, burn your car and the tramp, let the world think you died in your own car, and start over. Seems so simple. It's really quite complicated. And where there are complications, there are always discrepancies. Aren't there, Sergeant?
Discrepancies. Yeah, several. Did you notice them? Now you take the business, the mallets, the 3 extra wives, the disposal of the petrol tin, holes, big ones. And of all people, it was Nora Williams who supplied the next one.
If I may, Inspector, I'd like to have my husband's wallet returned now.
Oh, is there something in it he particularly wants?
Yes, some of the money. He's out of tobacco and wants to buy some cigars.
Oh.
I never saw such a man for smoking. Pipes, cigars, cigarettes. He certainly loves tobacco.
Next one. And if Robert Williams lied on that score, in how many other instances?
We found the petrol tin 15 yards from the wreck. How did it get there, Mr. Williams?
I must have carried it there and dropped it or something. Our pathologist states positively that the hairs caught on the mallet are human hairs. How do you account for that, Mr. Williams? How should I know? Maybe somebody got hit with it somewhere, sometime. How should I know?
You said you don't smoke. Then your wife asks for your money to buy tobacco. Why did you lie, Williams?
What's she trying to do? Frame me?
I suggest, Williams, that you had petrol in that tin all the time. That you poured it over that vagrant after you knocked him unconscious with a mallet. That you laid a trail to the car and set fire to it yourself.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What for? Why should I do a thing like that?
We have that answer, Williams. All 4 answers. In London, Brixton, Greenwich, and Bournemouth. And a possible 5th in Faddingham. Your story doesn't wash, Williams. We're charging you with willful murder. And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. Now, about this mallet.
And that mallet can be found today if you look for it. In an honored place. In the Black Museum. No one actually saw the crime committed by Robert Williams, did they? But the circumstances were clear, and certainly Williams's life was the life of a rascal, to say the least. However, it may interest you to know that the day following Williams's execution, a London newspaper published a last-minute interview with the prisoner in which he confessed the crime, admitted the details as Inspector Lorch had deduced them, and revealed for the first time that the man he killed was entirely unknown to him, a vagrant whom he'd picked up in his car once or twice before. To the extent that Williams paid with his life, justice was served. Of the 4 women who'd been his dupes, nothing is known except that they picked up the pieces of their lives as well as they could. And the mallet, our exhibit, can be found in its customary place in Scotland Yard, in the Black Museum. And now, until next time, till we meet again in the same place, and I tell you another story of the Black Museum, I remain as always, obediently yours.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Black Museum. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for another journey of detective stories. Our next featured program, The Secrets of Scotland Yard, will take you into a world of crime, mystery, and suspense.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
How do you do? This is Ty Brooke. I suppose you've often wondered if innocent men ever hang, and if guilty men are ever set free. But have you considered how delicate are the scales of justice, upon how little the balance sometimes depends? Those cases in which up to the last moment the verdict of the jury is in doubt, and yet the difference between guilty and not guilty means life or death to the man who stands in the dock. On what does that difference depend? Apart from the obvious factors, of course. Does it depend upon the degree of counsel's conviction of his client's innocence, the ability of the prosecution of the defense, the attraction or aversion of the jury to the man in the dock, or perhaps the judge's breakfast on the day of the trial? Let us consider the case of Robert Wood, the shabby genteel artist, as somebody called it. It was brought to the Old Bailey 40 years ago because of a little sketch he drew on a postcard. You know what doodling is, don't you? Most of us do it. I'm drawing one while I'm talking. We draw peculiar designs on a blotting pad. But Robert Wood, being an artist, drew much better doodles than you or I. In fact, some of them turned into actual sketches. Robert Wood was a super doodler. He doodled in the dock. It is noon on September the 12th, 1907, a Thursday. Bertram Shaw, a young railway cook who lives in Camden Town, London, is returning from night duty on the railway. He has just called on his mother, and with her, he is now proceeding to his flat at 29 St. Paul's Road. They don't speak very much, but his mother notices something odd in the young man's behavior.
What's the matter, Bertie? You really tired? You seem all on edge.
You are, Mother? What's it all right?
Oh, come on now. You can't hide anything from your old mum. What is it, son?
Well, I'm taking you back to my flat today for a special reason. I'm taking you to meet my fiancée.
You're the... But, Bertie, when did you get engaged?
We only decided yesterday. Well, that is...
Who is she? Have you known her long?
Yes. Well, you see, her name's Emily Dimmock, and everybody calls her Phyllis.
So she's at your flat now?
Yes, and Steve's been nice to her when you meet her mother. She's had a hard time of it all her life, and she really is the sweetest girl. You'll see for yourself.
Actually, Bertram Shaw and Phyllis Dimmock were known as Mr. and Mrs. Shaw in the rather disreputable neighborhood in which they lived. What the young man did not know was that his intended bride was taking advantage of his night work on the railway to live a very different life on her own. With his mother beside him, and anxious to get the occasion over and done with, young Shaw hurriedly entered his flat. There he was brought to a standstill. His beloved Phyllis was lying on the bed in a peaceful attitude of repose. But something was quite definitely wrong. You see, her head had been cut off.
CID Inspector Neal here. Oh, yes, Doctor. Oh, you've examined the body. Yes, I see. Well, what time would you say the murder took place? 3 o'clock this morning. Yes, well, near enough anyway. Sleep, was she? Yeah, right, Doctor. That's all for the moment. Right, thank you. Goodbye. Sim. Yes, sir? Sim, take 2 men with you and question everyone you see around St. Paul's Road where this Dimmock woman lived. She was known as Phyllis or Mrs. Shaw. Try the pubs in the district. She was that type. Yes, sir. And I want to know everything you can find out about her. But especially, I want to know her movements for the last 4 or 5 days. It shouldn't be difficult. She was well known in the neighborhood.
Inspector Neal had practically nothing to work on. But late that afternoon, a ship's cook was brought in to see him.
Ah, you knew the deceased?
Yes. Well, I passed 3 nights at her place. Sun, Mun, and Q.
Sun, Mun... Oh, I see. And what about Webb, last night?
Now, I was with the bloke I shared bins with. I was following some dough off him at Clouds. We was in the Eagle.
Oh, check that, will you see? Ah, you were at the Eagle last night and you didn't see this woman.
Oh, I seen Phyllis.
Was she with anyone?
Yes. Young chap. I don't know his name. I've seen them together before. As a matter of fact, at the Eagle and the Rising Sun.
What was the man like?
Young, nice looking in a way. Didn't look very strong. Sort of shabby genteel.
Shabby genteel. Now, can you tell me at what time you saw him?
Several people stated that they had seen this shabby genteel young man in the company of Phyllis Dimmock at various public houses during the past week, and it was finally established that he was with her as late as 11:30 on the night of the murder. But who was he? Where was he to be found? Inspector Neal returned to the scene of the crime, the flat at 29 St. Paul's Road. What he found there put him in a much better spirit.
Sims, I've just been looking over the flat again, and I found this postcard behind the lining of the door. Evidently, it was the one the murderer was searching for when he ransacked the room. Oh, now I see it's downstairs. Yes. Phyllis, darling, if it pleases you, meet me at 8:15 at the... What's this drawing, sir? The Japanese flag? Well, use your imagination, Sims. What's it look like? Oh, it's a sun, sir, isn't it? Well, what sort of sun? Setting sun, I suppose. No, Sims, a rising sun. The name of the pub. Oh, I see, yes. Meet me at 8:15 at the Rising Sun. Yours to ascend the runners. Well, it means we've got a name to go on. Oh, I'd added business has done sort of good. Several of the cards we found were addressed in that handwriting. This is the only one with a message on it. I believe these postcards were written by the murderer.
and that he tried to find and destroy this particular postcard. I also think he is our shabby, genteel friend. Oh, isn't that rather jumping to conclusions, sir? No, well, look at the postmark on that card, then. The Sunday before the fatal Wednesday. He must have received the card on Monday. The appointment was therefore for Monday night. We know from 2 witnesses that he was with our young friend at the Rising Sun on Monday night. If we don't jump to the conclusion that he wrote the postcard, we might as well give up the job. Yes, sir, of course, sorry. How do you propose to take this Rising Sun postcard and these 3 others and have them published in facsimile in every newspaper in the country? Then, Sims, we shall just have to sit back and wait.
But what a long shot Inspector Neal was backing. How likely was it that anyone would recognize writing from a few words in a postcard reproduced in a newspaper? But Ruby Young did. Ruby Young, pale, delicate, with jet black hair and deep blue eyes, a refined, beautiful face that was a great asset in her work as artist model. Up to 3 months ago, she had been receiving countless letters from her loved one, an artist. These letters were long and flowery, interspersed with charming and witty little sketches. When Ruby Young saw the Rising Sun postcard in a Sunday paper, he immediately took up a pen and wrote to the man she loved, Robert Wood.
My dear Bob, you came to me the other day and asked me if anyone questioned me to swear I always saw you on Mondays and Wednesdays. I agreed to say this, though we've hardly seen each other since our quarrel. In the paper today, there is a postcard from you to a woman who has been murdered. Oh, come in. Come on.
Ruby, I'm in trouble.
Yes, I know you are. That's your handwriting, isn't it?
Be patient, darling, and I'll explain all to you. I've got to have an alibi for the Wednesday night. Some people saw me with her on the Monday at the Rising Sun.
Just a minute, Bob. Were you with this woman on the night she was murdered?
No, Ruby. On Wednesday night, I was out walking alone, but I can't prove it.
Did you write to her again after the Monday night?
No, but I did a few drawings for her when we were in the pub. She might have kept those.
What do you want me to do, Bob? I'll do anything I can to help you, you know me.
Don't you, Ruby? No, darling. I want you to say you were with me on the Wednesday night. Say we had dinner somewhere in Knightsbridge, that I left you at Brunton Oratory at 10:30. You went to Earl's Court, I went to King's Cross. Do you remember all that?
Of course.
Ruby remembered. In fact, she could think of little else. She became nervous, hating the idea of a conspiracy, and finally decided to go to the police, where she told her story to Inspector Neal. Ruby was asked to meet Robert Wood at a certain spot in the Gray's Inn Road, and there on a windy afternoon in October, 3 weeks after the murder of Phyllis Dimmock, the inspector waited for the man he firmly believed to be the murderer. A little way off, Ruby waited also. One can imagine her feelings as she watched her lover approach to keep the appointment she had made with him, knowing as she did that the kiss she was about to give him would deliver him into the hands of Scotland Yard.
Hello, Bob.
It's the first kiss I've heard from you for, much too long.
Bob, I have to tell you...
Let's move on from here, Much too cold.
No. Oh, all right. Bob, please listen carefully.
Excuse me, sir. Yes? What is it? I'm afraid I must detain you. I have reason to believe that you wrote certain postcards to the late Phyllis Dimmock, whose murder I'm at present investigating. I only wrote one to her. Nevertheless, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me to the station and answer a few questions.
Bob! Bob!
Don't cry, darling. I have to go with this gentleman.
Oh, be brave, Bob. Be brave. Leave the rest of me.
searchlight of Scotland Yard was focused on Robert Wood. Inspector Neal found that the 28-year-old artist belonged to a respectable middle-class Scots family living in London. He was gentle and lovable and had many friends. Strangely enough, although respectability was terribly important to him, a streak in his makeup made him associate with the most undesirable women. Nevertheless, he remained devoted to Ruby Young until she began to resent his attentions to these other women. When Robert Wood was arrested, he believed implicitly in Ruby, and with great confidence gave the inspector the alibi which the two had concocted. Unfortunately, as you know, Ruby Young had already told Inspector Neal the whole story. In any case, the alibi was disproved by the other witnesses.
So you see, Sims, it all points to Wood. A, he's undoubtedly the writer of the postcards. B, he's given us a completely false statement. C, he has been identified by two people who saw him with Phyllis Dimmock on Monday night. And D, the ship's cook has identified Wood as the man with whom we saw her on the Wednesday night. Well, they're all good points, sir, but surely not sufficient. Oh, I haven't finished, Sims. At this morning's identification parade, Wood was positively identified by a carman named McGowan. McGowan says he saw Wood at 5 a.m. on the morning of September the 12th. That's 2 hours after the murder. And where does this McGowan say he saw Wood at that hour? He says he saw him leaving number 29 St. Paul's Road, the house in which Phyllis Dimmock was found dead 7 hours later.
The police had done their job. All they found about Robert Wood pointed to his being responsible for the woman's death. The motive only was lacking. Robert Wood now sat in Brixton Prison awaiting his trial. How do criminals fill those hours? Do they sleep? Do they read? Take their minds off their predicament? Do they write letters to their friends? Robert Wood drew pictures. The massive array of evidence against him seemed to worry him not a jot. But Scotland Yard merely presents the facts without question. It presents the truth, not necessarily the whole truth. That must come out in court. Take, for instance, one of the main items that the police gave the Crown by way of evidence against Wood.
A carman named McGowan stated that he saw a man leaving number 29 St. Paul's Road at 5 in the morning. He stated that the man was of stiff build with broad shoulders and that he wore a bowler hat and his coat collar was turned up. He later identified the prisoner Wood as the man he had seen, saying that he recognized him by the peculiar swing in his walk.
So said the police and McGowan, and that was part of the evidence used by the prosecution in court. But what happened to this evidence when the defending counsel, Mr. Marshall Hall, cross-examined McGowan? How reliable was the man's memory? How much was his evidence worth?
In your first statement, you said the weather was drizzly, right? But you saw the man clearly by the light of the street lamp, right? You also stated you remembered the time was 5 because you heard a clock strike, right? My lord, I have here the lighting charts from the Electric Light Company proving the street lamps in the Camden Town district were turned off on September the 12th at 4:37 a.m. Furthermore, I have proof that there was not one drop of rain recorded in the whole of London that morning. When you saw the man leaving the house, McGowan, did you know the house was number 29? Yeah, I read it in the papers. And yet you stated to the police that you saw him leave number 29. Still, at the identification parade, you recognized the prisoner as the man by his peculiar walk. That's right, a kind of swing. And yet you mentioned nothing about it in your statement. Well, you see, when we go to make a statement, we're not surprised when we come to be cross-examined. I wasn't so particular. You were not so fly. You mean to say that knowing this man's life might depend on your description, you did not take particular notice of what was read over to you? Have you no regard for human life?
Marshall Hall never did things by halves. Later on, he called a witness of his own, William Westcott. ticket collector at King's Cross.
Time did you leave your house on September the 12th? About 5 minutes to 5 in the morning. And your house is number 26, St. Paul's Road? Yes. Did you see anyone that morning? Yes, a man going in the opposite direction. Are you conscious that you have got a swing in your walk? Oh, yes, especially in the morning. They say it's good exercise and out with your chest. And please turn up your coat collar. Put on your bowler hat and walk up and down to the jolly.
Sure enough, there was a definite swing in the man's walk. From that moment on, McGowan's evidence was worthless. Another item presented to the Crown by the police was the statement of the ship's cook who had spent the 3 evenings previously to the murder with Phyllis Dimmock. He had seen Wood with Phyllis on the fatal Wednesday night, or so he said. Marshal Hall quickly found the weak link in the man's statement.
You were in a great fright, were you not, when you heard of this murder?
No, I was not.
When you heard of it, did you realize that except for the murderer...
I was next man to him, the next man to the prisoner.
No, the next to the murderer, which is a very different thing, if you please. You realized your danger. It was a very unpleasant situation.
Yes.
Did you speak to a woman called May about the case?
Yes.
Look up, man, look up and speak up. You're in a court of justice. Now, did this woman give you a description of the man whom she said was known as a friend of Dimmock?
Yes.
So that you could easily have picked out the prisoner from May's description of that man?
I could, yes.
I implore you not to laugh, Merrill. A man's life is at stake.
It was certainly no laughing matter for the ship's cook, whose evidence and identification of Wood had been completely discredited. He left the stand sweating from every pore. That night in prison, the young artist on trial for his life wrote to his brother.
Dear Charles, my feelings were strange today, such that I cannot describe, though peaceful. Whispers of good cheer came from every direction. Little did I think that one day I should appear on the capital charge. To be tried for one's life is, I find, sufficient for the day, and I am very weary. I understand there are great odds to face that may end disastrously, but I will carry my head high.
Astounded was the false alibi that he had concocted with Ruby Young. But again, Marshal Hall maintained that if Wood was trying to make an alibi for the murder, he would not have made it for 10:30 when the murder was at 3 a.m. if he was guilty. He would have known what time the woman was killed. That's a very good point. When Robert Wood was finally called in for his defense, every eye in the court followed his walk to see if there was any peculiarity about it. Well, there wasn't. As he passed his father, he smiled gently and said, "Cheer up now, Dad." He gave his evidence badly, showing all his weaknesses, his vanity, his affectations, his love of the dramatic, but nevertheless with a calmness and serenity which staggered the crowded court. His counsel commented on it in his final speech to the jury.
Members of the jury, how could this delicate, amiable little artist have done this dreadful crime? His unruffled demeanor throughout the trial is based on an unruffled conscience. What is the evidence of murder? The only iota of evidence against the man is that of the carman, who has been shown to have a faulty memory, and Ruby Young, whose statement was invented out of events. A gross and vindictive lie. You cannot hang a man on evidence such as that. I defy you to do it. I defy you. I do not merely ask for a verdict of not guilty. I demand.
The prosecuting counsel described Wood as a cold-blooded murderer, and it seemed as if the presiding judge, Mr. Justice Grantham, was inclined to agree with the prosecution. The court, crowded with Wood's sympathizers, heard point after point right up against him in the summing up.
It must not assume that because no motive has been shown on the part of the prisoner, that therefore he must be not guilty. There is no doubt that the dead woman was murdered by a man who was leading a double life. Gentlemen, the whole evidence seems to prove that the prisoner has been leading a double life. He says he is innocent, and yet keeps everything from the police and from his own brother.
50 mounted police had been called in to deal with the huge crowd waiting outside the Old Bailey. A worried official leaned over to speak to Wood's solicitor, Mr. Newton.
I don't know what will happen if the verdict goes against him. I don't think we can control the crowd. We have to. The judge is determined. I've never heard such evidence summing up. Look at that fellow, Woody. It is the only one who isn't the least excited. What's he writing? Good Lord. I do believe he's making a sketch of the judge.
Yes, Robert Wood, having sketched most of the people in court, among whom were Lily Elsie, the original Merry Widow, Mrs. Beerbohm Tree, wife of the famous actor, Hall Caine, and Henry Irving, had now begun a caricature of the judge. Having seemingly condemned the prisoner, the judge paused and then resumed in a very different tone.
In my judgment, as strong as the suspicion is, I do not think the prosecution has brought the case home against him clearly enough. Although it is, of course, a matter for you and for you alone, gentlemen, it is my duty to point out to you that unless you find that the evidence is so much against him as to warrant a conviction, you must give him the benefit of the doubt.
This amazing change of attitude has never been fully explained. Marshal Hall thought that the judge, seeing the jury obviously in Wood's favor, was trying to steal the glory due to him, the defending counsel. But this is a doubtful explanation. Certainly there was glory for Marshal Hall at 8:15 on that December night when the foreman of the jury spoke those miraculous words, "Not guilty." Robert Wood. The court about him was going wild. Mrs. Beerbohm Tree rushed from the building to the stage of His Majesty's Theatre and announced to a cheering audience the innocence of the popular artist. Women fainted with joy in the courtroom itself, and even one of the policemen was heard to shout, "Hooray!" But what of the young man whose neck had just been saved? What emotion was he showing? Elation? Triumph? Relief? No, none of these. There, among the cheering multitude, he was quietly finishing his sketch of the judge. Later he wrote,
After the verdict, the reaction cannot properly be conveyed in words. I was not relieved. I felt depressed. I received with a sort of fainting feeling in my stomach, though it did not outwardly affect my composure. I was overwhelmed with sadness. I believe I was the only person who did not rejoice at the result.
a strange young man who was nearly condemned because he drew a sketch of the rising sun on a postcard, who might have been hanged had not Marshal Hall been there to defend him. And so the Camden Town murder remains one of those unsolved mysteries that from time to time trouble the conscience of Scotland Yard. Well, that's all for now, but I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Secrets of Scotland Yard. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to Los Angeles. For our next featured program, Dragnet. The stories you are about to hear are true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A police officer is shot down on the front steps of his home. There's no apparent motive for the shooting. The assailant escapes in a blue sedan. Your job, get him.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima, best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Sunday, May 23rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was off duty reporting back in on an emergency call. It was 5 minutes past 3 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. How is he?
He's dead.
Oh? Went kind of fast, huh?
I just got the call a couple of minutes ago. He died in the Wet Hospital. Friday, Ben, let's go. Thad Brown's office.
All right.
How did it happen, Skipper? I haven't got all the details. Guy used a shotgun, point blank. Fillmore didn't have a chance.
Chief of the detective's office, he got crime lab? Yeah, out there now. Right.
Chief Ron Egan?
Down the hall with Captain White, intelligence office. Said to have you wait.
Okay, we'll be inside.
Right.
You want to fill us in, Skipper?
No, not much to tell. Fillmore was working the day watch out of robbery. He left work at 6 o'clock last night, drove home. Yeah? He had dinner, then he and his wife went to a show. He got home about 11:30, went to bed.
Yeah?
About 1:30 this morning, the front doorbell rang and Fillmore answered it. His wife said she heard him open the door, and there was a gunshot. She ran to the front door in time to see a guy jump in a car and drive away. Fillmore was lying on the porch, chest ripped open.
You say the guy used a shotgun?
Yeah.
No other information on the car he used?
Blue sedan, that's all the wife could tell us. She didn't get the license number. Said it looked like a new model car.
No physical evidence.
Haven't found anything yet.
Here's the boss.
Chief?
Elliot, you briefed Friday and Romero?
Told him much as I know.
Any idea what the guy's motive was?
Revenge.
Any leads?
Just one. Then White Intelligence came up with it. A guy by the name of Jake Carver.
Carver? Not familiar.
He got out of Folsom 3 days ago. Served 7 years armed robbery.
Yeah.
Fulmore was the man who got Carver and sent him up. The time he was sentenced, Carver swore up and down he'd get Fulmore when he got out. Hot-headed punk.
Where do we look for Carver?
Already checked where he's supposed to be staying. Not there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a list of guys he used to run with before he went to Folsom.
Thanks.
Let's see, Joe.
Here it is. Ralph Danton, Ernie Travis, Jaime Flores.
Carver been seen around town since he got out?
Once that we know of, in a bar out on Sunset Boulevard. Flores was with him.
Well, how about Travis and Danton? They still around?
Let's see. Travis went east 2 years ago. Danton's around. Still runs with Flores. That's where you start.
Flores?
Yeah.
Okay. Any reason?
2. Flores' sister used to go with Carver.
Yeah.
Flores owns a blue sedan.
3:20 a.m. We checked Jaime Flores' last known address, the old 76 Hotel down on South Alameda. Flores had moved. His forwarding address was his mother's house, 1232 Alabama Street out in Boyle Heights. His mother told us Jaime was living on County View Avenue in Highland Park. 4:30 a.m. We located the address.
No garage here. Wonder where Jaime keeps his car.
Not parked on the street.
Yeah? What do you want?
Police officers.
Oh.
Like to talk to Jaime Flores?
Jaime? It's late. We're in bed.
It's important. We'd like to talk to him.
All right. Wait. I'll go get him up. Jaime. Come on, get up. Come on, Jaime. Cops at the door want to talk to you.
What did they say?
They want to talk to you.
Okay, baby. Yeah, officers. What can I do for you?
You Jaime Flores?
That's right.
We're looking for Jake Carver. You know where he is?
Wish I did. I'm through with that guy.
Why? What's the matter?
He borrowed my car the day before yesterday. Said he'd only be gone a couple of hours. I'm still waiting.
You own a blue sedan, is that right?
Yeah, 48 Chevy. Why, did he crack it up?
Couldn't tell you. Do you have any idea where we can look for Carver?
If I did, I'd be looking myself.
Do you know if Carver's got a gun?
Why, that punk pull a job?
Does he have a gun?
In the trunk of the car. I use it on hunting trips.
What kind?
Shotgun.
4:45 a.m. We got out a broadcast and an APB on Jake Carver, containing a complete description of the car and its license number. Roadblocks were set up on all main roads leading out of the city, and police details at the airports, bus depots, and the railroad terminals were alerted. All of the people whom Carver was known to have run with before he was sent to Folsom Penitentiary were rounded up and brought in for questioning. While Captain Elliott from Homicide supervised the interrogation, Ben went across the street to check with the coroner at the morgue. I contacted Lee Jones at the crime lab. 6 a.m. We met in Chief of Detectives Thad Brown's office.
Crime lab find anything?
Single footprint, that's all. Jones found it in one of the flower beds in front of Fillmore's home.
Is it tie-in?
Size 10. That's Carver's size.
Well, that'll help.
Is there any indication Carver might still be in the city?
No, there was a good 3 hours between the time Fillmore was shot and the roadblocks went up.
What about Carver's pals? Did they help any?
Well, Flores is the only one who admits seeing him since he got out.
What about Flores' sister, Dorothy?
She lives out in Long Beach, and Cenas and Burton are bringing her in now.
That guy, Flores, did you question him again, Elliot?
Yeah.
You satisfied with everything he told you that he knows?
That's right. He doesn't seem to be too close to Carver. No record of any correspondence with him while he was in Folsom.
How about the coroner's report now?
Shotgun, close range, hit him hard.
Well, there's mugshots of Carver. They out?
Photocopy's still working on it. Turning out 2,000.
Excuse me. Brown speaking. Albert. Right. They got Dorothy Flores in the interrogation room. You want to talk to her, Elliot?
Ben, you and Joe talk to her. Tell Encinas and Burton to check in here. I got another angle I want them to start on.
Right, let's go, Joe. He must be as mad as a hatter. 3 days out of Folsom and he kills a cop.
Yeah, if it was him.
You got any other ideas?
You need more than a footprint. We got to find the gun, and we got to prove that he used it.
Hi. You two going to take over?
Yeah, Lloyd. You and Gil check in at the chief's office. The captain wants to see you.
Okay. You want the policewoman to stand by?
It's fine.
Let's go, Gil. See you guys later.
All right.
Come on. You're Dorothy Flores?
Yeah,
You know why you're here?
Jake Carver. That's what they told me.
That's right. You know where he is?
No.
Have you seen Carver in the past 3 days?
Look, I don't want any part of the guy. He's nothing to me. He never was.
You used to go around with him, didn't you?
7 years ago, before he went to Folsom.
Mm-hmm. What happened to your eye, Miss Flores? Those bruises there on your arm.
We had a party. I fell and bumped myself.
Looks like a pretty new black eye. Did you have the party last night?
I told you, Jake's nothing to me. He's a crazy hothead. I don't want any part of him.
Was he around to see you last night?
I used to go with him, that's all. I don't care what happened to him.
You saw him last night. Huh?
I didn't.
This is on a murder rap, Miss Flores.
I didn't want to see him. He came to my room. He forced his way in. I didn't want any part of him.
When was it?
Early this morning.
What time?
About 2 o'clock, maybe 10 after. He wanted money, acted like a crazy man. I told him I didn't have any money. He slugged me. That's how I got this mouse.
What do you want the money for?
He said he got the cop who set him up. He had to get out of town. He took my purse, $48 in it.
Was he driving your brother's car?
Yeah. I didn't want any part of him. I got nothing in this.
Did he tell you where he was headed?
Mexico. He's got friends across the border. Tijuana.
All right. Stay with her, Ben.
And get a stenographer, too, will you?
Yeah.
Righty.
The Flores girl, Skipper. Carver saw her this morning. Admitted shooting Fillmore. She says he's headed south for Tijuana.
Maybe he stopped off on the way.
How do you mean?
The drugstore in San Pedro just held up. Owner was shot and killed.
Yeah?
The guy was driving a blue sedan.
An immediate alert was teletyped to the coastal town south of Los Angeles in the vicinity of San Pedro. The San Diego police were alerted, as were the Mexican authorities in Tijuana and other designated points of entry along the California-Mexico border. 7:50 a.m. Ben and I, together with Lloyd Barton and Al Shambra of Homicide, drove down to San Pedro and checked in with Lieutenant Maxwell at San Pedro Homicide.
What kind of a gun did the guy use, Lieutenant?
I checked the body. Looks like it could have been a .45.
No chance it might have been a shotgun?
No, not that kind of a wound.
Who saw the guy make his getaway?
My wife did. We live right across the street from the drugstore. Wife heard the shooting, ran to the window. She says it was a blue sedan.
She didn't see the license plate?
No. I got a look at the car before it disappeared. It looked like a Chevy to me.
There's been no sign of it since the roadblocks went up?
Not yet. It's pretty hard to understand.
How do you mean?
Take a look at the map here. Here's Palos Verdes and Clifton to the west. Roadblocks there.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Here's the roadblock to the north, just this side of Harbor City. Another one northeast, near Wilmington.
Yeah?
This one here, outside of Long Beach.
Had 4 roads to pick from.
They're all blocked off, huh?
No turnoffs, no detours. All the roads are under patrol.
You think he got south beyond Long Beach before the roadblocks went up?
Not a chance.
Yeah, it's hard to figure.
He could be hiding out somewhere along the way.
Excuse me a minute. This is Lieutenant Maxwell. Where? Okay, be right there.
Anything?
I found the car off the Coast Highway, blue Chevy sedan.
How about Carver?
Bloodstains in the front seat. That's all they found.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to an actual police case. Here, step by step, are the reasons why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers from coast to coast.
Step 1.
The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality.
Step 2.
Long cigarette smokers discover Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Step 3.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima extra mild. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
And that's why more and more smokers every day agree
it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Yes, the name Fatima on that golden yellow package is your insurance of an extra mild smoke.
So enjoy king-size Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
8:45 a.m. We found the blue Chevrolet sedan. It was lying overturned in a ditch just off a dead-end road on the edge of a grove of eucalyptus trees. Oil was still dripping from the crankcase. There were bloodstains on the upholstery in the front seat. In the glove compartment, we found 2 empty shotgun shells. Ben marked them with his initials for evidence and wrapped them in a handkerchief. The fingerprint men were called. We fanned out and started a search of the general area.
See if we can't pick up a trail in this eucalyptus grove here. Sure has got me beat.
What's that?
The car all smashed up back there, blood all over. The guy must have been hurt. How'd he get this far away from the car?
What makes you think he did get far?
Either that or he's hiding right under our nose. No sign of a trail through here?
No, there's nothing. There's a clearing up ahead. Come on, let's cut through this brush here. Ben, come here.
Yeah.
Take a look. The trunk of this tree.
Brown smears on it. The blood?
Maybe. Look, higher up on the trunk there is the same thing. Wait a minute.
Up in the tree. Can you see anything up there?
No, the branches are pretty thick. Trees go pretty high up. Good 60 feet up there.
Come here, Joe.
Yeah?
Follow my hand. Oh, no, just over to the left where I'm pointing.
Oh, yeah. Cover, Ben.
You all right, Joe?
Yeah. Can you see him?
Yeah, up near the top.
Right. Wait. Stay off, Burton. Don't come in the clearing. He's up in one of the trees.
Throw that gun down, then come down yourself.
All right, Ben.
Ready, Joe. Forward.
It's Carver.
Shotgun's over there. You alive?
Yeah.
It's a hard tree to climb. Wonder how he got up there.
I don't know. But this was the only way to get him down. We called an ambulance and had Jake Carver taken back to Los Angeles to the county hospital, the prison ward. We took the shotgun and the empty shells and booked them as evidence with the property clerk. The wrecked blue sedan was impounded. 2 counts of murder were filed against Carver with the district attorney. There was still one important piece of evidence missing, the .45 pistol used in the robbery and murder of the San Pedro druggist. A month passed. While Carver recuperated in the prison ward of the county hospital, we were busy building a case for his conviction. We still had only enough evidence to convict him for one of the murders. Another 2 months went by. On August 30th, Jake Carver was brought to trial for the shotgun murder of police officer Robert Fillmore. 10 days later, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to a life term in Folsom Penitentiary. Knowing that we didn't have enough evidence to convict his client for the murder of the druggist, Carver's lawyer demanded an immediate trial on a second charge. Wednesday, September 12th, 10 a.m. I was called at the chief of detective's office.
Friday? Sit down.
Thank you.
Elliot and I have been talking about this Jake Carver thing.
They set the trial date yet?
Starts next Tuesday. Bringing Carver down from Folsom tomorrow.
It's bum luck. We're not going to convict him on the evidence we've got. We don't even have the gun.
We've got to get a conviction. He beat the death rap for killing Fillmore. If he gets over this one, it means he's still eligible for parole.
Yeah.
So he serves 10 years, maybe. Good behavior. He gets out and he's ready to start in all over again.
Yeah, if we could just sew him up for killing that druggist, we could put him away for good.
I don't know how, Skipper. It's a pretty good bet that no jury will convict him unless we find that gun.
We got another out. Just one.
What's that?
If we can get Carver to admit he killed that druggist.
It's a neat trick.
When you and Ben got him last May, did he see you at all? You think he could recognize you again?
Well, couldn't have gotten a very good look from where he was up in that tree. Ben did all the testifying at the trial. I wasn't even there. Now, he wouldn't know me. Why?
When they bring Carver down from Folsom tomorrow, they'll put him in county jail while he's waiting trial.
Yeah.
Chief figures if we could plant you in the same cell with him, there's a chance he might talk, if you play it right.
No, I don't know. He's no beginner.
Neither are you. Give Carver enough of the right bait at the right time, there's a chance he'll put his foot in it.
Maybe. All right, will you set it up with the county jail?
Yeah, and remember, he's a killer. Don't take any chances.
Suppose he gets wise.
Well, then we'll know you tried.
The following day at 2 p.m., I was booked at Central Jail as Joe Ramos, a robbery suspect. Ramos was the actual name of an Eastern thief whom we knew was not acquainted with Jake Carver. After being mugged and fingerprinted, transportation officers took me to the 12th floor of the Hall of Justice, where I was booked into the county jail. After that, I was taken down to a cell block on the 10th floor known as the High Power Tank, where prisoners charged with major crimes are held. During the day, the individual cells are left open, and the prisoners are allowed to visit with one another. I was taken back and shown the cell I was assigned to. Jake Carver was already there. He was playing two-handed poker with another inmate on the lower bunk.
Here you are, Ramos. This cell here. You can take the top bunk.
All right.
How many cards you want?
Make it 2, Jake.
Hey, move, will you? I want to get in my bunk.
Come on, make your bet.
Says 2 cigarettes.
You're 2, bunk you 6.
I said I'd like to get in my bunk.
Go on, Sam. Play the game.
Okay, we'll see you.
Maybe you didn't hear me, Sam. I said I want to get in my bunk.
I heard you, Mac. I don't like shoving around like this.
All right, now sit down. What's your complaint?
Didn't they tell you when you came through the door? They bury you in the hole for beefing in here.
Then as long as I'm in here with you, let's get it straight right now. Don't bother me. And while you're at it, keep your rum-dum pals out of here, you understand?
I don't think I do.
You'll be around quite a while, smart guy. I won't forget this.
Oh, yeah.
Showtime. Come on, here it is. What are you doing down there, Dobbin?
Nothing. I always sit on the floor.
Get back to your cell. Ciao.
Yeah. See you, Jake.
What's this junk they feed you?
Boiled beef, boiled potatoes. It's a habit with them here.
Junk. Can you buy from the outside?
Candy. Sometimes pie. Guy comes around in the morning. Who are you?
Joe Ramos.
Ramos, huh? Chicago?
I've been there.
So have I. I'm Jake Carver. Hiya.
All right.
What are you up for?
Talk to my lawyer.
You got a smart mouth.
You got a big one. You take care of your own worries, huh? I'll take care of mine.
I ain't got any worries. I got it made. Hey, you want that piece of bread?
I don't want any of it. Take it.
Tell the truth, I never had it so good. No witnesses, no evidence. You can't touch me.
Sure. That's why you're in here. 3 days passed. By playing the part of the tough gunman from Chicago, I succeeded in getting close to Carver. Because of the close confinement, I was with him almost constantly, but he still refused to confide. In a roundabout way, I pressed him as much as I could for the answer without making him suspicious. No results. 8:55 p.m. Sunday, 2 days before the trial opened. Sam, Jake Carver, and I were playing blackjack in the aisle just outside our cell.
All right, Sam, hit me.
There you are.
Okay, I'm good.
Ramos?
I'll stand.
18. Pay 19.
That's all for me.
Me too. I'm going to hit the sack.
Yeah, just when I start to collect.
Always crying.
Hey, Ramos, seems to me I remember you. Haven't I seen you around City Hall?
Sure. I live there.
All right, it's time. Lock up.
No, seems to me I remember.
Ramos? What's he talking about?
I don't know. I got a headache. It's killing me.
Yeah? Well, let me crack your neck. It'll help it.
No, it's no good. You got any of them brown pills?
Come on, I'll crack your neck. Loosen up those nerves. Always helps me.
Yeah?
Yeah, here, let me show you. Come on, turn around.
Take it easy.
Just relax. Let yourself go.
Yeah?
I'll get my hands around the back of your neck. Come on, relax. Will you? This won't hurt you.
All right.
You got to be careful with this, though. You could break a guy's neck, you know?
Take it easy, huh?
What's the matter? Come on, relax.
All right.
Let me get a better grip on your neck.
Take it easy, huh?
All right, now. Yeah. All there is to it. How's that?
That's not bad. Feels a little better. That works okay.
Sure. Hey, I noticed you had a visitor today. One of the boys in the East?
No. A friend of mine out here. He just got in town. The coppers are trying to pin a killing on him.
No? Who is he?
Max Wesley. A good man. Tried to say he pulled a job down in San Pedro.
Pedro, huh? What kind of job?
Stick up. Drugstore a couple months ago.
Yeah? That's what they got me on, you know?
It's funny. I think I'll get some shut-eye.
What about this job they're trying to hang on him? He tell you?
I don't remember. The guy who ran the store was shot up, I think. Died. Max wasn't even in town when it happened.
Happened in May? Last May?
I don't know. I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah.
Hard bed.
They didn't have nothing on Max, huh? They let him go.
Oh, not yet. He's out on bail.
No, I mean, no evidence on him. No gun, huh?
Yeah, they got a gun. I think that's what Max said.
Where'd they find it, they say?
I don't know where they found it. Go to sleep, will you?
You mentioned anything else about Pedro, like San Pedro Hills?
Yeah. Maybe that's where they found it. I think Max said that.
No. That couldn't be. All right. That isn't either. Hey, Ramos, it wasn't the Harbor drugstore, was it?
What's eating you anyway? Will you go to sleep?
Look, Ramos, I gotta know. It's important.
What are you talking about? I gotta get some sleep.
Will you listen a minute? I ditched the gun down there in the San Pedro Hills.
All right, what are you worrying about? They don't send you up for hiding guns?
Listen, I'm hot on that job. They got me on one murder rap. If they tag me in another one, it's for keeps.
What do you want me to do? Talk to the governor?
Are you sure this guy Max said that they found a gun?
Now, look, Carver. Max said they found a gun in the San Pedro Hills. Now, you get on down in your bunk and let's talk about it in the morning, huh?
What kind? Did he say what kind?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Was it a 45?
Something like that, yeah, 45. I guess that was it. Now, get... Listen. Got the jailer barking down here.
Quiet down in there.
All right. You go to sleep now?
Can't be. It's not the same one. They couldn't have found it. They haven't talked to me. Ramos. When did they find the gun? Did Max tell you that? When did they find the gun? When?
I don't know.
He didn't say where?
San Pedro Hills.
Ramos, I gotta know. Wasn't by a covert, was it? On the Hill Road?
I don't know. I'll ask Max the next time I see him. Is that where you ditched yours?
They couldn't have found it. Nobody could have. It was this covert, see, back on the road.
Yeah.
There was a piece of cement broken off the bottom edge of the covert, kind of a hollowed-out space inside. I pushed the dirt all around it. You gotta ask Max. Ask him where they found that gun.
Yeah, I'll see him Wednesday. I'll ask him.
You gotta find out. They could put me away for good.
What are you worrying about? They haven't paired you up yet with the gun they found?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Maybe they didn't figure it. Maybe they forgot.
Maybe.
Yeah. Cops are dumb. They forget. That's what everybody says, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what everybody says.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 18th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 91, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima, best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The murder gun, a .45 caliber automatic pistol, was recovered from the San Pedro Hills, and Jacob John Carva was brought to trial. He was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. The jury again refused to recommend the death penalty. Carva is now serving a life term in the state penitentiary without possibility of parole. You have just heard Dragnet, authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police, W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Dragnet wishes to thank the editors of Radio Best magazine for their considerate appraisal of this program. For those of you who may be interested, a novelized version of Dragnet appears in the April issue of Radio Best.
Fatima Cigarette, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Tomorrow, hear Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman in the Halls of Ivy on NBC.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step. Whether you're a beginner or looking to enhance your skills, you'll learn how to create databases, design user-friendly forms, and generate insightful reports, all using Microsoft Access.
Call us now at 615-420-2040 to enroll in our Microsoft Access courses. Don't miss out on this opportunity to become a Microsoft Access guru. Visit G3PL.com to start your learning journey today. G3PL.com, empowering you with the knowledge you need to succeed in the digital age. Email db@g3pl.net now.
Subscribe for more videos.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. A hold up at the Bureau of Power and Light. That's all. Rosencliff. Refining methods make a great deal of difference in the quality of a gasoline. Old-fashioned methods fail to extract from the crude oil the essential elements that give a gasoline quick starting, instant power, and good mileage. Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl is made by the up-to-the-minute method known as the cracking process. This refining method places the crude oil under terrific heat and pressure. This heat and pressure literally cracks the molecules of gas into millions and millions of even smaller particles. It is this breaking up of the molecules that gives Rio Grande cracked gasoline its smooth, effortless power. Also, its average of 10 points higher anti-knock rating over gasolines which are not cracked. Give Rio Grande cracked a fair trial. It costs no more than other non-premium gasolines, but you will notice the difference. And now tonight, Chief Davis has sent as his representative Inspector F.T. Hawtrey, who will now address you.
Good evening, friends. I have come here this evening at the request of Chief of Police James E. Davis to bring you a story of vital importance to the citizens of this city. During the past year, economic stress has placed upon the citizenry burdens of immeasurable weight, affecting the lives of all persons paying taxes toward the support of our government. We feel that the story about to be portrayed for you over the radio is particularly interesting at this time because of its human interest and of particular interest to the tax-paying public. It concerns the theft of public funds from the Water and Power Department by a faithless employee and his gangster friends. During the long period of investigation, the entire machinery of the police department was kept in motion. This story gives you insight into the dramatic activities of this law enforcement agency. It will reveal to you how intelligent methods, rather than the widely publicized third-degree methods, prevail in modern police work. Professor Lindsley will now go on with the story.
July 1927, the following advertisement is run in the classified sections of the Los Angeles newspapers. Big money for man with plenty of nerve and good head. Box number 6666. Of the many replies received by the anonymous leaser of Box 6666, a letter from one Andrew McDonald interests him most. He answers McDonald's note and makes an appointment with him.
Well, Mr. McDonald, I like the tone of your letter. And I like the tone of your advertisement. Are you interested in a job that demands the qualifications of my advertisement? I'm interested, Mr. Peters, in anything that'll pay off. What do you mean, pay off? Anything that's worth the risk it requires. And I don't care what the risk is, so long as the job pays off in big money. Oh, I see. Well, would you consider $10,000 big money? 10 grand? Sure, that's a lot of dough. If you come out of it alive. Oh, you'll come out of it alive, all right. Well, what's your proposition? Well, I'm not convinced you're interested. Sure, I'm interested. Willing to run a risk? That is, a little risk. For 10 grand? Sure, spill it. Okay. It's a payroll holdup. Sounds good. How big's the payroll? What do you care? 10 grand's your cut. Yeah, but listen. What's the matter? Isn't 10 grand enough? Sure. But what's it all about? And the less you know, the better off you are. I'm running all the risks. Okay. That's fair enough. All right. Now, I'll draw you a diagram of the layout. Here's Hill Street, see? Yeah. And here's Broadway. Uh-huh. All right. Now, at 7 a.m. on the morning the payroll goes out, we come in the Hill Street entrance here. Then we go upstairs and walk over to the Broadway side and down to the second floor landing, which is here, see? Yeah, go ahead. All right. Now, we got green isinglass eye shades on like we were clerks. Yeah. We wait on this second floor landing till we see the cashier come in. Then we go down to the clerk's desk and pretend we're working. Yeah. And when we see the cashier open the safe to get out the payroll, we stick 'em up. Get it? Hey, how do you know so much about this layout? Well, I ought to know. I work down there. This is the morning the payroll goes out. Listen, don't you think I've got that all set? Yeah, but are you sure? And I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. Okay. Give me that box of ammunition. I've got a load of gun. Oh, my God. What's the matter? Hey, listen, listen to me, Portman. Oh, you damn fool. How are we going to hold up a payroll without bullets in our gas? Well, wait a minute. Let me think. Listen, these cashiers are scared to death of a holdup. We can bluff them. How? Well, here's some brown paper on this desk. Now, wait a minute. Brown paper? What do you want with brown paper? Wait a minute. What are you doing? Here. Now tear this into pieces and stuff the chambers with it. Yeah, that's the idea. Oh. So plug it in pretty far. Yeah, that's great, yeah. Looks like cartridges, see? Now give me some. Well, how long will it be before the cashier gets here? Not long. Look, Mac, how's this gun look? Swell. Just like the real thing. But what if they call our bluff? They won't. They're scared, I tell you. Okay, I'll take your word for it. So it's the Bureau of Power and Light we're holding up, huh? That payroll ought to be worth something. Worth just 10 grand, you. Yeah, I know. The cut's okay with me. Right down. Here comes the cashier. Okay. Now follow me down to the desk and act like you was a clerk. Sure. Here we go. Hey, who's this coming? Cecil, he's the head cashier. Oh, yeah? Yeah, take these desks here, grab a pen, pull out a book or anything, and start writing. Okay. Look, here comes Brockway, the assistant cashier. Yeah? Cecil's opening the time safe now. Uh-huh. He's got it open. Yeah, that's our cue. You cover Brockway, I'll get Pestle. Come on.
I wonder where that Watson is, Louis. He should have been here a half
Well,
hour.
Watson won't be here for a while.
Hey, what is
Oh, hold up. Now, you two men get over there by the cash window and look like you're working.
Well, we'll do no.
Oh, yes, you will. We mean business. Now, get over there. My partner here will be behind the door of the safe with his gun trained on your back. Act natural or else. Keep your eye on him, pal.
Sure.
I'm going to clear out this safe. Hey, you. Cut out that noise. You want your head blown off? What's the matter? This guy's trying to attract the attention of the janitor out there in the hall. Give it to him if he doesn't stop. You bet I will. With paper bullet? Jeez, I forgot all about that. Don't worry, I got all the dough in the place. We're just about through. Good. Now, let's truss up our friends here and be on our way. Okay. The straps first, eh? Yeah. Now, listen, you guys. We're going to tie up for a while. And it'll be okay so long as you keep quiet. Yeah. Come on, turn around. That's better. There, I guess they can't use their hands much. Got one of them rubber balls? Yeah, here you are. No, don't go. Sorry, but we're not taking any chances on you walking too soon. Don't mind the taste of that rubber. It's a new ball and quite clean. Hey, this other guy's tough, too. All right, let's go. Within a few moments, the bound cashiers are discovered and untied by employees arriving for the day's work. The police are notified, and Detective Lieutenants Pruitt, Sterrett, and Kopicek are detailed to investigate the scene of the crime. They questioned the victims closely.
Now, Mr. Pessel, will you kindly tell us just what happened?
Well, I came in at 7:30 to get the payroll ready, and I passed two men at that desk over there.
That one by the cashier's cage?
Yes, that's the one.
Go on.
Well, they both wore eye shades. They were bending over some papers, so I didn't pay any attention to them. I just thought they were a couple of night clerks finishing up their work.
And then what happened?
Well, when I got the safe opened and Brockaway here came in to help me with the payroll, these two men walked through the cage and held us up. They made us go over to the window there, like we were working.
And I tried to signal the janitor by jingling a letter spike, and the one with his gun on us threatened to blow my brains out.
Who were you trying to signal?
The janitor. He was out there in the hall cleaning up the drinking fountains. He was only about 10 feet away all during the time it was happening.
Where is the janitor?
Here I is, mister. I was right here.
What do you know about this?
I don't know nothing, mister.
Didn't you see anybody in here?
No, sir. I see these two gentlemen here, then I looked up and I didn't see them. I don't know nothing else.
And you didn't hear anything?
No, sir. I didn't hear nothing.
Well, how come? It seems strange you wouldn't notice anything unusual.
I don't know, mister, but I got my own troubles, you know. I got misery, I have. I got misery in my back and things with something foul, you know. The doctor...
Okay, but don't go away. I may want to talk to you again.
Yeah, sir. I ain't going no place. I got a lot of cuspidors to clean around here. Now I'll be right here in the general facility.
Now, Mr. Pessel, what do these men look like?
Well, they wore old clothes, sort of shabby. And they both had green eye shades.
One of them had adhesive tape over the bridge of his nose. He seemed to be the boss.
Yes, and he was about medium height and slender.
He had sort of a hollow face, wouldn't you say, Pesson?
Yes, I guess that's right. And, oh, yes, he wore a wig, a black wig. I noticed it when he was tying me up.
How about the other man?
He's the one that tied me up. He was older and fuller faced. He had black hair.
Did he wear a wig?
Well, I don't know.
Not much to go on. Say, Jim, here's the gags they used.
Oh, yes. We threw them down on the desk when they untied us.
Rubber balls.
Yes, they forced them into our mouths and taped them in.
Pretty effective gags, all right.
And, Jim, I found out that the payroll guard hasn't shown up yet.
That's right. He wasn't here when I came in this morning.
Who is he?
His name's Hank Schaefer. He's night watchman at the power plant out near Slauson. On paydays, he comes in early in the morning and acts as guard.
And he wasn't here this morning?
No, and he hasn't shown up yet. It looks suspicious to me.
Ed, you better get hot on this, Schaefer. Run him down as soon as you can.
Sure thing, Jim.
Now, gentlemen, the next step is at headquarters. You come along with me. We'll go over there and look through the mug book. Maybe we've got your eye-shade robber's portraits in there.
Very well, Lieutenant. We'll be glad to.
Let's go, then.
This way, please.
Mr. Pessel. Yeah, Mr. Pessel. What happened? I heard there's been a robbery here. What happened here?
Oh, Schaefer. You're a little late, Hank.
Yeah, I know, but I couldn't help it.
This is the guard I was telling you about, Lieutenant. Although he's not much of a guard. While you were taking your time getting here, Schaefer, two men took $73,000 out of the safe.
$73,000? Mein Gott in Himmel, but you should hear mine troubles. You should hear what happened to me. We'd like to. What did happen to you? Well, I was driving down here from the power plant at 7 o'clock, like I'm always doing on paydays. On that 95 and 10th Avenue, two men in the big black sedan forcing me to curb. Then they jumped out and pulled a gun on me. Oh, they were real tough guys, too. And they made me get in the back of the car, and they throw a blanket over me. And then they drove me way out here in Orange County. And then they threw me out of the car and I away. And I got right back as quick as I could here. What was the license number of the car? What? The license number. I didn't notice in the excitement.
You didn't notice the license number?
Nine, that's right, nine.
Schaefer, that doesn't sound like a very satisfactory explanation of your absence.
No, but that's true, Mr. Bessel. You don't think for a minute... We don't think anything, Schaefer. Our job is to find out. You'll have to come along to headquarters with us. But I had nothing to do with anything here. I'm telling you the truth, honest fire.
The watchman Schaefer is naturally the object of great suspicion, but an intensive search of his background failed to result in the discovery of any criminal record. Repeated questioning always results in the same story, and finally, for lack of any proof to the contrary, Schaefer is placed beyond suspicion. Pessel and Brockway scanned the mug book for pictures of the men who held them up, but their search is in vain. Underworld characters and even employees of the Bureau of Power and Light are kept under surveillance to determine whether they make any large deposits of money or any unusual purchases. Circulars bearing the meager description of the bandits and pictures of the paraphernalia used to assist identifications by means of modus operandi in case of future crimes elsewhere are distributed over the entire United States. But in spite of all this police activity, 4 months passed without the slightest clue to the identity of the robbers. The opinion goes around headquarters that the job was pulled by Eastern gangsters who had left town immediately after the robbery. Then, on January 20th, 1928, a matter of routine police work comes to the attention of Lieutenant Kopitek that is destined to play an important part in unraveling the snarls of this baffling case.
Detective Bureau, Lieutenant Kopitek.
I want to speak to someone about something mighty suspicious.
What is it, ma'am?
Well, about a month ago, a young fellow rented a house next to me.
Yeah?
Well, he's acting mighty funny.
What's he been doing?
Well, yesterday, I saw him out of the kitchen window changing the license plate on his car.
Well, that's nothing suspicious. Lots of people are changing their 27 plates to new plates at this time of the year.
Now, wait a minute, young man, until I've finished.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Go ahead.
Well, yesterday, he took off the 27 plate and put on the 28 plate.
Yes?
And today, he took off his 28 plate and put on another pair.
Well, that does sound a little funny.
Well, I think you'd better look into it.
We will, right away. Now, if you'll kindly give me the address.
Lieutenant Kopitek, Pruitt, and Sterrett lose no time in getting out to the Highland Park district and interviewing their informant in person.
Now, you understand, Lieutenant, I don't want to be mixed up in this thing. I'm just doing my duty as I see it. This young man's actions look very suspicious to me, and this is a peaceable neighborhood, and we don't want any strange goings-on here.
Well, what do you mean, goings-on? Have you noticed anything else?
No, but you never can tell. Why, the next thing you know, he might be having drinking parties, and Huzzy is visiting him.
Well, what's this young man's name?
Well, the Iceman tells me his name is Craig, see? And he's up to no good, I can tell you. Why, I went over there to pay a neighborly call after he moved in, and he all but slammed the door in my face.
Is he home now?
Well, I tell you, I ain't seen him go out today.
Oh, very well, then. We'll pay him a visit.
But now leave me out of it. I don't want to cause no trouble for no one.
Pruitt, you guard the back way. Garrett and I'll try the front entrance. Go ahead. Oh, come on.
Hey, what do you want?
Well, I'll be. Look at the money, Jim.
Hey, you've got no right breaking into my house.
We didn't break in. We walked in.
Who are you?
Police officers.
Police? Oh, what do you want here?
Looks like we want you.
Yeah, but what for?
Well, we'll see about that. What are you doing with all this money laid out on the carpet and the stove going full blast?
Oh, I'm drying it out. It got wet.
Yeah, where'd you get this money?
It's my money.
Where did you get it?
Well, I sold some property up in Colorado a couple of months ago, and this is the money I got it for.
Oh, yeah? Look at this, Ed. Bureau of Power and Light wrappings on this package of bills. Bureau of Power and Light? Oh, so you're the guy that pulled that job.
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. I got this money from a ranch I sold in Colorado.
Oh, yeah? Come on, Sterrett. Let's take this kid down to headquarters.
Positive identification of the wrappers and serial numbers of the bills found in the bandit's house is readily obtained from Bureau of Power and Light employees. In spite of this damaging fact, the robber, whose real name police discovered to be Bob Peters, claims to be innocent of the charge. Captain William Cahill directs the questioning. Continually for 36 hours, detectives in relays interrogate Peters. No one sleeps, robber or detective. Finally, at midnight of January 21st, with everyone on the point of collapse from fatigue, and Peter still sticking to his original story of innocence, Captain Cahill rises from his seat across the table from the young man.
Okay, boys, that's enough for tonight. You'd better all go home and get some rest. Peters, come into my office here. I want to talk to you alone. Sit down. No, take that chair over there. It's more comfortable. Here. Have a cigarette?
Yeah, thanks.
A light?
Thanks.
You're tired, aren't you?
Oh, I sure am.
Well, you can get some rest soon.
Listen, you might as well let me go to bed now. You can't get anything out of me because I've got nothing to tell. I don't know a thing about this.
Yes, Bob, I heard you repeat that over and over, but I don't believe you. Now, look here. The money found in your possession has been identified by the Bureau of Power and Light by the wrappers on it. And the insurance company has identified it by its serial numbers. But even if you walked out of here tonight a free man, You'd never be able to spend $1 of that money. Now, we know you took that dough. And the best thing you can do to help yourself is to make a clean breast of the whole thing.
Well, sure I would if I knew anything about it.
Well, let's look at it this way then, Bob. If somebody stole all your clothes and the police got him and he confessed to his crime and returned those clothes to you, how would you feel toward him? Would you be more lenient than if he had denied the theft and we had proof of it?
Well, of course I'd feel lenient towards him.
Well, now, that's the way for you to help yourself. Confess this whole thing now.
Oh, I sure would, Captain, if I'd stolen the money. I'd tell you about it this minute.
You love your mother, don't you, Bob?
Of course I do.
Now, think what this is going to mean to her. For even if you plead not guilty, we've got enough evidence to send you away for some little time. Now, don't you think you owe it to her to shorten your time away from her? To shorten her period of grief as much as possible? To take advantage of the leniency that your plea of guilty will give you?
Yes, Captain. All you say is true, but I didn't do it.
Well, how about your fiancée? You deny having told her that you'd buy her a diamond ring?
Oh, of course I do. It isn't true.
Why do you keep lying, Peters? Now, look here. Come in, Miss Campbell. I want Bob to hear from you or your lips the truth that he denies. Now, what about that diamond ring, Miss Campbell?
Well, Bob told me he bought a diamond ring for me and that he was going to give it to me.
Thank you, Miss Campbell. That's all for the present.
Boy, you didn't have to bring her into this.
I couldn't help it, Bob. We've got to get to the bottom of this. And that's nothing to what she'll suffer if you go on the stand and try to prove innocence against the evidence that we've got on you. Think what the publicity will do. Think how the whole town will talk about her. You know what they'll call her? They'll call her a bandit's moll. Now, is that the sort of a thing to do to a sweet girl like that? A girl who has loved you and had faith in you? Because you've made a mistake, Bob. Do you think it's fair to drag her name through the mud? Now, do you?
Okay, Captain. You win. I'll confess. I'll plead guilty. I'll do anything you want me to.
Peter's confession names Andrew McDonald as his assistant in the robbery, and William Thompson and Harry Arch as the two men who kidnapped Schaefer, the watchman. For their participation, McDonald had received $10,000, and Thompson and Arch $1,000 apiece. Following the holdup, Peters, who was on his vacation at the time, had spent a week and $200 in San Francisco, had then returned to his desk at the Bureau of Power and Light, remaining at work for 6 weeks to avert suspicion. He had deposited $5,000 of the money in 7 different banks under false firm names and had buried the rest. It was this buried money he was trying to dry out when the officers arrested him. As soon as the police learned their names, Captain Slayton and Cahill speed to Thompson's and Art's homes and place them under arrest. They are questioned at headquarters and eventually admit having kidnapped the watchman and receiving a payoff for their services. Meanwhile, a Los Angeles police car bearing Lieutenant Pruitt and Sterrett screams through heavy coastline fog south to San Isidro, where, according to replies to their statewide teletype, McDonald is publishing a newspaper. They arrest him just as he is hurriedly dressing preparatory to fleeing across the border. He is rushed back to Los Angeles, fingerprinted, and brought before Captain Cahill for questioning.
McDonald, how much did you get out of that Bureau of Power and Light holdup?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wasn't it $10,000?
I don't know nothing about a holdup.
But your employer on that job, Bob Peters, said that you got $10,000 for your part of it.
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Well, let me see. You got $10,000, and a couple of weeks later, you bought a $5,000 interest in a San Isidro newspaper, and then deposited $4,000 in a Tijuana bank.
I won that $4,000 across the border.
You did? Well, that's the first time I ever heard of anyone winning $4,000 in Tijuana.
Well, I did.
You're to be congratulated, McDonald. But how do you explain this? Mr. Pessel and Mr. Brockway, the men you held up, both recognize you.
Ah, they're nuts.
Yeah? And how do you explain this? Here are your fingerprints on the car that you rented for a getaway. And here are your own fingerprints. And they match.
Listen, fingerprints ain't any good for identification.
Well, that hasn't been our experience. And now here's another interesting similarity. The way your handwriting on the police blotter and the handwriting on this auto rental contract tally.
I tell you, I didn't have anything to do with this holdup.
And yet your pals Peter, Thompson, and Arch all implicate you in their confession.
I never heard of them before. It's a lousy frame-up, the whole thing. Somebody's trying to railroad me.
McDonald, calm down. You're as guilty as the devil, you know it.
But McDonald insists on his innocence. He refuses to cooperate with the police in the restitution of the stolen money, and when charged with his crime, he pleads not guilty. Peters, Thompson, and Arts, on the other hand, cooperate to the fullest with the police. As a result of the $73,000 stolen, $48,000 in cash and $5,000 in property was returned. Peters, Thompson, and Arts, pleading guilty, are charged with second-degree robbery, and McDonald is charged with first-degree robbery. After the testimony, the men file into the courtroom to receive the sentence of the judge.
Robert Peters, William Thompson, and Harry Arts, stand and face the court. You men have been found guilty of second-degree robbery, and it is now my duty to sentence you. But your cooperation with the authorities following your arrest has been commendable. And in view of your attitude, this court is lenient and sentences you to serve from 1 year to life in San Quentin Prison. Andrew McDonald, stand and face the court. McDonald, before I pass sentence on you, have you anything to say?
Sure I have, Judge. I've been framed. These three rats here put me on the spot. I didn't have a thing to do with this robbery.
You still insist you are innocent?
Of course I'm innocent. I'm being railroaded.
McDonald, your attitude astonishes me. Throughout this whole proceeding, you have failed completely to cooperate with the authorities. In the face of damning evidence, clear, unimpeachable evidence of your guilt, you still claim you are innocent.
I do.
You seem to be asking the court to be severe on you.
Go ahead. Spirit, you can't scare me.
I'm trying not to, McDonald, but I intend that you shall serve as an example to other lawbreakers who in the future may want to take such a stubborn attitude as you have. Therefore, Andrew McDonald, I sentence you to serve from 7 years to life in San Quentin Prison.
This case shows so clearly the inherent stupidity in the criminal. Someplace along the line, the perpetrator of the most perfect crime will make a mistake, will slacken in his vigilance, and then he is lost. These mistakes, these let-ups of vigilance, are often, as not, born of a guilty conscience. Had Peters not been so worried about detection that he changed license plates twice in 2 days, our job in solving this crime would have been much harder. We, in the police department, have many opportunities to observe the truth of the old adage, give a man enough rope and hang himself.
Thank you, Inspector Hawtrey. Statements that are merely made and not backed up are valuable. Statements that have undeniable facts behind them are worth your consideration. You'll never hear vague promises or semi-scientific claims made for Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl lead, for it is the policy of the Rio Grande Oil Company to stick only to facts in their advertising. So when you hear the statement, for police car performance, use Rio Grande cracked gasoline, you know that it is true, and here's the reason. In the great Southwest, where Rio Grande products are sold, more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, motorcycles, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked than all other brands combined. These summer days are hard on most lubricating oils. However, you need never worry about burned-out bearings. If you've got Sinclair Pennsylvania or Sinclair Opaline motor oil in your crankcase, these oils are extra refined, giving them longer life, even under terrific temperatures. They are sold only in tamper-proof extra-major cans, yet cost no more. Rio Grande has prepared for your information a complete list of forthcoming cases to be broadcast on Calling All Cars. May we suggest that you drive into your neighborhood Rio Grande service station tomorrow and ask for the Rio Grande radio log. It's free.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 31. Starting a hold up. your power and might. Expecting this case now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
This episode of Calling All Cars was prepared from the confidential police files by Madeline Kelly and adapted for radio and produced by William N. Robeson. This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step, whether you're a beginner or looking to enhance your skills. You'll learn how to create databases, design user-friendly forms, and generate insightful reports, all using Microsoft Access.
Call us now at 615-420-2040 to enroll in our Microsoft Access courses. Don't miss out on this opportunity to become a Microsoft Access guru. Visit G3PL.com to start your learning journey today. G3PL.com, empowering you with the knowledge you need to succeed in the digital age. Email db@g3pl.net now.
Presenting Joel McRae as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's transcribed case, Candyman.
It is 4 p.m., April 14th, 1947. A prisoner at the jail in Pentland County, Texas, is being returned to his cell as the visiting hour comes to an end. His name is Paul Abbott, serving out a 6-month sentence for petty larceny. His cellmate, John Saygood, has not had a visitor. For Saygood is being held without bail, awaiting trial for murder.
All right, Abbott. In.
Your wife bring what I told you to get for me?
Yeah, I got it, Johnny. Candy and the razor blades. You know we're not supposed to have razor blades.
Yeah. If they find them on me, they might put me in jail. What are you so nervous about with your lousy 6-month flat bit? I'm facing the chair, and my nerves are still better than yours.
Look, Saygood, I only got a month and a half to go. I don't want to get in no trouble. Lay off, will
Are you telling me what I should do, you cheap heister?
Oh, Johnny, let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
No kidding. Really? Gee, kid, I'm sorry. Maybe I played too rough, and you're my pal. Model prisoner like you with only a few weeks to go never gets searched after a visit. And you're so good to me. Have a piece of candy, pal.
I don't want any.
Okay. You know, while you've been out visiting, I've been thinking. I'm going to let you and your wife do me another favor. A big favor.
Look, I got to be careful what I ask her. I can't upset her now. You know that.
Oh, that's right. The baby's due soon, ain't it, Papa? Wouldn't want the kid to start out without an old man, would you?
What do you mean, Johnny?
I wanted to see if your wife could get these razor blades in. Now, next time she comes, tell her to bring me a hacksaw and a gun.
No, Johnny.
You don't want to see me go to the chair, do you? Now, if you do, I could take one of these blades to your throat.
No, Johnny.
Keep your voice down.
All right, Johnny. All right. I'll do it.
You'll do it. Now, don't kid me. I can hear the wheels turning in that square head of yours. Next time the screw takes you out of here, you'll spill your guts.
I won't, Johnny, I swear.
I know you won't. And I'll tell you why. Because if you rat on me, somebody will slip a shiv into you. In jail or out. Now, remember that. Remember it if you ever want to see that kid.
You don't realize what you're asking me to do.
I ain't asking, I'm telling. If you decide to get brave with your own neck, remember I can have your wife taken care of, too.
You wouldn't do that. No,
All right, shut up. Here comes the screw.
What's he yelping about? What's going on in here?
We was just arguing, that's all.
About what?
Baseball. How many games Gehrig played for the Yanks?
Is that right, Abbott?
Ain't that right, Abbott?
Yeah, that's right. Baseball.
Frantic with fear, Paul Abbott yielded to Saygood, and through his wife obtained the gun and hacksaw. The blow-off came a week later when the Pentland County jailer was killed, and Saygood and Abbott escaped. While roadblocks were being quickly set up by Ranger and Highway Patrol units, Ranger Jace Pearson contacted Sheriff Leonard Ginn at the county jail.
Well, they were in this cell, Ranger.
Yeah. Tongue of the lock has been hacksawed, Sheriff.
Yeah, they must have waited in the passage until the jailer turned the corner here. Then shot him through the stomach and took his keys.
Any idea where they got the gun?
No, but Abbott's wife was allowed to visit. She could have slipped it in to him.
You got a pickup out for her?
Mm-hmm. Deputy's out after her now. Abbott made a big jump when they gunned the jailer. From petty larceny to jailbreak and murder.
I don't know. A murderer like Saygood, he had a reason to crash out. But a first-timer like Abbott with only 4 weeks to go, he doesn't figure to make a break.
Well, just the same, Abbott's gone with Saygood.
We may find out why when we bring in his wife. Sometimes a man goes places he doesn't want to go, with a gun in his back.
What could I do, Sheriff? What else could I do? That man would have killed him.
Yeah?
Did you arrange anything else for them, Mrs. Abbott? Get clothing or an automobile?
No, how could I? I even had to lie to my mother to get money. To buy the gun. Paul was in jail and I wasn't working. I was always borrowing money to bring him things.
I understand. The one behind the bars doesn't do all the suffering.
I'd have done anything for Paul. But I had to take the food out of my mouth to buy things for that other man. And it isn't me alone. I'll be having my baby soon. Why did Paul go with him? Why?
I don't think he went willingly, Mrs. Abbott. I'm afraid he went at the point of that gun you brought in.
I begin to agree with that, Ranger.
You told us you brought Saygood a lot of candy.
Yes. More than $1's worth every week.
There's a real sweet tooth, Jace. Always sitting up a yammer for sugar at meal times.
Yeah. Mrs. Abbott, will you excuse us for a moment? Sheriff, I want to see you for a second.
Oh, sure.
You got anybody watching our house in case Abbott and Saygood show up there?
Yeah, it's covered.
Good. Your office hasn't any report of a stolen car, huh?
Nope, nothing yet.
And they're probably on foot. Could be out of the county by now, though. We have other ranger units in the area. I'm going to call my headquarters and have one of them come with me so he can beat the countryside.
Okay. Anything else you want me to handle?
Yeah. They'll have to eat wherever they are. And even if they have money, they won't take a chance on being spotted buying anything for a while.
That figures.
I want you to make a careful check on any robbery report you get from food stores.
Uh-huh.
I'd like an itemized account of everything that's taken. I got a hunch Saygood will make a special effort to get his hands on some candy. All that day, nothing turned up in the roadblock, while Ranger Jim Leeds and I rode through the countryside without finding a trace of the man we were after. But on the following morning...
Maybe we've been heading the wrong way, Jace.
I don't think so, Leeds. Coming this way would have been the fastest trail out of the county. Otherwise, all wilderness for more than 80 miles. Too much of them on foot without supplies.
Still figuring they cut through toward US 280, eh?
They must have. They'll They'll have to get to a car someplace unless they got a spot to hole up in real close. I don't think Saygood would take that chance. He'll want distance.
Yeah. Farmhouse head.
A rider coming, too. He's really pounding leather.
He sees us. Coming right this way.
Let's meet him.
Howdy, strangers.
Ooh, Charcoal.
Hey, I didn't expect anybody so soon.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I just called the sheriff less than half an hour ago. Ain't that why you're here?
We didn't know about your call. What happened?
Well, my dogs flushed a couple of prowlers during the night. I've been out all night hunting them, or I'd have put in a call before.
Maybe you're boys. You know what they look like?
No, all I saw was two shadows. Dogs woke me up like I told you. Men was prowling around.
We better have a look at his place, Leeds.
Yeah.
We'll ride back with you.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. How long ago did it happen?
Oh, reckon it was 2 a.m., about 6 hours ago.
You say you chased him?
Yeah, but I couldn't spot him in the dark. Just rode around all night. If I'd have had any sense, I'd have called right away, but they threw a couple of shots at me when I saw him, and I got hot and went for my gun and lit out.
I see. They get anything?
When I went back to the house this morning, my missus said a couple of shirts and jeans was missing.
Must be Saygood and Abbott, all right. Getting rid of their jail clothes. They have horses?
No, I didn't hear any.
Maybe they were going to take a couple of yours and didn't have time to get them. How come your dogs didn't stay after them?
Dogs pinned up. Should have turned them loose, but like I said, I was too hot to do any thinking after they shot at me.
If you had done any thinking, you'd have stayed home. One of the men you were chasing is a killer, and about as cold now. We picked up their trail near the farmhouse, and about 4 miles out, we found the ashes of a fire and chicken bones and feathers, and in the brush near the same spot, a bundle of prison clothes. From there, the trail led straight to the U.S. highway.
See the road through the brush now, Jace.
Yeah. Let's hope we spot a highway patrol car before we...
What's the matter?
Something off the road in that patch of Douglas fir.
It looks like the front of a truck. Pulled pretty far back.
Come on. Get up, Charlie.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Haul truck. Stacked with new cars.
Uh-huh.
That's what they are.
Well screened from the road, all right.
Yeah. Driver doesn't seem to be around.
Unloading ramps down, Jace.
Tire tracks on the ground. They've got a car now, all right.
Wonder what happened to the driver of the truck.
Blood on the cab seat. And more on the running board in the ground.
Goes this way.
There he is.
Dead, Jace. Probably tried to go for help and couldn't make it.
Yeah. Wound looks like Saygood's trademark. Shot through the stomach.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Now we continue with tonight's case, Candyman, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I left the horses with Leeds at the nearest town. He did some checking while I got a lift back to Pentland to pick up the car and horse trailer. Then I drove back to meet Leeds where I'd left him. Come on, boy. Get in the trailer. Ooh, boy.
Ready to roll, Jace.
Yeah, we'll roll as soon as we can figure out which way. You check on those gas stations?
Highway patrol went all the way down the line. No station serviced the car we're looking for. No pump locks were broken during the night.
They must have driven as far as they wanted to go and ditched the car. Somewhere within about 100 miles from here.
How do you figure that?
Well, new cars coming off the assembly line only get a few gallons of gas put in them. If they didn't take on more gas, they got as far as they could on what was in the tank.
That makes sense.
We'll head west. Saygood's had trouble in Oklahoma and Louisiana, according to his record, so he'd go to New Mexico, where he's clean, if he left the state.
Yeah? Guess it's our best shot.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Have report for Unit 10 on subject John Saygood. Only known associate of Saygood's was woman known as Marcella Roberts. Present whereabouts unknown. Last location was place of business, beauty salon in Abilene, Texas. Left there 2 months ago.
Unit 10 requests check of cosmetic distributors and supply houses. Check recent orders as possible source of new address on subject Marcella Roberts.
Will do, Unit 10. Moment, Unit 10. Have another message coming in for you, Unit 10. Stand by.
Unit 10 standing by.
Maybe they found the car, Chief.
Be a big help if they have.
Here it is, Unit 10. General store at Pike Hill entered during early morning. Situated 30 miles west, your present location. Check of stolen merchandise includes candy.
That fits subject Saygood. Proceeding to Pike Hill immediately. Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, Austin.
Sleep in a room right back of the store here, Ranger, when I hear this noise. I got up and lit the light, and it was just before daybreak.
You see anybody?
No. I opened the door into the store, and then the dang cat popped into my room and started purring and rubbing against my leg. So I just figured she knocked something over, so I went on back to bed.
I see.
Didn't know anybody had broken in until I got up this morning and found the door glass busted. I must have slept through that, though. I sleep real sound. Guess I woke up when they knocked this stack of canned goods over. Got 'em up and got 'em all stacked again now.
You call the sheriff right away?
Yep. Soon as I found a few dollars from the cash drawer missing. Didn't think about the candy counter. Don't keep much, you know. Till a couple of kids come in later on wanting some peppermint lifesavers. And I saw a whole box of them was gone and some chocolate bars.
I guess that's when the sheriff got in touch with us then. Now, we'll rope off this showcase and have somebody from our lab come in to check it for fingerprints so we can be sure it was the man we were after.
Not much doubt about it, Chase.
Nothing like being sure. We drove further west from Pike Hill past Virgo while we waited for the fingerprint check. We combed the brush along the highway looking for the car Saygood and Abbott had stolen, but there was no sign of it. If it was abandoned, it might stay hidden for weeks.
Nothing in here, Jace.
No. Would have been a good spot to ditch a car, though. Well, they couldn't have driven much further than this.
We may find it further on.
Maybe. Maybe we've already passed it.
Call on your car radio, Jace.
Yeah. I heard it.
KTXA to Unit 10. Come in, Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Report on subject Marcella Roberts. Cosmetic distributor check shows nail enamel ordered in subject's name 2 weeks ago. Delivery made to Adorable Beauty Salon, Virgo, Texas.
Units 10 and 7 continuing investigation. Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, Austin.
Pile in, leads.
Virgo's about 15 miles back, Jace.
Yeah, I had a hunch we came too far.
Figure the woman's helping him hide out?
Saygood didn't head in this direction without a reason. If she isn't hiding him, she'll know where he's headed. Marcella Roberts wasn't at work, nor was she at her home when we got there. But she came home about an hour later. We left our car out of sight, but she didn't see us until she came up the steps to the private entrance on the porch. Miss Roberts?
What? Oh, Rangers. I didn't see you.
I thought you might be able to help us. You know a man named John Saygood?
I used to know him. Long time ago.
You seen him lately?
Well, how could I? I heard that he was in jail.
The paper boy must have been neglecting you lately. He's out. We're looking for him.
All right, Ranger. I'll tell you what I know. He probably headed for Oklahoma City. Told me once that he could always hide out there if he got in any trouble.
He should have carried a compass because he headed the wrong way. He broke into a store at Pike Hill before sunup this morning, and he was still moving in this direction when he left there.
Well, I haven't seen him.
Good. And you won't mind if we take a look through your apartment.
If you've got any objection, one of us can wait here while the other gets the warrant.
All right, you can come in. I only hesitated because the place is a mess.
Sure. But we won't tell the neighbors. Come on, let's go.
Well, here you are. I couldn't hide a mouse in here.
Leeds, check the bathroom and closets. I'll look in the kitchen.
Right, Jay. Nobody here, Chase, that's for sure.
No, not now. But there was somebody here.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you were a better housekeeper, you might make a better liar. You could have swept up these candy wrappers on the floor.
Is there a law against eating candy? I eat it all the time.
So does Saygood. You happen to have a 30-day diet tacked up on your kitchen wall. Your figure says you've been following it pretty close.
You can't prove anything with that.
Maybe not. But there's something else. 2 different brands of cigarettes in this ashtray. And one brand doesn't have any lipstick on them.
I had a boyfriend visit me.
I'm going to check every store in this town and find out if you bought a load of groceries today. And if you did,
What?
you better be able to show them or prove where they went.
Ranger,
You're concealing and aiding a murderer. You can serve a lot of time for that, Marcella. Enough to rub off those good looks before you get out.
I don't want to go to jail. But you don't know Johnny. He killed me.
Where is he?
Well, I took him and the other fellow up the back road to the Sierra Diablo foothill. Said he'd hide out there and come back in a week. After I raised some money for him to get out of the country.
You lead us out to where you left him. And don't bother about raising that money. He isn't going to be needing it. We followed her to the place where Saygood and Abbott had been dropped, at the base of the wild Sierra Diablo country, catching the last rays of the sun. Leeds and I took our horses out of the trailer and started after them.
Getting pretty dark, Jace.
Yeah. Have to leave the horses and go on foot soon, or we'll lose this trail.
I can hardly see anything now.
Hold up a minute. Woo, Charcoal.
Oh, what?
There's a moist patch here. One of them slipped and fell.
Yeah, the one making the heaviest tracks. Probably Saygood.
No, Abbott. Saygood's bigger, but he's using Abbott for a pack mule to carry supplies. Look how the tracks spraddle out.
Yeah. Sure must be carrying weight, all right.
Headed right for that rocky ground ahead. We won't find any more prints as clear as these.
Want to tie the horses off here?
No, I think we better lead them. They can walk this ground, and we may need them coming out. Now, let's keep going.
Now we've lost him, Jace.
Keep flashing your light around it. Keep it cupped.
All right. I'll spread out a little.
No, wait a minute. Come back.
Huh? What'd you find?
Earth is soft at the base of this rock.
Yeah, but no prints in it, Jace.
No, but look at those marks.
Rattlesnake tracks.
Yeah, wasn't moving away from here, though. Den's probably in under the rock. Was weaving back and forth. A rattler only does that when it's disturbed.
You mean they scared it passing by?
Something scared it. Some loose rock fell around here not long ago, either. You can see where it chipped as it fell. The chips are fresh. Haven't been weathered over.
Then they must have knocked it loose climbing up around a rock.
Yeah. Let's find out. And if they did come this way, they must have moved along this ledge. Here. Use your light again.
You're right, Jace. Look at this.
Yeah. Piece of broken shoelace. Snapped while they were climbing. And they sat there and tied the rest of it. See where his back rubbed dirt off the rock behind him.
Yeah.
They made straight for that plateau. Give Saygood a clear view of anything coming up by day.
Gonna leave the horses here and go on?
No. Climb down and get them. We'll circle the rocks and take the long way up. Give Saygood a chance to fall asleep. We may be able to take him alive. We reached the plateau, a broad, flat patch just under the final ascent to the high peaks of the range, and picked up the trail again. It led straight toward a clump of trees and brush, and through the trees we saw the glow of a fire. We moved toward it.
The moon's pretty bright now, Jace. We're out here. They're in cover. Unless they move between us and that fire.
Funny Saygood would keep a fire going at night. Need it in the day for cooking, but it's a giveaway in the dark.
Probably figures he's safe enough. He's got to keep an eye on Abbott. Unless we're wrong and Abbott's along because he wants to be.
And we'll find that out when the showdown comes.
No sign of any movement there yet, Jace.
We better leave the horses now. And we'll stake them out here and split. Circle in on foot until...
Stop now, please!
Now I knew what was wrong with the fire. It was a decoy Saygood had set up. He was someplace in the rim of the brush behind us. I twisted around looking for a flash of his gun if he fired again.
Stand up, Rangers. Let me get a good shot. I'll put one right through your belly.
You didn't expect to get away, did you, Saygood?
You ain't got me yet.
We can wait. You'll never get out of here unless we take you out.
We got 4 guns. You're 1, Saygood.
Don't forget the extra joker I dealt myself. Talk up, Abbott. Oh, Johnny, my arm. I still got Abbott.